You know, the Tigers lost again.
Oh, that was on last night?
Oh, boy. Good morning, 97.1, Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass, Luke Sloan on the updates. We will compare the notes that you and Heather Park took on the Golden Bachelor. But let's start painfully with the Tigers.
8 in a row. And they are 1-9 in their last 10. It is an agonizing, painful, excruciating end to this season. How is this possible?
You didn't even use the word I thought you were going to use, the one you used out in the bullpen.
Well, a lot of words I use out there I can't use here.
This isn't one we have to dump or bleep. It starts with an H. You said humiliating.
It is. It's, and I'm not going to sit here and say they're not trying. They don't care. They want the season to be over. I don't think any of that's true. I just think that they are in an unbelievable funk that they can't get out of.
AJ's quote, "It's painful. I'm having a hard time coming up with words. What I'm seeing out of our team is not normal, but unfortunately, it's our reality." Guys, they're no longer tied for the division.
Nope.
They're still in the playoffs by a game, technically game and a half with the tiebreaker against Houston.
And they might lose out to a team in the division that doesn't even have a positive run differential. They haven't had one all year long. And now, okay, they may eventually have one if they win a couple more games. It's -2. But they have been at a negative run differential through the entire season. And the Tigers just are taking it. I just can't believe it.
So Cleveland's chances to make the playoffs back on September 10th. You don't have to go I'm not going back to August. In September 10th, 0.1%.
And they're showing the highlights now. And I just, all of the things that haven't happened throughout the course of the year, that, at the beginning of the season, why were they outperforming their talent level? Because they were doing all the little things right. They weren't having errors in the field. They were taking the extra 90, but they weren't losing out. They weren't sacrificing outs just by being aggressive. And we talked about Joey Cora at third base, and maybe he needs shoulder surgery. I don't know. But then Dylan Dingler last night, one of the better defensive catchers in Major League Baseball. Ball hits his glove and pops out. There's just it's inexplicable. It really is. Skubal with the trouble with the snap.
It's so funny because you're looking at the standings and they're in the playoffs right now, but it doesn't feel like you could do well, guys, it's going to be okay. It's not okay. None of this is okay. And we were joking around they do have to win to get in the playoffs. Technically, they don't. If Houston, who's on a 5-game losing streak, doesn't win either, Detroit could lose 12 consecutive games and make the playoffs. What is going on?
Well, so it's you play 162, you add them up at the end. There's going to be streaks throughout, and this is one of the most awful streaks. But they did build up a cachet of wins early on in the season. And so they're cashing in every single chip right now.
Yeah, they've burned through a lot of them.
All of them. All of them.
As we sit here today, they're a playoff team. In name only, certainly not performance. And I'm not even sure. John, whether they get in or not, they're not doing anything. This brand of baseball is losing baseball.
It is, yes, this brand of baseball is losing baseball. They just got to get in. And then hope for a miracle. Hope is not a strategy. I know miracles don't always happen. We had a miracle last year. But you just simply have to get into the postseason and then see what happens.
So they have a 2-game lead on the Astros, basically.
1.5, yes.
They've got the tiebreaker. So they're 1 up, but they're actually 2 up. So odds suggest, despite all this, is that, to me, that I believe they're still getting in. I think that Astros loss last night was huge.
They were shut out, lost to the A's.
The numbers are just getting crunched on the Astros right now.
Imagine being in Houston right now going, the Tigers are giving it away and we're not doing anything about it.
And they're playing The A's.
The A's and the Angels to close the season.
Right.
A bunch of hapless baseball teams.
And I'm not even going to say, well, I'll say it. At least we're playing a team
that's winning.
That is above 500, where Houston's losing to the A's, and who knows what they do with the Rangers, but
it's annoying in the sense, like, yeah, I want the Tigers to make the playoffs. I also want them to earn being in the playoffs.
So if they make the playoffs, and I know this, we're going to get into a semantic argument.
I'll just scoop back. I'm not going to.
They've earned the right to be in the playoffs. They won more games than the others that didn't make the playoffs.
I want to feel like they're playing good baseball.
So hear me out on what I'm just doing with the odds here. If the Tigers go 1-3 in their last 4,
it forces Houston to win 3 of the 4.
Yes, and finish with 87 wins. I mean, you're backing them into a corner right now that's going to be it's the math is working so much.
But we said this a week ago with the Guardians in the math. That's my only pushback is you could listen to our
playing good baseball. The Astros aren't.
I know, but if you listen to our show last Thursday or Friday, we're going, I'm not panicked because there's still the math. And if you look at it this way, the Tigers don't have to do very much. Just win a couple games, win a game, get a Scooble win. We're still sitting here and they haven't won.
A crucial thing that needs to happen now, if you're still trying to hang on to anything, is that Scooble doesn't pitch Sunday, and then he pitches game 1 next week, and it's game on at that point. It's a 3-game series, and I know it sounds crazy, but I do believe the nature of this sport is like hockey, where you've got a chance.
Yeah,
and it
just
resets.
Get in. I know that's why I keep saying just get in, and if you make it, then you've earned it. It doesn't feel like it because of how the season is ending, but it's what you've done over the course of the entire season.
Ticket text, how funny would it be if they make the playoffs losing out? Do you celebrate on that day that you clinch?
There certainly can't be goggles and champagne.
So every game of the last game of the season, all 30 MLB teams play at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So games start at 3:00 roughly, and they'll end around 5:30 to 6. Like there could be a scenario where the Tigers lose out and they're sitting there watching the Astros, and then the Astros don't win and they get hit.
Astros go to extra
innings. And what do you do?
Lose.
Like seriously, what do you do?
You don't pop champagne, right?
No, you certainly don't. And hey, maybe there's a sigh of relief.
Sure,
it's okay. Now we get
Clear
a chance to
head.
Reset.
Yep.
Everybody hit the batting cage until the game starts. We got to find a way to put bat on ball. But I just don't see, like, they can save the tarps and the Visqueen.
Right, and I would get it a little more if it was like the first time they had made the playoffs in a long time, kind of like last year. After making the playoffs a year ago, if you simply get in on a 12-game losing skid, save the champagne and the bubbles.
My prediction is that they would break out champagne.
You think so?
That is my prediction in that scenario.
We get Benetti in the clubhouse again. Look at this bunch.
I'm not going to say you're wrong. I'm just going to, it's not going to be a good look.
It's tone deaf. Right? If you lose 12 games and you pop champagne.
He's missing everybody because he can't hit anything.
Okay. Text says, don't go easy on the Tigers. They deserve all the ridicule they're going to receive. That's Chef James in the kitchen. We have a ticket text that wants more of the walleye. Yep, safe words. Yep. Guys, I am over the Tigers for the last month. I have not cared 1 ounce about how they will do. I don't even want them to make the playoffs anymore. Says there've got to be so many heads rolling in that front office. I don't think anybody's losing their job. Hate to break it to people.
No,
make or miss. I don't anticipate Scott Harris or Jeff Greenberg or AJ Hinch or any of the head baseball decision makers to be fired.
Yeah.
I mean, you want small roster moves. Sure, I'll give you that, but that's not what anybody wants. That's not what this guy wants on the ticket text. Anyway, we're going to shift gears. We got the Thursday touchdown coming up at 6:35. Football, yes. 6:35, we'll get to that. You and Heather watching The Golden Bachelor last night.
Yeah. Well,
Let me finish my sentence.
That was a very
not together, yes.
Lead.
You guys took notes. We can compare those notes. John, you were quite the talking point on The Golden Bachelor last
night.
Well, yes, yeah, the podcast and
they
yeah.
They could say your name.
Yes.
They didn't.
No.
But you provided quite the drama to kick off this season. So you took some notes. Heather took some notes. We'll let you share those next. 97.1.
America's favorite place to watch football, hockey, and basketball. I won't say baseball right now because no one really wants to watch it. It's at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for us, the sports fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
It's kickoff time, Detroit. Gear up for football season with Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. So, whether you're headed to the tailgate, cheering from home, trying to get in the game, get a winning deal with the 2026 Equinox LT, it's $279 a month. You can lease that for $279 a month, 36 months with $999 down. Find your ride fast, MoranExpress.com, or stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. They won't say your name, John. You created this drama, kind of, and they won't even credit you or your podcast.
I know. Come on.
Last night, Golden Bachelor. Mel Owens, friend of John Jansen. You watched. You took notes. Heather, you watched too.
I did, because there's no way I would remember anything. And my wife did point out the irony last night and she laughed at me the entire time because I've known Mel for a long time. And I know it's boys. It's for every single episode. The girls have always watched. And I'm like, come on, are we really going to watch this again? And I make all of the snide, smarmy dad comments. And then for the podcast to be one of the storylines to start off one of the seasons of The Bachelor, The Golden Bachelor.
It was a major storyline.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be a storyline throughout the show.
She laughed and laughed. And I was wondering last night, because when I did the interview with Mel, obviously the audio came out in the podcast, but he was in town that you saw Detroit, you saw the big house. He was talking to there, like they were in town to do all that stuff. So they actually sat down and filmed the podcast as well. And so I was wondering if they were going to actually ham it up some more and not that the camera was on me, but it would have been on Mel, and show him actually saying the words. And I think at some point they
could,
because it will be more impactful of him actually seeing the visual and hearing it as well.
I mean, there was a promo that ABC put out, and it's like 60 seconds, and it's all about the drama of what he said. Oh, you won't date women over 60.
Right.
No wigs or false hips.
Yeah. And then even, like when they were doing the introductions, one of the ladies walked up and, their introduction was no false hip. I forget which one it was, and I didn't take good enough notes, but she was one of the girls. It was one of them that I actually thought was, I can't remember which one it was.
Looking down your list of women's names.
Was she hot, John?
I did do the yes, no, maybe, ooh, no, gotta go.
I did something similar without the ew. I did do my yes and no's of who I thought would stay and go. And some of the women that I liked, he sent home pretty quickly.
So I didn't.
His isn't stay and go. His is something else.
I know.
Yeah.
I know what his yes and no's are.
So there would be a fantasy suite,
like
and I'm
that.
thinking to myself, I'm like, okay, could I see this person in the fantasy suite? And I'm like, oh no, like who was the teacher?
Debbie.
She had a great personality.
I liked her, but I knew she wasn't going to
spunky.
stay. Yeah, she was.
But it would have been, like, if you get to that point, it's just really weird.
They were not a good match. They did not go together. And she didn't last long.
Yeah, I mean, the whole teacher thing,
Teacher thing? Wait, what's wrong with a teacher?
Well, no, nothing wrong with the teacher. My family's full of them. But
the whole teacher thing? I don't get that. I think it's more...
because when I saw her picture, I instantly was like, she's a teacher. She looks like a teacher.
She looks like a librarian.
Yes, and an older teacher.
Yeah, they didn't go together.
Yeah.
They were not going to be a good fit.
Who was the one I saw with the puppet?
Oh, we have audio of that. So, yeah, Greg, let's go ahead and play that audio.
Hi, Mel. I'm Terry from Houston, and this is Carly, my favorite dental assistant. Hi, Mel. I bet you weren't expecting all these women over 60 who look so hot.
Yikes.
And I bet you weren't expecting this either, buddy.
Did she
yes,
slap
he
him?
has.
The puppet slapped
him. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
And I thought instantly, like, first of all, she's a whack job, crazy, and I didn't appreciate. I understood why she was doing it, but it was just weird, and she's got to go.
She was not one of my favorites. I didn't look at that as crazy because I know how the show is with their intros. These women are like encouraged to do outrageous things to get attention.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how I looked at that. I didn't like it. It was kind of cringy, but I didn't look at her as crazy, but she's definitely not one of my favorite contestants.
Oh, I mean, yeah, somebody walks up and they're miming a puppet.
Yeah.
Crazy.
So whose intro did you like?
Well, so the lady with the heavy accent. Let's just stay with crazy. She, when they had their one-on-one conversation, she shows him her phone, and her screensaver is the show picture of Mel. And you haven't even met before, and I'm like, okay, crazy, gotta go.
Bye.
Whack job.
See ya.
Yeah.
Cut. I mean, I know he's not allowed to say cut, but yeah, you don't get a rose.
But she did get a rose.
She did.
But she was cut later in the show.
See, I was
And you didn't see
checked
that,
out by that.
yeah.
Yeah, I did. I thought all the cuts were done. I wanted to see who was axed.
So
And,
who was your favorite? Who
So-
was your top contender?
initially,
Yeah, you know Mel.
Yeah.
Carla, who was the California former model. She's 62. She looked classy and she had an adult conversation with him. It didn't feel manufactured. I thought that she was a top contender. I
Okay.
loved it when Cheryl showed up on the dirt bike.
I liked Cheryl.
She's got a lot of energy, and she looks like she lives a fun life.
Well, John, I hate to tell you this.
What?
Carla was sent home.
Oh, she was?
Yeah.
Oh.
I liked Carla too.
Okay.
Carla was up there for me as well. She went home. Cheryl, I think at this point, is one of my favorites.
Yeah. So Jerry got the first impression
Yes.
rose, right? Yeah.
Yes. Well, they had a great conversation about her kids. She read a
Yeah.
note that her daughter had wrote. It was
Yeah.
heartwarming.
All of that started. I mean, like I didn't initially think, and then all of that, I was like, she seems like a very nice individual. It's a very genuine individual. I kept wishing she'd open her left eye a little bit more. It's kind of hard to see both eyes.
There was one thing he said several times throughout the first episode, and I thought, I wonder if you've ever heard him say this before. Or is he saying this now because of what he said on the podcast, that there's no age in spirit? I thought,
that a creative-
I think
Are you-
all of those. I think all of those references are him trying to backtrack what
I
he
do-
said on
okay.
the podcast. Yes.
I do too. I was like, no age in spirit. Why?
Yeah.
And he said it multiple times.
Damage control.
Yeah.
Lisa, I'm glad she was axed. She was, wasn't she?
Yes,
Yes,
she was.
yes. Because as soon as she walked up, I'm like, ooh, she's really short. And then she opened her mouth, and I'm like, well, please stop talking.
She had a lot going on.
Yeah. So that's the initial.
First impressions.
Yeah. There's more.
They highlighted
Cinderella was there.
the city of Detroit really nicely. Like
Yeah.
it was really nice how they talked about Detroit. I liked when they went back to his like childhood home.
Yeah.
Talked to a neighbor. Talked how he lived like across from Diana Ross. That was pretty neat.
Yeah.
So I thought they highlighted our city really well.
They did. So it was fun.
I'll have to get you to do a power surge one of these weeks. We're just getting started. All right, let's get to Heather's news.
Well, let's see. Well, after being drilled in the face by a 99-mile-per-hour fastball, Guardians designated hitter David Fry suffered a broken nose and facial fractures. So he was released from the hospital Wednesday afternoon. He's now resting comfortably at home and apparently is in great spirits. The Guardians said that imaging and clinical examination showed Fry sustained multiple minimally displaced left-sided facial and nasal fractures, and a timeline for recovery is 6 to 8 weeks without the need for surgery, which I'm sure he's thankful for that. But obviously the timeline would prevent him from returning for a potential postseason run.
I think he was in pretty good spirits because he joked, I can't even bunt on Tarek Skubal.
Yeah. I'm glad that Scoobs went over there
Yeah.
and it wasn't and I don't think anybody really thought that it was intentional.
Oh, no, I don't think so. A 70-year-old Detroit man was killed in a car crash that closed down northbound Telegraph at Long Lake Wednesday morning. I bring this story up because I did not see the crash, but I was definitely part of the traffic on my way home from work.
Oh, yeah?
And I knew as soon as I saw all these police cars and they were shutting down Telegraph, I knew it had to be bad.
Yeah.
And it there's a lot of congestion in that area due to the road closure. But investigators believe that the accident was likely caused by a medical emergency, as this driver was seen like weaving through traffic before hitting other vehicles. He eventually hit a box truck, and then his SUV, I've seen the aftermath, just crushed. And it happened sometime after 10 a.m. 3 vehicles were involved in total, and no other injuries were reported. The crash took nearly 6 hours to clear, creating major backups there. General Motors, one of their engineering buildings will be closed for the rest of the week after 2 employees tested positive for Legionnaire's disease. So the test results were found through a third-party lab in select samples from the Cole Engineering Building in Warren. GM says that the building will remain closed through the remainder of the week and that the company will develop and implement a detailed remediation plan for all affected systems before reopening. They didn't say, who the workers were, where the workers were exposed, or if the cases were related. I got more time. I thought this
One
was
more.
with all of our Bachelor talk. Oh, at 106 years old, Sister Jean is now officially retiring.
She's retiring.
According to Loyola, Sister Jean is taking a break due to health concerns. She has served in her role there at the school since 1991.
What did she do before that?
I don't know,
You
John.
sure that's not a typo? It's 1891.
I know. Yeah. Well, that's why I asked. I'm like 91.
She was
106.
just a nun.
Yeah.
She
Just a
was-
nun
So is it like a
working
like-
on her nunnery.
I would imagine.
Yeah.
Is it just like a health reason she's stepping
It
away?
says, health concerns.
Yeah,
And she is
106,
106.
yeah.
I would imagine there's some health concerns
Well,
going
I
on.
imagine there were health concerns at 102, but she
Agreed,
kept
but-
doing it.
But they've only gotten worse, apparently. She
okay.
needs to take a break and step away from her position.
Yeah.
It's Heather with the news. All right, we are going to get back into the Tigers at 6:50. Do you even want them to make the playoffs? We'll ask that question and talk about this team. We've got the Thursday touchdown next. It's 97.1.
All right, guys, I got to tell you about my new hot tub. It has completely changed my evenings. I got to tell you, after a long day, there's nothing that feels more relaxing, feels better than jumping into a warm, bubbling hot tub. It's like the stress just kind of melts away, and it's instant vacation mode right in my own backyard. And it's one of the best parts of my day now. So if you're thinking about getting a hot tub, now is the perfect time. Beninati Pool and Spa makes it easy to find one that fits your space and your lifestyle. And trust me, once you have it, you'll wonder how you lived without it. Beninati Pool and Spa is in Utica, right next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have this brand new showroom. It's in Clinton Township, right off M59 and I-94. So no matter which location you go to, you're going to be met with Beninati experts who will help you find the right hot tub. And if you mention my name, Heather, they'll take $500 off your purchase just like that. Visit BeninatiPools.com or stop by Utica or Clinton Township and see why so many people, including me, love the Beninati experience.
as much fun as it is to talk about the Tigers, and we will, a long show, how about a little reprieve? How about a little look for football? Let's talk Thursday touchdown.
All right, so I'm glad we're not talking about the Tigers for 10 minutes. It's not fun to talk about them, Jim, but let's go. Michigan and Michigan State are both off this weekend. Is this something that both schools should work with the Big Ten to avoid? Or is this just part of college football's new world order?
Well, it's part of college football, but I think it's just an anomaly in the schedule because of where Labor Day was. And they've got to have 2 bye weeks now. There's 2 bye weeks last year, 2 bye weeks this year. They're not going to be 2 bye weeks in the coming years. There's just more odds in the favor of having the bye weeks at the same time. I don't think this is going to happen moving forward. If it's a possibility, this is where the Big Ten, not the schools, they don't have control over the schedule, the conference schedule. So it's where the Big Ten needs to step in. And I know nobody cares about Purdue and Indiana, but there should not be, if you got 2 teams in one state, don't have them on a bye week at the same time. Different fan bases, but
There's no local college football.
Yeah,
Right.
But what's the big deal? Are Michigan fans bummed they can't watch the Spartans? Are Spartan fans like, damn it, I really wanted to watch the Wolverines? You know, you can watch
This is
you don't think
Mojo's
hate
chance to go
watching
to
is
East
a,
Lansing.
you don't think hate watching is a thing?
John, this weekend is great. You've got Ole Miss, LSU, Georgia, Alabama, Oregon, Penn State. You don't need to hate watch your
Okay.
unranked rival.
Yes, you are correct. You don't need to, but our fan bases do.
I think that's overblown.
Because
I
as
like
you
to
put
watch
it,
Michigan State play. I don't root for them, but I want to see. This is my opportunity.
we do this. I don't think the average guy is itching to watch his rival play on the weekend.
You know what? This bothers them both being off at the same time bothers me more than them playing at the same time. To be quite honest with you. All right, USC is kind of getting a little unnoticed. They're 4-0, coming off 45-31 win over Michigan State. The Trojans are ranked just 21st despite being undefeated in the AP poll. Are we sleeping on USC as a college football playoff contender?
We're not sleeping on them. We're going to find out. Their next 3 games at Illinois, where they have to repay the favor. They have to now play at 9 a.m. their time, a noon kickoff. They'll play Michigan and at Notre Dame over the next 3 weeks. We're going to find out if they're really bigger and tougher and stronger and built for the Big Ten.
I agree. I don't really know how much we know about them because, I mean, Missouri State, Georgia Southern, Purdue, not a great start to the season. Michigan State, I mean, they gave up 31 on Michigan State. I think there's going to be a lot of teams that give up some points to Michigan State, Aiden Childs, all that, but they scored 45. I just don't know how tough they are up front. That's the same thing. When they came in last year, the Big Ten, they kind of got beat up front. Have they addressed that?
All right, Mike Gundy was fired on Tuesday. Gundy is famously known for his rant back in 2007. I love that. It's so good. And he didn't have a mullet back then.
Yeah.
All right. What is your favorite coaching rant in sports history?
23 years ago, Herm Edwards just went off about the reasons that you play the game. I can't do it justice, so let's let Herm do it.
Hear that, Tigers?
You can ask my kids. The amount of times pick up basketball in the back, wiffle ball, ping pong, it doesn't matter. You play to win the game. That little speech there comes out. They hate it. I love it.
Mine is from a similar time, 2006, following a certain Monday Night Football game. Dennis Green.
Okay, I contend that moment broke Dennis Green. Dennis Green was a very good NFL head coach.
Yes.
A very smart. And that was the Bears team that went to the Super Bowl with Rex Grossman. And everybody knew how they won and what you had to do, and then you would still lose to them because you'd kick off to Devin Hester and be stupid, and their defense would score, and Rex Grossman would get off the hook. I contend that broke him. I've seen two coaches broken in press conferences in my life, Bobby Ross and Dennis Green. They were both good coaches, but they got broken by their team's ineptitude. And real quick, just as something for our listeners, one of my favorites is underrated. It's Larry Robinson going off about how soft the NHL is, and he goes, "Ooh, they can't get their 60 goals." Listeners, you look up that on YouTube. You'll enjoy it. All right, let's face it. The Lions looked about as good as they have ever against the Ravens. What's your favorite moment from that game?
So many to choose from. I'm going to go with Aiden Hutchinson stripping Derrick Henry. Critical juncture of the game. Needed to get the fumble. Needed to change the tide. And you do it against that guy? Perfection.
Yeah, for me, it's the entire 10 minutes and 48 seconds of a 98-yard drive. And they won't put the half yard in there, but it was 98 and a half yards. And you start off with a 4-yard run. I'm not going to go through the entire drive. And then Graham gets kind of tossed to the side for a 1-yard loss. It's almost like that play, then you get a 3rd-yard completion to Laporta. There were so many 3rd-yard completions to Laporta, but the running of the football, the controlling of the tempo of the game, the domination in that drive was absolutely beautiful.
Whoops, sorry about that. NFL narratives change quickly. If the Lions played at Green Bay this weekend, would the Lions win?
Well, okay, this is a mythical situation. I think the game would be very different. And yes, I do think that the odds would be in their favor, but because they televised it and we saw it, they lost the game. I can't sit here and say, well, 2 weeks later they win it. However, I think they do.
Yes, because the offense looks night and day better than week 1, and I can't wait for Thanksgiving.
All right, there are only 6 teams above 500 in the AFC. The Bills are expected at 3-0. The other 5 teams are a bit surprising in the Chargers, Bengals, Steelers, Jags, and Colts. The AFC was perceived to be better. Why has the NFC passed the AFC?
It's a great question, and I think the answer, trenches, D-line specifically. Look at the Eagles, Rams, Packers, and yes, Lions. That helps change the tide with all the AFC quarterbacks.
Oh, Lions.
Well, they came off a game where they had 7 sacks.
Yeah, we're good.
Some would say.
I would say it's in the trenches as well, but I'm going to talk about the other side, and it's
Shocker.
just the ability to run the ball. Look at Philly. They control the game because they absolutely have dominated at the line of scrimmage. And Saquon Barkley, look at what the secret to the Lions' success is getting Sonic and Knuckles going. The teams that can effectively run the football are going to be the power teams in the playoffs.
Yeah, and look at the Bills. I mean, Josh Allen gets all the love, but James Cook last year and so far this year,
yeah,
I mean, he has exceeded expectations. He looks like he did against Michigan in that bowl game. All right, finally, the Dolphins and Giants are both 0-3. Who gets fired first, Mike McDaniel or Brian Daboll?
I think it's Mike McDaniel, and I think it's that because with the Giants, they tried to go out and get Russell Wilson, and that didn't work out. So now they're going to go with a rookie, and they don't want to continue to screw up their rookies' development by changing coaches and having, are they going to put the offensive coordinator as a head coach? Now he's got more responsibility. He's not paying as attention to their quarterback. So I think it's probably Mike McDaniel. Well, first of all, his press conferences are bizarre. I don't know how checked in or checked out he is, but they've got a veteran quarterback, an offense that should score a lot of points. They're just not doing anything.
Yeah, Mike McDaniel looks like a guy that knows he's going to be fired.
Yeah.
Almost daring them to fire him with some of these press conferences. Yeah, this is the easiest question on here because Daboll gets the shield of a rookie quarterback. Yeah. This is going to delay any decisions that may be considered by ownership. Mike McDaniel could be fired as quickly as this week. I mean, if they lose to the 0-3 Jets, I wouldn't put it off the table.
The editors of Thursday Touchdown should have gone in late in the game and changed this one because Jackson Dart changed the equation. I agree with you guys. A super quick extra. What game do you look forward to more on Saturday? Oregon, Penn State, Georgia, Bama.
The Big Ten game.
Oregon, Penn State.
Whiteout.
Yeah.
Dante Moore, can he have a Heisman moment? Can James Franklin win a big game?
When Oregon goes in there and clocks them. All right, I gave away my pick.
Oh, well, it's not going to change my pick. All right, that's the Thursday Touchdown. John, it may help you out. You could use some help.
Okay.
All right, we'll talk.
Let's televise it.
John, we may. It's 97.1.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and stronger relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go. And their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, that's exactly what they've done for me over the years and for my family. So that's why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Another loss for the Tigers. 8 in a row. The Tigers lost again. Not as fun this way. Yeah, this is miserable.
No, it is. It's painful to watch what's happening.
You said humiliating even, which I agree with.
Yeah, I mean, you lose, 9 of the last 10, 8 in a row.
You're reduced to hoping Houston doesn't win.
And even when Cleveland lost that game right before they matched up again, you're like, okay, they're giving Detroit every opportunity. And Houston is giving Detroit every opportunity. And the Tigers are doing nothing to take hold of and just say, we want to be in the playoffs.
Well, think about it.
We want to be a postseason. We want to win a division.
That's what we've been reduced to. It's like, hey, we got School Bowl head-to-head. Take a game, take 2 games. Matt's on our side. Here we go. Hold a lead. None. We've been reduced to, we're not going to win. Our only chance is if Houston doesn't.
So last year, obviously, everything became the percentages of Fangraphs. I don't know if you have the Fangraphs percentages in front of you.
I mean, it
now.
takes 2 seconds. It's like bookmarked.
Take a look real quick because I'm curious. We brought those up last year and talked about it was 0.2% to make it, and I've seen it on the other side now.
Yeah, Cleveland was 0.1% to win the division on September 10th. Not that
Right.
long ago.
No,
And now they're in the driver's seat.
we're September 25.
Yeah, 2
that was
weeks.
15 days ago.
Tigers, odds as we stand today, to win the division, 18%.
Okay.
To make the playoffs, still 79.9%, which gets
Wow.
us to our big question.
Wow.
Do you even want them to make the playoffs? A damn near 80% chance they've lost how many in a row? 8 in a row.
Yeah.
80% chance to make the playoffs. Do you want them to make the playoffs? Or are you so fed up? Are you so frustrated that you say, you know what, to hell with them. They don't deserve to be there, and the front office and management deserve to have their nose rubbed into it.
So I know there's going to be people that say, yeah, I don't want them to make it. I want them to be fully embarrassed. I can't get behind that. I can't understand that. I don't. Yet the whole goal, the reason you play 162 is so that you are one better. The reason you play games. I just played Herm Edwards. You play to win the game. Now, I know they're not winning games right now, but the whole goal is to score one more point than they do or get one more run than they do. So it's to get one more win than anybody else so you have a chance in the postseason. So, yes, I want them to make the postseason. It's ridiculous to think that, no, you know what? I want to rub their nose in it.
John, that is the overwhelming opinion on the ticket text. They need to not make the playoffs so management will hopefully get an even louder message that they're not doing enough. Another ticket text. I wanted a division title, not sneaking in because other teams are cheeks. That would let Harris off the hook in a sense. Miss the playoffs.
These other teams are cheeks?
Yeah. Another way of saying ass.
Oh.
It's the kids' lingo, John.
Oh, yes. Why don't we just use real words?
I hope the Tigers miss the playoffs. They don't deserve to be there. In the first place, the organization needs to realize the urgency of September baseball, Trevor, in South Lyon.
If they win more games than Houston, if they're able to win enough games to win this division, which it seems like a long shot, and it is, then they deserve it. Because it's not just the final 2 weeks of the season. This has been miserable. It's been a final 2 months of the season has been miserable. But we did get to enjoy the beginning of the season, the first 100 games. We enjoyed it so much. There were grand proclamations. There were burials. So we can't just forget the good times because there's a couple of really bad times.
It's not getting into the NCAA tournament. There's no selection committee.
Right. Yes, this is, did you win more than them? Okay, you did. You're in. You earned it.
Since the Tigers' 68 World Series, they've made the playoffs only 9 times. The idea that you wouldn't want your team in the playoffs
is bizarre.
And I'm frustrated. I'm fed up. I'm not happy about management, but the idea that I would not want to see my team make the playoffs, I just can't get there. And I'm not shaming you if you're there. We want to take those phone calls. We want to understand. I'm not happy at all. But I don't think they're going to fire anybody regardless. So I'd rather see them get in on the off chance that something happens, lightning in a bottle. And I'm not predicting it. I don't expect it, but it can't happen if you miss. 248-539-9797. We'll get to Kyle in Windsor. Kyle, good morning.
Morning, fellas. I just don't know why this is a surprise to anybody. I mean, I know it's easy for me to say right now, and it sounds like I'm just making it up, but I've been saying this since July to my buddies and whatever, and going to games and saying this, like, yeah, okay, Riley Green can hit a couple bombs here and there and whatever. He's got 200 strikeouts. Other than him, who do you have in this everyday lineup that can pull a team through its lumps? Zero. Absolutely zero. And everybody wants to rely on Skubal every time he's out there because he's the best pitcher in baseball. Of course. Well, can he hit too? Because that's what they need. Can he go in the bullpen too? Because that's what they need. They, other than Skubal and Casey Mize and Riley Green on occasion, they have no impact players on this team whatsoever. So I don't know why this is such a surprise. And everybody had the narrative that this is a weak division. This division did the same thing last year.
Well, hold on, Kyle. Are you
it
really
was weak last year.
Kyle, are you really saying you don't get why people are surprised?
Yes. Like, I get it's a big lead, but you know what? Like, it was all they overachieved all year long.
That may be true, Kyle. That may be true, but they overachieved to the degree where this type of collapse has never happened in the history of baseball. I'd say it's surprising when something historic happens. Like the idea that you're going to sit here and wag your finger at fans and go, "Oh, why are you guys so surprised that something that's never happened just happened?" Like, listen to yourself, Kyle.
Okay, it didn't happen to as much of a degree, but I mean, like, come on, guys. This team is nothing. Who do they have?
I mean, look, I'll agree with you on that. Look, they had all these all-stars at the break. Haven't played like all-stars.
No.
And then you wonder, like, were they ever really those players to begin with, or is it a hot start? Is there enough talent on this baseball team, and who's that a reflection on? And did that person do enough at the deadline? Did he actually make them worse? These are all valid conversations, but you act like this was expected. They were expected to blow a 15.5 game lead. That nobody expected that.
No, but their method to get to the best record in baseball through, 100 games. The best record in the American League for a large part of the season was that they played disciplined baseball, that they were winning games because they didn't lose games. They weren't going out there and throwing the ball between their legs. They weren't dropping fly balls. They weren't making errors in the field. Now, I know early on there was an error yesterday. Jack Flaherty was able to get out of the inning. But those errors have cost them tremendously. And then you pair that with, you've got to give your pitching staff and your relief pitchers every advantage possible. You've got to give your lineup every advantage possible. You can't come from behind when another team scores 5 runs and 3 of them are unearned.
So the thought of your team missing the playoffs is an emotional reaction in the moment. Like, I've entertained the thought, and then I'm like, wait a minute, Tom, seriously, you want to get in the tournament. It's the Dan Campbell thing. Get in the tournament, get a chip at the chair, see what happens, especially the nature of this sport. Like, there's a world where Skubal can start game 1 of the wild card, and that gives them a chance, okay? I know that sounds stupid and foolish. The team... the nature of the sport suggests that they are going to get out of this at some point. And so the timing, look, but I get in the car this morning and I don't know if the Astros won or lost. And I find out they lost. And it bothered me a little bit. But then I'm like, okay, wait, Tom, you want your team to get in the playoffs. Don't be stupid.
Well, I think you want your team to get in the playoffs playing good baseball. And they're not playing good baseball. So that's
Guys,
where
it doesn't matter in the sport. The Diamondbacks got to the World Series a couple years ago.
I'm just tapping into some of the energy. People want to see their team playing well. When they play poorly, they get mad. They get frustrated. This is pathetic what's going on. So you lash out. That's where that's coming from on the ticket text. No, if you really took a deep breath and said in or out, no one's getting fired regardless. Would you rather be in or out? To me, the answer is get in. Even in this pathetic way, get in is better than get out.
The magic number's 3 with the Astros. That's very low, okay? Other than losing out, I think they're getting in. And there's a world where they're in before Sunday and Skubal doesn't have to pitch and you get him in game 1 in the wild card and he goes down to Cleveland and throws a 1-0 shutout. Flip.
Yeah. In the scenario where they clinch, we had people wondering, would they celebrate if they clinched on a loss or amidst a losing streak. Texter says you get a diploma when you graduate with a 2.0 average, then you still have a grad party. Yes, they'll celebrate with champagne.
That's a great text.
Another one says no effing way you celebrate. You take a shower, you change your clothes, you go home, you get ready to play. This is ridiculous. We can keep entertaining those. And
It'd
then
be a tough celebration.
I couldn't do it. This ticket texter with a stat, John. Since September 14th, the Lions have more wins than the Tigers.
Yes, they do.
It's 97-1. Talking to Tiger fans this morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass, Luke Sloan on the updates. We've got Dear John at 7:35. We got a chance for you to win some money with the 2 Grand Slam at 7:25.
All right.
By the way, you want your prompts for Dear John?
Yeah. Give them to me.
Lab grown,
Oh.
early meetings,
Okay.
hospital stay,
Oh, not a fan.
and am I shallow?
Yeah, my shallow Hal.
That's at 7:35. All right. Tiger fans, do you want to make the playoffs or do you want to miss the playoffs? Because there's a lot of Tiger fans who have texted in saying, you know what? I want to rub Scott Harris's nose in this. I want to see them miss. I want them to feel the pain and frustration that I feel as a fan, and I want this to serve as a real catapult for the offseason and changes for the organization. At the same time, John, as much as I understand the frustration, this is pathetic. They are going down like chumps. I'm not happy. I'm not going to lash out and say I'd rather my team miss because I don't think Harris is getting fired either way, and I'd rather have a seat at the table than not. The Tigers have made the playoffs 9 times since 1969. It's a rare occurrence this team makes the playoffs. I'm certainly not going to look the other way and wish them out of the postseason.
And we've been at this since March. I don't want to go through March, April, May, June, and how good, how much fun we had. And I know that seems like forever ago. And then things started to stall in July, got worse in August and September. But it's such a long season. And I don't want to wish it away that all of a sudden, hey, we don't like the way that it's ending. We're all grumpy and we're mad, and you know, we want somebody to pay for the mistakes and not be in the postseason. Then you just reset it, and now all of a sudden we got to go through a long offseason. We got to talk about who they might sign, who they might not sign, who they're going to trade, who they're not going to trade. And then we go through spring training, and we finally get to March again, And it's like, okay, here we go. We get all excited. And then it is 6 months away before we have a chance to be in the playoffs again. You have the chance to be in the playoffs now. I would much prefer that they make the playoffs. I don't care how, even if they back into the playoffs. I want them to be in the postseason. And I just don't understand why you would say, no, screw the team.
I mean, you're not going to get the retribution you want if they miss the playoffs.
Right.
You're not going to get this pound of flesh that you're dreaming of. I know it sounds great. It's not happening.
Well, it's a different world if they don't make the playoffs.
In what way?
The questions are going to be a little more pointed and a little more vicious.
Okay, so Rieger gets to have a little more bite at the press conference. And it'll feel fun for a day. It's not actually going to change anything from the structure of the organization.
I do think it could lead to them making a more bolder move in the offseason, potentially. I really do. And that's
you think
why
this is the difference in matching Bregman versus not, or spending an extra $20 million on a player or not?
I think some real candid conversations would happen, probably all the way with ownership to Scott Harris, Greenberg, AJ. What the heck happened here? Oh, we weren't as good as we thought we were. We should have done more. Versus if you make the playoffs, I think some of those things are still there. But I think the pressure gets... Jim, this is the largest collapse in Detroit sports history if they don't make the playoffs. I think something comes out of that, at least reactionary from management.
Well, I think it's the largest collapse either way. A 15-game lead in the division would be blown.
If they get in the playoffs, his job is to make the playoffs. It's what we talked about yesterday.
Yeah,
they have wiggle room.
If they don't make the playoffs, then this collapse will be the new standard for every single sport. Everything that happens, they will compare. Did the Chiefs, was their collapse at the end of the season as epic as the Detroit Tigers? Now, you're comparing apples to oranges, but it will set the standard. It's historic. And every time a collapse happens at the end of any season, we're going to have to then talk about the collapse the Tigers have had. And it only happens, the collapse is there, but it's not highlighted if they make the postseason.
Exactly. That's my point. Like Scott Harris, it will not be asked the specifics that he would if they don't make it. Like, for example, Scott, what were you thinking when you signed Charlie Morton?
No, I know, but you're living a little bit in our media space. Like, John, I think that's a good point.
No, fans are going to want accountability if this team makes the playoffs.
No, I know, but forever and ever and ever, even when your anger burns away, forever and ever and ever, your franchise is the biggest loser, the biggest choker. That's the Tigers forever. You got your jollies off for a week, and Scott Harris got grilled at the press conference. We are pained forever as the biggest chokers. You want that?
I saw it with my own eyes. Mike Ilitch changed at the Phil Garner press conference. As an owner, Mike Ilitch got more aggressive. It took a few more years after that still, but he got pinned down, and I'll bring up the late, great Joe Falls, the journalist, was the one that pinned him in the corner. And Mike Ilitch reacted to that. He did. He went and got Dave Dombrowski a couple years later. It took time. He tried to get players. He paid Higgy. That was wrong, but he started doing things differently. Look, I think it's a different world if they don't make it. To me, the stains that you get from that. I'll ask you this. Is it strike? It's strike two, obviously.
Yes, it would be strike two.
Is it strike two if he makes the playoffs?
Yes.
So he's already got strike two against him.
His deadline and this ensuing performance is strike two.
Well, that's a huge thing.
Yes.
Because strike three and you're out.
The breaking news sounder. But yeah, I mean, who wouldn't be? Well, we've spent months criticizing Scott Harris. Like,
if they win a 3-game series next week, is it strike 3 or 2 still?
I still think it is. The expectation for this baseball team when they're in first place. Remember we did those shows?
Yeah.
And it was, hey, could they win the World Series, at least the ALCS? If this team doesn't get any further than last year.
You didn't expect that.
What do you mean?
You picked 80 or 82 wins. What
Only
are you
because they didn't do enough in the offseason. See, that's the problem. They don't land a big bat, and then they underachieve, and we can justify it because they didn't do their job twice.
Expectations change. That was an unfair thing to say, Jim.
Well, they're allowed to change, but hold on. If your president of baseball operations is going to sit on his ass and not do anything, and then we get to lower the bar and he doesn't get to face any criticism, that sure as hell is a convenient place to be in, isn't it?
Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath.
Okay, sorry.
But your reaction is why I think change will happen, because I think the pressure will be unbelievable on them, especially if they miss, man.
Yeah.
I think we are living in a... They know, man. I mean,
just
AJ doesn't have words. We played the quote earlier. He doesn't know what to do anymore. He's a master psychologist, and he can't. No matter which button he tries to push, it's not working.
There's plenty of blame to go around. Whether it's Scott Harris, whether it's AJ, whether it's the players, There's plenty of blame to go around. I just don't want to get to a point, if they miss the playoffs, where for every collapse, because there will be other collapses that happen in other sports. There'll be more collapses that happen in baseball. I just don't want to always, well, is it as bad as the 25 Tigers? That's what I don't want the conversation to be moving forward.
And the blemish that doesn't go away. Texters. Yeah, missed the playoffs because that really worked for the Lions. Give me a break. Of course, you'd rather make it. Once you get in, anything can happen.
It's logical.
People aren't logical, though, when they're staring down.
I know. It's when you're talking about fanatics. And we always shorten it to just fans, but we're all fanatics. And fanatics means that there's going to be huge emotion involved.
Making the playoffs just means getting embarrassed on national TV. The team's a joke. Management needs to wake up. Yes, those games will be televised. Chris Ilitch doesn't deserve the revenue he'd get from even one playoff game. Why would you want to make the playoffs just to watch them lose 3 additional games? We don't need to see it. We know what's going to happen. There's a little smattering of where the people are at today.
Hey, just quick, despite all the emotions there for a second, we all want them to make the playoffs.
I said that.
Yeah. Just people just maybe tuning in. I thought you were maybe being painted as you didn't want
that's
them
why
to.
I told him to take the deep breath. Let's reset.
Well, yeah, I want him to make it. I'm a Tiger fan. I said this even yesterday when you said, well, do you want Bregman to eliminate him? Yeah, it'd be fun, smarmy radio for a day. The reality is I'd want my team to be in the playoffs.
That's the other reason I want them to be in the playoffs, so we don't have to listen to him over here with smarmy radio for a day.
Like, guys, my point is that outburst is short-lived, right? The gotcha question to Scott Harris at the postseason press conference, the one smarmy show I get to do, it's short-lived. You'd rather your team make it. Again, since the 68 World Series, 9 times they've made the playoffs in 57 years. And if I go to my lifetime, it's infinitesimal. They hardly ever make the playoffs. Of course, I'd rather them get in. I think that's what we prefer.
Just as they're playing right now, let me throw a quick thing at you guys. I think it matters that the A's and Astros are playing at 3:30 today, and the Guardians and Tigers play at 6:40. The Tigers will know what the Astros have done. If the Astros win and they don't respond, you can cook them.
Well, but we've already been doing these shows. Like, great example. They lost the division lead, 2 nights ago?
Yeah.
And it's, okay, how are you going to respond? You had 19 strikeouts. How are you going to respond? Last night was the response. What'd you think of it, Tom?
Terrible.
Okay.
But they will. Are they going to quit? Do you think they quit?
Have they already?
I don't think they've quit. As much as they look like they have, I don't think they do. And as long as I'm still in a world, despite how horribly playing, I think this is disgusting what's happened here, okay? But I will say, there's a chance that this thing sets up them barely squeaking in, but you get Scooble game 1.
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Couldn't be more desperate than they are right now.
And so I'm going to ask you the question, how all in are you? Because we get this on Twitch, and I just got a message from Lisa and Ellie. It's time to reverse the jinx. Do you yet believe? Are you ready to bury the Tigers? You've got to do something. We even put the poll out there earlier in the week, and you are second to blame for this epic collapse. Are you ready to go all in and reverse the jinx?
And bury the Tigers?
However you feel it necessary.
Put me on the spot. I'll consider it. All right, we got to do Dear John. We got 2 Grand Slams. It's all coming up. It's 97.1.
Football is back, and I'm bringing you the tailgate must-have, Surfside iced tea and vodka and Surfside lemonade and vodka. They're absolutely delicious and available in the convenient variety 8-packs. Each can of Surfside is only 100 calories, and the best part, no bubbles, no troubles, 0 carbonation, so you can tailgate like a champ. Ask for it at your local bars and stores. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
If you're injured in a car accident, you need to get help, and you need the best. You need Lawrence KG at KG Law. You need someone who cares about you, and that's their thing. 877-KG-CARES. Visit kgcares.com. KG Law is one of the few law firms in the country specializing in car accidents only. Lawrence KG has won millions for his clients, fights hard, wins big. So if you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law right now. Again, the number 877-KG-CARES. That's KAJY, kgcares.com. Before the 2 Grand Slam, it's Heather with the news.
So there's a youth cheer season that has just been suddenly canceled amid questions over misappropriated funds. So parents say that they're frustrated, they're livid after paying hundreds, some thousands, because they have multiple daughters on this cheer team to support their children's cheerleading teams, only to be questioning now where their money went, because they never received their uniforms. They never received their gear. They haven't received anything. And this year, 2 teams merged together. So it was the Michigan Tigers and the Detroit Spartans merged into a brand new team, the Tigers Spartans United. And now there's all these questions over where their money went, and it could be due to some of this merger. Detroit PAL is investigating the situation. They're not responsible for any of the money, but they are looking into it, and they do always advise against merging for this very reason, because there's all this.
Is this under the umbrella of Detroit PAL?
Gosh, I don't.
Because they do a great job. So if somebody's going to get to the bottom of it, I think Detroit PAL will do a good job.
They're just investigating.
Okay.
And hopefully they do. But what the bad part is that these girls don't get to cheer. They're not cheering at all. Football obviously is still being played, but they're not able to be on the sideline and cheer despite not having uniforms. It's a shame that it's affecting the children, right?
Yeah.
They're not able to do their sport because of whatever happened with all the money.
They're missing an opportunity. They're missing a season, and the parents are out the money.
Yeah, it's awful. A South American crocodile was found thousands of miles from its normal habitat right here in Bay City.
What?
So this reptile was just discovered lounging in someone's front yard, just chilling there.
How'd they know it was from South America?
Well, this particular type, it might not have been from South America. This particular type of crocodile is endangered, and it is typically native to South America,
okay.
but also Cuba, Jamaica, Mexico, and southern Florida. So where it actually came from, I don't think they know, but it's not from Michigan, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
And authorities say they received phone calls about this report of a possible alligator sighting. And so first responders went and they found this young, they say it's a young alligator, about 3 feet long, but typically when it grows up, it can be up to 16 feet long. Massive. So it was safely removed from the front yard and it was taken to the Birch Run Zoo, which will now care for the animal. But lots of questions remain.
Yeah.
Where'd it come from?
Yeah.
Whose was it? Did they just decide, no alligator for me? You guys, this is your chance to play the 2 Grand Slam. Give us a call now, 248-539-9797. Guardian designated hitter David Fry was released from the hospital Wednesday afternoon, and he's now resting comfortably after he was hit in the face by a pitch from Tarek Skubal, a 99.1 mile per hour fastball. The Guardian said imaging and clinical examination showed that he sustained multiple minimally displaced left-sided facial and nasal fractures. Timeline for his recovery is 6 to 8 weeks without the need for surgery, which I guess is the good news. But manager Stephen Vogt said that he's a tough kid, but it's going to be a little bit of a journey for him.
Yeah.
Right? Like, don't really know how he's going to be feeling for
Getting
those.
popped in the nose anyway is an uncomfortable feeling. Getting hit with a 99 per fastball.
I can't even, I mean, when my kids were little and you and they like headbutt you in the face sometimes, just that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the
tearing up.
Oh, it hurt.
Sneezing.
I can't even imagine this. Finally, Google took a look at the top searches that begin with, "Is it weird to like blank?"
Oh.
And the results are strange, disturbing. The first one, "Is it weird to like the taste of blood?" Weird. "Is it weird to like the smell of your own farts?"
No, I don't think that's weird.
Is it weird to like the smell of gasoline? Is it weird to be called good boy? And is it weird to like spiders?
So if is it weird to be called a good boy? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's weird. Unless you're under 5 years old.
Yeah, it's weird. All of them are a little weird. Yeah.
It's Heather
Anyway,
with the news.
Not so weird. $2,000.
Let's do it.
Well, it is time to give away some money. Hopefully $2,000. 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly. And hopefully our contestant is going to walk away with $2,000.
$2,000.
Our contestant is Eric in Lake Orion. Eric, good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
How you doing this morning?
Not too bad, Mr. Jensen. Go blue.
Go blue. There we go.
Well, you're
We got
more-
a smart one on our hands.
Oh, haha.
We'll find out.
Oh,
We'll
don't
see.
jinx me, John. Come on. I'm already nervous enough as it is.
Okay.
Well, Eric, hopefully your morning will get better when you win some money. You know the rules. If you don't know one, say pass, and if there's time, we'll get back to it. All right, Eric, your time is going to start right now. Who is the radio play-by-play voice for the Detroit Red Wings?
Ken Cal.
Who is the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns?
Pass.
This female artist had the 2001 hit Fallen.
Alicia Keys.
Who leads the Lions in sacks this season?
Aiden Hutchinson.
US 24 is also known as this road in Southeast Michigan.
Telegraph.
Who do the Tigers play tomorrow night?
The Red Sox.
She played Leanne in the 2009 movie The Blind Side.
Sandra Bullock.
Dan Campbell does commercials for this restaurant chain.
Applebee's.
The main campus for Indiana University is located in this city.
Bloomington.
Who wears jersey number 69 for the Detroit Lions?
Pass.
Who is the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns?
Pass.
Who wears jersey number 69 for the Detroit Lions?
Dang it.
Oh, we got you with seven.
You
Yeah.
did good, Eric.
7, that's pretty good. As expected. Well done.
Thank you.
Make sure you stay on the line, and we'll get all the pertinent information. But 7 is $175.
Yeah.
My math is getting better.
I'd say you've been on kind of a tear with math on the radio. Like the last couple weeks,
Ultra focused. Ultra focused.
dialed in.
Yes,
Let's
yes.
go
The
through
2 Grand Slam is brought to you by Femininio Law on Thursday. So get David, get paid.
Who is the radio play-by-play voice of the Red Wings?
Nailed it. Ken Cal.
There you go. Who's the starting quarterback of the Cleveland Browns?
Oh, that'd be the grandpa Joe Flacco.
Really thought he's going to get this one.
I thought so too.
Female artist that had the 0-1 hit Fallen.
Alicia Keys.
Nailed it.
He got that fast.
He got it quick. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one that I didn't know in this one. I after having heard it, I put the two together because it's one song that I have.
He's probably been playing it a lot with what the Tigers are doing.
Makes sense. Who leads the Lions?
That'd be Free Falling.
Oh, this works too. Who leads the Lions in sacks this season?
So it's a decent guess. If you don't know, you would probably guess Aiden Hutchinson, but no, it's the Aquaman.
Al-Qadim Muhammad. US 24 is known as this road in Southeast Michigan.
Telegraph.
Who do the Tigers play tomorrow?
Red Sox.
She played Leanne in the 2009 movie The Blind Side.
Sandra Bullock.
Dan Campbell does commercials for this restaurant chain.
Applebee's.
The main campus for Indiana University is located in this city.
Bloomington. Great town.
And John, who wears the number 69 for the Detroit Lions?
That would be Tate Ratledge.
So back to the song thing real quick. How much fun would it be just to say what song represents the Detroit Tigers right now?
So I think we did that. I remember doing a topic like that when
Believe the hype.
no, so it was Stoney and I. It was early on in our tenure together, but it was the Taylor Swift songs that most make you think of the Tigers or of the maybe it was the Lions season at that time, and that's always a great one.
Now, today I've gone back towards WOMC twice, our sister station, and the first song I heard was Free Fallin'.
Tom Petty.
The next song I heard was Eye of the Tiger.
Ooh, do we have a Rocky moment?
We need Apollo Creed. Well, he's passed. Sorry.
Sorry, Carl Weathers.
Play the speech. That's what AJ should do today. He's tried everything. Play Apollo Creed speech or talk to Rocky in Rocky 3.
You can have the whole team running on the beach,
Yeah.
like the training montage.
Show
in
him
Rocky 3.
Braveheart before you go out. Gladiator. Do something.
Or like the Rocky 4, get them out in some mountains or something and get them training.
Yeah.
That's
Mount
what they should have
Holly.
on the off
Mount
day.
Holly.
There's no easy way out, guys.
No shortcuts home.
Easy way out. That's quick. Well done.
Told you I did a paper on Rocky 4 in college.
Oh, that's right. We're in his wheelhouse.
If he dies, he dies. All right, guys. We'll get to Dear John. That's coming up next. Let's be honest. Nobody plans for a new roof. It's not top of mind. You don't want to spend the money, and it normally happens at the worst time. The cost can feel overwhelming, but this is why you need to know about Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts for more than 30 years. Right now, Shaner's making it easier than ever to protect your home with 0% interest financing for 5 years. That means you don't have to skimp on quality. You're going to get the quality roof you need today without the stress of that big upfront payment. Here's the thing. Shaner's not some fly-by-night company. 30 years, 4.9 star Google rating. Nobody has that these days. Everybody's got things to complain about. Not with Shaner. They've earned that with thousands of satisfied homeowners who rave about the professionalism, the craftsmanship, and the customer care. So, if your roof's leaking, if it's aging, or if you just want that peace of mind, go to mymichiganroof.com. You don't have to spell Shaner. mymichiganroof.com, powered by Shaner Roofing. It's mymichiganroof.com. Shaner Roofing, where quality meets affordability. Send them in, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. We get questions from you. John gives the advice. Our topics today: lab grown, early meetings, hospital stay with a visual aid included.
Oh, boy. Oh, sponge bath?
And the last one is, am I shallow?
I got a story for you.
We start with lab grown.
All right, the first one. Dear John, I'm looking to pop the question and have started doing ring shopping. After the sticker shock of trying to get her something nice, I've started looking into lab-grown diamonds where I can save more than half the cost. Is that the way to go? What are the chances she notices or even cares? Is this acceptable?
So she's probably not going to notice. I don't know if any woman is going to get out the magnifying glass and take a look and say, well, is this the right color? Is this the right clarity? The right perfections, whatever. I don't think that matters. And if you can give her something nicer that is lab grown, I don't see an issue with it. I really don't. And the only, just be honest, if she asks, which that's not going to happen right away, eventually she may ask, and because you're going to have to get it appraised, you want to make sure you have insurance on it, all those things. And so just don't mislead her if that comes up.
Yeah, I think it's just super important also to know what your fiance or future bride wants, right? Like, to me, it was more important to have a certain style ring. I knew what I wanted, and Colin was well aware of the type of ring that I wanted.
Yeah.
And that's what mattered more to me was the cut of the diamond or the style of the ring or the band.
Yeah.
Those things were important. Or the color. Is it the gold? Is it
right?
Whatever it is made of.
And if you've done any ring shopping, there's probably a certain size of diamond that she's looking for, and that might be out of your price range. So if that is important to her, then size matters. So get her the right size.
I think it's just important to be right up front. I mean,
you don't have to say, hey, will you marry me? Oh, by the way, this is a lab-grown diamond.
But for Colin, like, he was excited to tell me about this diamond he picked out. Like, he spent time with the jeweler. He picked out the one that had the best color, cut, and clarity, right? And like he was excited about that. So I mean, it's just up to you and what you think she's gonna like.
Yeah, is there any? I mean, there shouldn't be a stigma with getting a lab-grown diamond.
No.
I would never. You could show me a ring, and I wouldn't know if that's lab grown or
right.
mined.
It just becomes an issue if you're going to get it appraised, or later on if she. I mean, maybe later on she's okay. She's fine with it, and then maybe she wants to upgrade it at a later
I don't
date.
think they hold the same resale value.
No, they don't.
But they all lose value. Regular, real diamonds or lab-grown diamonds, they all lose value, right?
Well, it's not like a car. No.
If you tried to resell the ring, you're not going to get what you paid for it.
It depends where it's from, and it somewhat does depend on the diamond.
Either way, you're not buying the ring with the idea that it's going to get
resold.
returned.
No. Yes.
Yeah, it's not your concern at that
So not.
Yes.
This next one says early meetings. Dear John, I recently changed jobs and now I work in an office, typically at 8:30 to 5 o'clock most days. My wife works early morning, so I typically drop the kids off at school on the way into the office, and it's a nice routine. My issue is work has started adding early morning meetings, sometimes as early as 7:30, multiple times a week, and I've said, could we Zoom? They say no, it needs to be in person. On top of that, we don't get to go home early when we go in early. None of this was explained when I was hired. What's the best way to handle it?
I guess it all depends on your job. If they're starting to add hours, and if you're originally was 40 hours a week, now it's 45 hours a week because you're in early, there needs to be, I don't know if there's overtime. Now,
or if your salary, though, then
I mean,
try to get around it, hour here, hour there.
Sure. I mean, if you don't like your work setup, then start shopping your skills elsewhere for a better situation.
God, the Zoom thing should have been the compromise.
You would think it would be, but even at that, like it becomes very hard. You can't drop off the kids if you're on Zoom,
right?
Because you can't
participate in a meeting,
while you're driving and dropping the kids off. So you want to remain professional. So it's the issue of how do I still get the kids to school?
The bus, I guess, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, there's always the bus. You can carpool. I mean, sure, the kids have some friends. Maybe they're neighbors. If you're going to a local school.
It's so tough because you say the bus, but if they're young, you can't just leave for work and expect you drop your kids off at a bus stop and have them stand there till the bus comes.
Yeah.
It says his wife works really early or early in the morning. So I mean, I think that's a conversation you have to have with your employer and say, this is my situation.
Yeah.
I physically cannot do these 7:30 in-person meetings because of
I
our
got to drop my
lifestyle.
kids off. Yeah.
And that's
This has changed since I've been here. And
Yeah.
I understand you need to have these meetings, but can we back these meetings up? Could we do them at the end of the day? Obviously, they have school pickup worked out if he's not getting off until 5.
Right. Maybe the wife does that part of it, or they have another plan. Takes the bus. I don't know.
It's tough.
How old before you'd let your kids go to the bus stop?
like me leaving for work and expecting
They're on
them to
their
get to the
own.
bus stop.
Middle school.
I was going to maybe say younger than that, but what is middle school age? When did they go to middle school?
6th grade.
I know. How old are you in 6th grade?
12?
Yeah, 12-ish.
Okay,
yeah.
so maybe
give or take,
that would
11?
be fine. I was going to say
Yeah.
like 11, but maybe
Yeah.
that's middle school.
12. Yeah. I mean, maybe a 5th grader could. It depends on, because then you got to trust them to lock the door.
It
make
depends
sure
on
that
more than
things
just
are turned
age,
off,
Jim.
all that stuff. Yeah.
Maturity,
Yes. Yes.
responsibilities.
These are all good
Yeah.
points. This next one says hospital stay, visual aid included.
Oh.
Hey, John, Big 77. Big fan of all that you do. I listen every day, 3 to 4 hours while sitting at the desk or on the road. I was recently sick with ulcers in the hospital for 11 days.
Ooh.
This was the picture in my room. Cool to see. What is a choir huddle? It's a picture of back when you were playing.
Oh, that's a great one. What's a choir huddle? I don't know. Maybe we're in a huddle.
I've never heard the term.
A lot of people, new fans, don't necessarily understand the huddle because there's the circle huddle where everyone's facing into the middle of the circle and the quarterback comes in on the end. We used to do it where the offensive line, like all the skill guys were in front and they were, because they're shorter, you could see over top of them. They're supposed to be hands on knees so that, that's what they do in middle school and high school.
Yeah.
But the linemen are in back because when you break the huddle, linemen go to the line of scrimmage and everybody else splits off. So the quarterback is looking basically at the line of scrimmage or towards the line of scrimmage in the huddle. I guess you're calling that a choir huddle. Yeah.
Okay.
I've never heard that term. It's just huddle up. Huddle up. Break the huddle. Hey, get back here. I don't like that break. You got to clap your hands. You got to do all that stuff.
It is interesting because the picture is labeled
Choir huddle.
right.
Choir huddle.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever even
Anyway.
looked at I don't have my glasses. I can't see
You
that.
can't see the lines.
Those are younger days.
Yeah. The last one. Dear John, I recently told some friends about my dating preferences, and now they're calling me shallow. I have a specific age range in mind, and I'll be honest, it's younger than me. They've got to be fit because I stay in shape and work out. I stay away from the artificial hips and wigs. What's wrong with having preferences? Signed, the golden one.
Well, Mel, there's nothing wrong with having your preferences. But what makes you happy is what makes you happy. I think you do need to be open to other things because you may meet someone that doesn't fit that criteria, but it fits everything else that you want in terms of being able to have conversations, make connections. And so open your mind. Don't be so shallow. I don't think it's shallow.
I think he is opening his mind.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know what I think it is? So I was trying to do some digging on Mel Owens. I don't know the guy, right? His ex-wife, significantly younger than he is. I mean, by 18 years. So
Yeah.
maybe it's just that he had been with somebody so much younger. So that's what he thought, well, because I've been with such a younger woman, I need to still be with a younger woman. And maybe that's where he was coming from. But he definitely came off as shallow. But I thought he looked great last night.
Yeah, I thought he did a great job. It was fun. It was entertaining. Obviously, I'm hooked on it just because I know Mel, and it's going to be interesting for me to see things, knowing his personality, knowing his certain perspectives, and obviously hearing that he wants an active lady, no artificial hips.
That's Dear John. Send them in your questions, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. It's 97.1.
Hey, Lions fans, Heather here to tell you Verizon is helping you get your gear game ready. Now through September 30th, visit a participating Detroit Verizon store and you can score big. Choose an accessory for your phone, tablet, or gaming device worth up to $70 on us with a new phone purchase on select My Plan activations. Think of it, a new phone case, an extra long charging cable, or a portable battery pack to keep you powered up all game day long. Make your move now and switch to the #1 network in Detroit. Visit your local Verizon store today. Only on Verizon, the official 5G network of the Detroit Lions. Accessory offer while supplies last to first customers during promo period. 1 gift per purchase per account. Apple accessories ineligible. See store for additional terms and details. Based on Root Metrics Detroit Root Score Report, 1H 2025. Tested with best commercially available smartphones on 3 national mobile networks across all available network types. Your experiences may vary. Root Metrics rankings are not an endorsement of Verizon.
Lots of texts on the diamond question from Dear John. We got Ross Tucker coming up at 8:02. Help us kick off the weekend of football ahead. We talked a lot about the Tigers. If you missed it, Odyssey Rewind. Long show. We'll get back into them later. And we do have a collection of songs that people have sent in that best describe what's going on with the Tigers. We'll make sure to read those before top of the hour, before we get to Ross.
Sweet.
On the diamonds. Yes, lab-grown diamonds are real diamonds. Please, for the love of God, go with lab-grown. My wife insisted on me buying a lab-grown for our engagement last year. It was big, it was beautiful, and everyone thought I spent 5 times what I actually did. Lab-grown diamonds are diamonds without the death associated from diamond mining. Adam in Toledo, go with the lab-grown. Don't start your marriage off with a lie. Ask her what she wants. Then get her that. If she doesn't expect a proposal, you don't have to buy a ring. Signed, Tom in Flat Rock. Okay.
Communication.
Yes.
Important. Lab-grown diamonds are the reason my wife's $5,000 real diamond ring now retails for like $200. Really diluted the market. Matt in Salem.
Okay. Yeah, but so it does. But your real diamond, I would think, would carry more value because it's real.
I think they do. I don't know enough about.
Yeah.
So this
the
ticket
difference.
texter says it's like a car. He says 99% of the time, all jewelry depreciates as soon as you walk out of the store, just like a new car.
Just emotions and memories, eh?
Lab-grown diamonds are like knockoff designer brands from a street vendor. People can talk about not being able to tell the difference, but fake is fake. There's some pushback on the lab-grown diamonds.
Okay.
On the question of what to do with your work situation when they start asking you to come in early,
Yeah.
and you have kids, and this wasn't what you agreed to, most major companies are purposely forcing people to come home or come to work from home and setting these crazy meeting times to weed out employees without having to fire or lay off people. I have close friends at various positions, Ford, Amazon, Google, that are all experiencing things similar.
Well, that's a dirty way to do it.
It really is.
Yeah, so they just want employees that don't have school-age kids?
Or that are going to go the extra mile
Right.
for the...
And I mean, so, yeah, the bus is always an option. I'm not a big fan of the bus. I didn't really want my kids. We had a bad experience when they were super young, not locally here, but so that's why I was never a proponent of it. That's always an option, but it's always an option too. I mean, like, create relationships with, kids play sports, and generally they play in the community, and you know, hey, this kid goes to the school, and then all of a sudden, hey, is there any chance on Tuesdays and Thursdays that you could pick up my kids? On the other days, I'll do it for your kids.
Yeah. And in terms of like this dynamic of like work from home, a lot of this stuff is changing back. But to me, it's job specific. Like what we do, I think there is a value in the body language and being in the same room as one another. But for people who were just as productive working on their product or, whatever they had to do on the computer, they have a laptop, they have Wi-Fi at home. This cuts out their commute. It frees up their life more. I get being like, I don't want to go back into the office.
I get that, but this particular one was before typical office hours. You're asking this person to come in early in person before your typical start time.
Right.
That's different, I think, than saying, hey, we need you in the office from 9 to 5 from your typical work time. This is like, we need you there at 7:30, which means you most likely need to leave your house, I'm guessing, by at least 7, depending on how far your commute time is. Could be earlier.
So then he said they still work till 5 regardless.
And if you have
can't do the
kids-
kid stuff.
Yeah.
Speaking of kids, this one says, it's a bit frustrating when fellow employees would like preferential treatment because they have children. What about the rest of us who don't have kids and don't get to have these excuses or get to, take days off or get perks like that?
Oh, that's your problem.
I mean, we all have families of some sort, and there's always going to be family emergencies, whether it's with your parents or your grandparents if they're still alive, or aunt and uncle, cousins, whoever.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to have issues
Right,
with
but kids
family things.
are more of a daily thing. Like your grandparent died one time. You getting
Well, perhaps
to
if we had better
skip,
childcare, this wouldn't be an issue.
right, but you getting to skip 2 workday meetings a week because you have kids while someone doesn't because they don't have kids. I get where he's coming from. It's like the people who get to take the smoke breaks because they smoke. Well, if I started smoking, I could work less. That doesn't make any sense. If I had kids, I could work less. That
There's
doesn't
a much
make any
bigger
sense.
issue with childcare.
Oh, I agree with you.
I have a big belief on people. People look at the time spent at a job sometimes too much, like too specifically. Get the job done. I have responsibilities. I get the job done. If I can do that here, I agree. We need to be in person for the show. Other responsibilities, we've become so the technology, I can do everything away.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And in a lot of different forms or formats, you could be more productive if you're not there because of the supercomputer that you hold in your hand.
Right.
Or the tablet, the computer, the video monitoring, internet connections are so much better. Like everything has changed drastically in the last decade.
Yeah, what I don't get is if you're going back to sit in a conference room that just is the same thing that would be your living room or your at-home office.
Well, like, for example, we're putting stuff together for the show. Does it matter if I do 2 Grand Slam questions here or at home?
No, exactly.
I mean, sometimes I do them on the weekend.
Sure.
You know,
Work
people
ahead.
don't know that. It's like, whatever. It's like,
Get the job
balance the workload, get the work done.
Yeah.
And don't, because the other person's sitting there being lazy and procrastinating until 4:45. Well, that's you. That's why you're there still.
How about this explanation? How about they schedule the meeting between 8:30 and 5, their normal working business hours?
Yes.
Agreed.
I agree.
Why does this? we don't know the answer. Why did this meeting have to be at 7:30 in the morning? What's so urgent that it has to be done before business hours?
Right. And it has to extend your day.
Right.
Like if you're expected to come in at 7:30, all right, those of us with kids, we can make adjustments. There are ways to get your kids to school, but if I'm going to come in an hour early, then I should be able to leave at 4 instead of 5.
Yeah, if they're doing an hour early, the boss is probably golfing by noon.
One last one on the ticket text from Dear John. Hey, John, I saw your buddy on The Golden Bachelor last night. He should be the last one looking for preferences. Holy crap, he looks old.
Oh, I didn't think Mel.
Oh, well, I kind of don't agree with that. I think he looks age appropriate. He's 66 years old.
Yeah.
And I think he looks
He's done a
he
good job
looks
of
good
staying
for
in shape.
66 years old. I don't agree with that. I don't think he looked that old.
No.
I think some of the women there looked older than him. And they were
They
older
were.
than
Some
him.
were,
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the songs that best describe what's going on with the Tigers.
I mean, the best one, I think, is Tom Petty.
Free
Free
Fallin'.
Falling.
Yeah,
I mean, that one kind of nails it.
Yeah, people didn't even bother sending it in. It's pretty obvious. This one says the Tigers theme, Last Resort, Papa Roach. Another one, Bites the Dust.
Yeah.
Sure.
Classic.
Heartache Tonight.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Living on the Edge as well. Sugar, We're Going Down Swinging, Fall Out Boy. 19 times the other night. Sure, Going Down Swinging. AC/DC, Highway to Hell.
Yeah. Boy, they're good. I love our ticket texters.
Yeah. We'll take him in the background. We got a busy show today. Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider, former teammate of John Jansen, helps us look ahead to the football weekend next. We'll get to that. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Guardians take a 1-game lead over the Tigers in the Central after a 4th straight loss last night. Make it 8. Double it 5-1 in Cleveland. The Tigers scored first for the 2nd straight night, this time on a Parker Meadows sac fly in the top of the 3rd. But then things would turn the Guardians' way off Jack Flaherty in the bottom of the inning. Dan Dickerson on the call there, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. An RBI single from Stephen Kwan in the 5th. Then a 2-run single for Jose Ramirez in the 7th. Gave the Guardians a couple more insurance runs late. The Tigers still in the last wildcard spot. 1 game up on the Astros, who lost to the A's last night. Tigers look to avoid a sweep in Cleveland tonight. Hear that first pitch at 6:40 right here on 97.1. Around baseball last night, the Mariners beat the Rockies, clinching their first American League West championship since 2001. Cal Raleigh hit his 59th and 60th home runs in that game. A Yankees win over the White Sox, plus a Blue Jays loss to the Red Sox, have now put the Yankees on top of the East. In the National League, the Mets lost last night, but so did the Reds and Diamondbacks, which means New York still has a 1-game lead for the last wildcard spot, and the Phillies hit a club record 8 home runs and a win over the Marlins. That clinched them a first-round bye. Forward Andrew Kopp says the Red Wings have to make the playoffs this season, and anything short of that will be looked at as not good enough. Kopp says making the playoffs is the Wings' only goal, calling this a do-or-die type year. The Wings have their second preseason game against the Sabres at Little Caesars Arena tonight, and the semifinals of the WNBA playoffs continue tomorrow night. Fever Aces and Mercury Lynx are both tied at 1 game apiece. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I love hearing that from Alex Kopp. Make him the general manager. Do or die season. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Govin, Greg behind the glass, Luke Sloan on the updates. It's time to check in with Ross Tucker. He's our Odyssey NFL insider, and you can check out his podcast, the Ross Tucker Podcast, on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Ross, good morning.
Yeah, it is a good morning for you guys. Well, I guess at least from a Lions perspective.
Yeah, let's not talk about our baseball team.
Yeah, come on. You don't have to bring up baseball. We're talking football. That's why we got you here, Ross. So I want to ask you, I do my Power Surge on Wednesday. You do your Power Rankings on Tuesday. Where'd you have the Lions this week?
I think I had them fourth and second in the NFC. That was extremely, extremely impressive the other night. I mean, as encouraging as the beatdown of the Bears probably was, that was another level what they were able to do against the Baltimore Ravens in Baltimore on a Monday night with the Ravens wearing the black jerseys. That just never happens. It just feels like the Ravens never, ever lose those games. And I would say, guys, it wasn't just that they won. It wasn't just, they put up 38 points. It was almost like they out-Ravened the Ravens. I mean, that was an absolute beatdown up front, both sides of the ball. And actually, I lied. I'm looking at my power rankings right now. I have the Lions third. Right now, I have Eagles number 1, Bills number 2, Lions 3, Packers 4, Ravens 5. Then you get into the Colts and Chargers and Rams and Bucks and Chiefs. But it's kind of crazy that, considering where we were a couple weeks ago after that Packers game, that here I am sitting with the Lions right back where they've been in recent years, which is one of the top 3 teams in pro football.
Well, I'm glad to hear that because we agree. I had the Lions at number 3 as well. And, I mean, so for those that want to say, well, head-to-head competition against the Packers, how do you what was the criteria for you to put the Lions above the Packers?
Yeah, so, I mean, head-to-head matters, but the way I always look at it is, who do I think would win if these teams played like a best of 5 or best of 7 in my backyard or in some neutral location right now? And watching the Packers, like, not able to do anything against the Browns and the way they melted down, let's put it this way. The Packers just lost to the Browns, and last I checked, the Lions are 9.5-point favorites over the Browns. So I think that tells you something. Now, obviously, it was an upset, and it was surprising that the Packers lost to the Browns. But I'd be surprised if the Lions lose to the Browns. Although I will tell you guys this. Your buddy Jim Schwartz is coming to town with maybe the best defense in football. Like, wait till you see these guys. They're legitimately good. It's going to be a real test. It's almost going to be like that Green Bay game was week 1 for the Lions. I'm loving that matchup of, in particular, the Browns D-line, which is nasty, and your guy, John, from Michigan, Mason Graham, he just gets better and better every week. I mean, he is becoming a force already. That matchup against the Lions O-line will be awesome. I do think, Graham is more of a penetrator and a pass rusher, so I wouldn't be surprised if the Lions try to run the ball right down the Browns' throat, run it right at them.
Do you think it's going to be a bit of a nail-biter because of their defense, or you think the Lions end up putting them away pretty easy?
I think it's probably a pretty close game, but maybe the Lions score late to win by 2 scores would be my guess. I think, I have a betting podcast, the Even Money betting podcast. I think I took the Browns and the points just because I think their defense is that good. Plus, it's a bad spot for the Lions. You think about it. Now, you could maybe say it about the Packers, the Browns too, because they upset the Packers. But Monday night on the road, physical game against the Ravens, everybody talking about how great they are now, including me on the radio with you guys. It would feel like a decent spot for a little bit of a letdown for the Lions. Not so much that they would lose the game, but I think that's probably the biggest reason why I think that they won't cover the spread. I like the Browns with the points, although I did that on Tuesday, and that's when the Browns were getting 8.5, and now last I checked it was 9.5. So people disagree with me evidently because the money is coming in on the Lions, but that might be just because people were so impressed with
Right.
what they saw on Monday night.
He's Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. You were on the call for the Colts game this last weekend. We're trying to make some sense of just how good they are. You're the perfect person to ask.
Yeah, I think they're really good. Now, I think they're probably just average on defense. They don't really have an edge rusher. That Latu kid that they took in the first round out of UCLA last year, he hasn't really come through for them yet. So their D-line is not like the Browns or the Eagles or the Lions defensive lines. So I think their defense is probably just okay, but their offense is really good. Their O-line, they have a top 5 O-line, but then think about their skill guys. Tyler Warren, the rookie tight end from Penn State, is probably already a top 5 tight end in the NFL. He's fantastic. There is no better running back in the NFL right now than Jonathan Taylor. And then they have a really good mix at receiver with Pittman as kind of the run-after-catch, big-bodied guy. And then, Pierce is the deep threat down. They have a good mix, and this is clearly the best that Daniel Jones has ever played, which, by the way, is there a bigger indictment if you are Brian Daboll or the regime with the Giants than Saquon Barkley leaves, and the first year he leaves, he's the offensive player of the year in the NFL and has more rushing yards than any running back ever in a season if you include the playoffs. And now, I know it's only 3 weeks, guys, but right now, I don't know, Daniel Jones might be the favorite or at least a big-time contender for offensive player of the year. It's like if you're a skill guy for the Giants, it's like you want to leave as fast as possible so you can go have success somewhere else. The Giants right now are like where skill guys go to die.
Levels of desperation. I don't know that we all thought after week 3 that we'd be looking at a Ravens team that's 1-2, a Chiefs team that's 1-2. They match up this weekend. Somebody's going to be 1-3. Who's got the bigger level of desperation going into this game?
Well, that's interesting because I think it's probably the Chiefs just because of how well the Chargers are playing, and the Chargers being undefeated, whereas I think the Ravens are still pretty clearly the best team in that division, right? The Steelers are like a lucky 2-1. The Patriots fumbled on the goal line twice, and they had 5 turnovers. The Browns, you'll see. The Browns have a bunch of rookies playing. They got a good defensive line, but they're not going anywhere. And the Bengals lost Burrow. So the Ravens, I don't know what their record's going to be, but the Ravens are still going to win that division. So, and they're not going to say, well, we'll still win the division, but I don't think they're as desperate as the Chiefs team that, and I know the Chiefs are going to get Worthy back probably this week. That's huge. They'll get Rashee Rice back in a couple weeks after his suspension's over. So I think the Chiefs will probably be fine. But in terms of winning the division, they can't get to 1-3. The Chargers play the Giants, who are starting Jackson Dart in his first start. So the Chargers have a great chance to be 4-0. You can't put yourself in that position if you're the Chiefs, where you're 1-3, Chargers are 4-0, and by the way, the Chargers already have a head-to-head win over the Chiefs. So it's almost like they'd be up by 3.5 games at that point. So it's the Chiefs in my mind for sure.
He's Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL insider. We check in with him every Thursday. Ross, appreciate it. Thanks.
Thanks, bud.
Of course. Great talking with you guys. See ya.
Yep.
97.1.
Hey, you guys, Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration is celebrating 30 years of helping thousands of men across Southeast Michigan to regrow their hair and restore their confidence. And to celebrate, he's giving you up to 30% off any hair transplant to mark the milestone. Dr. B is a true pioneer. He's one of the first to use your own hair to stimulate new growth. What once seemed like science fiction is now changing lives right here in Michigan, and he believes in it so much. Not only has he had the procedure himself, he recently performed it on his own son as well. So forget those outdated methods. No stitches, no staples, no embarrassing scars, just real results with hair you can run your fingers through. He offers the most advanced treatments, including natural therapies that just keep improving, and he guarantees all of them. So the sooner you go to see Dr. B, the more options you're going to have. Book now at MichiganHairRestoration.com. Make sure to mention 97.1 to unlock your exclusive discount for the month of September only.
Every law firm talks about experience. David Feminino has decades of it, going up against insurance companies and winning for his clients. But here's what makes him different. He knows the only experience that really matters is yours. When you're in a car accident, you care about your well-being. You want someone who's going to listen to you, someone who's going to work hard for you, and someone that will get you paid. David gets that. It's your experience that matters. And when he fights for you, not his resume. If you've been injured or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call 855-65-CRASH or visit getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
So this is your submission.
Uh-huh.
This is the song that describes the Tigers?
Yep. It's the end of the world, and we know it. Here it
Sure
comes.
feels that way.
Yeah. It's getting there.
I was going to say, it took longer than I wanted it to. It's all right. We'll get there
That's all right.
together.
Yeah, it's...
Da-da-da-da-da. All right, guys. Tigers, they are not tied for the division lead. And they're only in the playoffs by a game right now. They've lost 8 in a row, 4 to go. And we've been asking people, do you even want them to be in the playoffs? Because there is a lot of resentment and frustration and anger, humiliation. Tiger fans, do you want this team in the playoffs or not?
Well, the easy answer is yes. I think the obvious answer is yes.
There's a lot of people that want to rub their nose in it and have them really deal with the consequences of their actions and miss the playoffs entirely.
And maybe I'm giving them too much credit. Maybe there's no credit should be given. I don't want to use the word assume because it includes me.
You and me.
Yeah. But you got to believe that what they are witnessing, what they are seeing, what they are feeling, what they are living through as an organization, you got to imagine that it hurts more for them than it does for us.
I don't know that.
Well, again, yeah, that's why I say I don't want to make that assumption, but
because they didn't take this seriously enough. So I don't know. But I also don't want to tell people, well, if the Tigers miss the playoffs, you're going to get this reckoning that you think you're going to get. You know, I think, cool, Scott Harris is going to have to face some nastier questions postseason. And what, I get to do a smarmy show on the radio. Like, that's going to pass. The offseason is going to start early for a team that we were celebrating all year. And we'll go another year without Tiger playoff baseball, which is the norm, by the way, John. I was looking it up. In your life, they've only made it 7 times. Yeah. You're going to turn 50 in January. I'm not going to look at my baseball team and say I don't want them to be in the playoffs.
I agree. I mean, it's a long season. Does it feel good right now? Absolutely not. But it's 162. If you get one more than Cleveland, or one more than Houston, then you've done more in 162 than they did, and you deserve to be in the playoffs. It doesn't feel like it because they've lost 8 in a row. They've lost 9 out of 10. And you could even go further than that. You go all the way back to July when this all began. But I would much rather be in a world where our team makes the playoffs versus where they don't.
Agreed. And even if I don't have a great degree of confidence that they'll do anything when they get in the playoffs, I know for a fact if they miss it, they won't go on a run.
Right. There's no chance.
There's a 0% chance. I'll take, even if you told me, Jim, it's a 0.5%. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'd rather have that.
So we're going full Dumb and Dumber. So you're saying there's a chance.
No, and I don't even mean it in this
it's
like
1 in a million.
Right, which is better than 0 in a million.
Yeah.
And,
I agree.
And if they get bounced in the first round, they didn't go as far as they did last year. There's still egg on the face of the front office, and there's still real changes that need to be made. But that's going to be the case regardless here.
Yeah.
So it's just, do you want him in or do you want him out? knock out some phone calls. Dean in Milford, good morning.
Hey, how's it going? Hey, John, I heard you snicker right there. Last week, you guys made a comment when I got off, and I'll reiterate the comment with, I agree with accountability, and I think that honesty and truth is important, and your feelings don't matter. So with that being said, Scott Harris said, I just need to make the playoffs, right? Cool. Don't make the playoffs. I don't want you in the playoffs. I want you to come back out and tell everyone the next stupid thing that you have to say, because if it's just about making the playoffs, then what's the point? What's the point of playing if only making the playoffs is your goal? That's useless. No one plays for that. Who talks about, they made the reason the Red Wings were talked about for making the playoffs for 25 years straight is because during most of those 25 years, there was a chance of winning the Stanley Cup. So we got to be fans of the Red Wings that decided, the regular season doesn't matter anymore. The season starts in the playoffs. Yankees fans do the exact same things. So there's this trend of winning teams that don't want you in the playoffs unless you have a chance of winning the whole thing. And it's no longer, it's a sign of growth. No, it's not. You stumbled in last year because someone else epically failed. You had the opportunity to be successful and do a great thing this year, and you turned around and epically failed. You're garbage. I hope you don't make the playoffs.
Yeah, but if you're going to do the thing about I don't care about your feelings are I'm angry at this team that they shouldn't make the playoffs. And it cuts both ways. Let's go to Richard in Berkeley. Richard, good morning.
All right. Well, I guess I'm following up on that a little bit. I've been waiting not for them to crater like this, but waiting for the wheels to come off for a while, because if you go position by position with them, they have 5 guys that would play or contribute on a real playoff team, and the rest of them, they're all role players or 4A players. And once the pitching staff got decimated a couple months ago, some form of crash was inevitable. And so if they don't make the playoffs, I'm not going to be sad about it all, because if they make it, they're going to likely get wiped out, and it's going to be probably an embarrassment at a national level and a waste of viewership.
But hold on. I want to go back to something you just said. A national embarrassment, right?
Isn't the national embarrassment that they have this epic collapse and don't make the playoffs? That's more of an embarrassment than anything else.
I find them almost equal, because if they happen to make it in and then get knocked out in 3 games, it's just as bad as if they don't make it. There's not going to be any joy or fun in watching. There won't be the anticipation of they're going to get out of the first round. There's no reason.
I agree with that.
Have any hope?
I agree that you'll go in with little to no hope. You'll go in expecting to be bounced immediately. There won't be the same juice anticipation of playoff baseball.
But there's
but if you want to talk about, I don't want my team to be humiliated. Like, the humiliation is missing entirely when you spent all year in first place.
But there's a road right now the Astros and A's play today at 3:30. The Tigers play at 6:40. The Tigers will know the result. If the Astros lose, the Tigers can knock the wild card number down to 1 and still have a chance at the division, although that's a little far-fetched. But that opens up the world of not having to pitch Schoolable Sunday, and you get to pitch them game 1 in a wild card series. And I think that's an equalizer there. No matter how bad this team is playing, if he can get 7 and you get your Finnegan and Vest pitches good, that's a big, you don't have to score much. And then all of a sudden you're looking at a completely different world.
And if they lose, all other collapses, and it doesn't matter the sport, they will all be compared to the 25 Tigers.
Danny McComb, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Good.
Good. Hey, quick point. I'm in full agreement with you guys that if they make the playoffs, even if they're not on their A game, it wasn't a waste of a season. It gives some validity to the season. But as a season ticket holder and the other 50,000 people that got to pay a lot of money to go down there, I'm hoping they don't make the playoffs, because I don't want to pay for it. I'm not gonna pay. I'm not going if they make the playoffs. I'm paying for that. With like what the other caller before me said, there's no anticipation of even hope for me. It's like they've tuned out. So I've tuned out as a paying season ticket holder. Then I'm not going to pay for that.
Well, it doesn't sound like they're going to have any home playoff games anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, if the season ended today,
right, they'd be on the road.
They'd be in the playoffs, but they'd be on the road.
Right, but if they win in a 5-game series, you're going to get.
Even if they win 1 game away, wouldn't that bring?
No, the whole wild card series
will be,
is,
3 games will be,
all
but
in one city.
Right. Yeah. So if they win that series,
It's like Danny. It's like last year. The first round, the wild card round, was all in Houston.
Right.
And Detroit won the games in Houston and advanced.
Yeah. So it'd likely be in New York or back in Cleveland.
Cleveland. Could you imagine? Matthew in Rochester. Good morning.
Morning, fellas. How you guys doing today?
Good.
Good. For me, longtime Tigers fan, obviously, like everyone else calling in too. Just for me, the thing is, a lot of people don't understand. Yes, they don't deserve it. They haven't been playing well, but I think that they should go to the playoffs. And I think that the experience that they'll gain in the playoffs for another year is very valuable. I understand that maybe is a loser mentality right now, but thinking about the experience that they can gain with this young core, going to the playoffs again, I think that's very invaluable, and a lot of people don't really see that. But playing in the playoffs is a whole other animal, right? So I think that, getting that experience with Riley and Torque and these younger guys is very, very valuable, and I don't know if a lot of people are seeing that point.
Matt, I would disagree with your comment that it's a loser mentality. I think wanting them not to get to the playoffs, that's the loser mentality.
Right.
That is the mentality of, I don't care, just lose, I don't want to see them in the playoffs. That's total BS.
Yeah, the loser mentality is just keep losing.
Yeah.
What could be more loser mentality than lose? I mean, winning to get in the playoffs is preferable. There is also a world where they lose and get in the playoffs because they
still have a game and a half lead on Houston.
Yeah. Could you imagine if this team lost out? It would be 12 straight losses and made the playoffs.
Yeah.
Then you have the awkwardness of like, hey, the champagne's over here, but we really shouldn't be celebrating this. You can't celebrate if you lose 12 straight and make the playoffs, right?
It would be a very muted celebration. It should be behind closed doors.
Tone deaf. Maybe don't. Yeah. Well, anyway. 248-539-9797. Tiger fans, you want to be in? Or you just want them to miss at this point? You can be honest if that's how you're feeling. Replacing a roof isn't something most of us look forward to. It's a big investment. And that's why choosing the right company matters. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have trusted Shaner Roofing. Here's why. Not only are they local experts with a proven track record, but every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. That means your investment's protected for as long as you live in the home and even if you sell it. Plus, Shaner Roofing has earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy customers. That doesn't happen without the trust of people over decades. You build it with quality work and customer care. So, if your roof's leaking, if it's aging, if you're just ready for peace of mind, go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com, powered by Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts. All right, we were just huddled up here for a second. We'll get back to the phone calls, but it was kind of this like moment of a lot still has to be sorted out here. Nobody believes the Tigers are playing good baseball.
Nope.
But if they win today, we keep saying this, if they win today, they stop the bleeding. If they win today, they would draw even with the Guardians.
I just can't emphasize enough how important, like if the Astros lose during the afternoon and the
play at 3
Tigers know
o'clock.
that and they go out and play tonight and they don't respond, I mean, what the AJ's got to, I mean, he's got to use that. Like that's got to fire them up. They'll basically be hitting the field when that game's over.
Yeah, the alternative, though, is the Astros win.
Right.
And then it puts them tied with the Tigers for the last playoff spot. And then,
which should motivate him even more.
Well, you'd
But
hope
AJ,
so.
it's simple for AJ. He can say, guys, they lost. The magic number's down to 1 if we win. Let's go.
Yeah.
Right. Because
do you really want this? Do you want to
Yeah.
play in postseason baseball?
Well, and that's the question we've asked the listeners.
Yep.
Do you want this? Like, it's a crazy question to ask, but John, we've gotten so much vitriol and frustration from Tiger fans who think if they miss the playoffs, then they can rub Scott Harris's nose in it, that they'll get real change in the offseason, and they get their pound of flesh. They're mad, and they want the Tigers to feel mad. They're sad, so they want this to be a sad ending to the season. It's very emotional. I don't agree with them. I don't think Scott Harris is going to have his brain chemistry altered in the offseason. I don't think he's going to lose his job. I don't think him having to face the music for 48 hours on talk radio and 45 minutes at a press conference is worth missing the playoffs entirely. No, I'm not selling people a dream or a hope that they're going to go on a deep run, but it sure beats the alternative, which is we did this whole thing for nothing. They didn't even make the playoffs. And making the playoffs is not how you define success, but it's something the franchise has very rarely done. John, you will turn 50 in January. They have made it 7 times in your life.
I appreciate you keep bringing that point up.
Well, it's just a nice little benchmark. Happy early
Nice
birthday.
round number.
Nice round number. Let's get to Dean in Dearborn Heights. Dean, good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
What's
good?
I mean, come on. There are no team leaders on this Tiger team. No. In the hitting area, no, there's none. In the pitching area, everybody's counting on Scooble. Cleveland has Ramirez and Kwan.
Yep.
And everybody is on board. Okay, so, you know, you got Captain Strikeout Green. Is he a leader? No.
Captain Strikeout. Like the worst superhero ever.
I have never seen a team that swings at balls and lets the strikes go down the middle. The worst teams in the baseball league figures the Tigers out, you know. And my only question is, does this reflect on the hitting coach?
Which one? They have 3.
Well,
I don't care.
No, that was me being a jerk. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm not
sorry.
No, you're good.
You know,
I agree with you. Like, I think the approach at the plate has been putrid. And you would think after they struck out 19 times in the first game of this road trip that they would have bounced back last night with a much more inspired performance. They scored 1 total run.
And I agree right now it feels like there's zero leadership from the players' perspective. I'm not talking about AJ. I'm not talking about the front office. I'm just talking about the guys that are on the field. But it's also in large part the same group of guys that put together a great run last year.
It just feels like a completely different.
It does.
I know.
But so I can't sit here and say, well, there's no leadership from the players. Well, where did they get it from last year?
Well, last year, the difference was you got to play the role of the plucky underdog, right? You don't have to steady the ship. You're not supposed to be here. You play free, fast, and loose.
Well, maybe now they're the underdog, and all of a sudden today, because they are not the favorites to win the division, they're not in the lead in the division.
18% chance to win the division per
Maybe now all of a sudden, hey, throw caution to the wind, and we finally let our hair down and play.
We got to get that down to 0.1%, then we'll play our best baseball.
Well, I mean, yeah, you lose today, and it's right there.
No kidding. Tim in Sterling Heights, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. You know, I don't understand the mentality of Tiger fans rooting for us to lose and not to make the playoffs. The real humiliation is blowing this huge lead and not getting to the playoffs.
Yep.
So I just don't understand it. And, you know, when you think about it, they had that long stretch, the first one where they lost a bunch and Cleveland caught up a bit. And then we went on a long stretch of winning. So, am I saying it's likely? No. But it's not. It's possible that they get their swing back or the groove back. I don't know. But
it beats the alternative is the point.
Team,
yeah.
This is your team. And I got a favor to ask of John there.
Yeah, what's that?
Can we take away the turd moniker from Costa and give it to these yahoos that don't want us to get to the playoffs? That's your team. You don't root against your team, dudes.
Yeah,
I'm in favor of this. Let's do that. Yes.
I think it could be a cosign. There could be a couple of them. Not going to let you off the hook completely. But, Tim, I agree with you. It's a loser mentality. And if you don't want your team into playoffs, then I think you are entering turd territory.
This ticket texter just says, could you imagine the world they win out? The emotional roller coaster it would put everybody on.
Oh, my gosh.
Again, nobody's predicting it, but it is possible.
We have an example in sports in less than a calendar year on why you get in. Can you guys figure it out?
Wait, say that again?
Across all sports?
It's college and pro. It's college.
Ohio State?
Yeah.
Humiliated to Michigan, still found a way.
Radio in Columbus on that Monday.
They wanted Ryan Day fired. Not that different than the Scott Harris phone calls we're taking.
Yeah. Now, you can argue that Ohio State team was more talented than the Tiger team,
sure.
You're crossing sports over. But it's the reason you get in.
Because anything can happen at that point.
Yeah, you let the Big Ten championship play out. You let you get let the seedings fall where you want them to, and you go, right? That's why you get in. You have it, Dan Campbell, everybody loves him in this town. 99% of people, and he says, just get in the tournament.
Yep. Yeah. Just get in the tournament. You never know what can happen.
248-539-9797. Let's get to Keith and Grosse Ile, who wants to make that similar point.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Dan Campbell. And to answer your question, do I want the Tigers to make the playoffs? Hell yes. And, John, you know this, being an athlete. When you win and you're number one for, since April, that's a lot to hold on to. And then now it's gone downhill, and it's fleeting. It's something. They're making silly mistakes. Well, you know what? You've lost it. It's gone. You're in second place. Well, you got 4 games left. So LFGTIGERS. Boys, if you're listening, win all 4. I believe in you. The rest of the town should believe in you. Let's go.
Yeah, there's still games to be played. They still have a chance. They don't necessarily control their own destiny for winning the division, but they control their own destiny about being in the playoffs. And I'm right there with them. Let's go. You got 4 games. Get it done.
Ticket texters. It's not that I don't want them to go. I just don't care anymore. They aren't fun, Derek in Livonia.
They haven't been a fun watch all season long. It was fun winning. There's no question about it, but we talked about this at the beginning of the year. It's not like they are lighting the scoreboard on fire. They were winning games because they were disciplined. They've lost all discipline, whether it's plate discipline, or it's discipline in the field. They are not doing the things that they did at the beginning of the year to give them a chance to win games, and they were taking advantage of those chances.
But there are reset buttons, you know, and it just takes that one moment sometimes to flip this thing, and it's just stupid. We've been on this ride, and it's been horrible lately. But to give up now, look, is this going to happen? No, and get in and have success? Probably not. But you take the chance. I mean, we saw it in 2006 with the Cardinals. I was hearing Caputo last night. I forgot the details. They lost Mike Mulder for the season. He was one of the best pitchers in baseball. They limped in with 83 wins, and stuff happens.
Yeah. Texas says, I don't understand these callers and fans that aren't at least wanting a shot in a tournament. Humiliating, absolutely, but who knows what happens if they get in.
Yeah.
Texter puts it simply. Baseball is like sex. More is better, even if we aren't great at it. Jim and Grosse Point, you're next up. What's going on?
Hey, good morning. Yeah, I think you have to root for the Tigers to make the playoffs. I mean, it's good for the city, it's good for Detroit, it's good for everybody. The one point I would make, just to kind of gang or pile on the GM, is we needed to get a good right-handed hitter. The Tigers don't really have anybody in their lineup that opposing pitchers fear pitching to. Like when you're playing Cleveland, you really don't want to pitch to Quan, and you really don't want to pitch to Ramirez. Yankees have Judge. I mean, we really needed one player in our line.
One right-handed bat.
Walleye.
I'm going to do it. You asked for it. One right-handed bat.
Walleye. The whole right-handed bat thing.
I immediately looked over there. It's just
walleye.
Dave in Ortonville, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good morning, Dave.
Hey, I 100% agree with the last few callers. I have no idea why anyone would not want us to make the playoffs.
Losers.
Number one, yeah, well, it doesn't make any sense. It's not like we're going to get a super draft pick or anything crazy out of it. It just comes down to us looking like a bunch of idiots if we don't make it. But, however, I also like that the 2006 Cardinals just got brought up because by no means is this Tiger team the 2006 Tigers, but we also collapsed right before we got to the playoffs after we came out of nowhere and then lost. I think we had to go to Kansas City and win one game or something. They were god-awful. Somehow or another, we collapsed there, got in as a wild card, got hot, and then sat for too long. So I'm not even scared of – obviously, I think it would be great to win the division. But if we end up with a wild card, more than likely we end up going to Cleveland. Hopefully we don't have to go to Toronto or I guess what would be New York. But we go to Cleveland again as a number standpoint. What are the chances of us continuing to keep losing there? So I'd say we get in.
We can't lose 10 in a row to the Guardians, can we? You're like playing Cleveland right now sounds like a root canal. I want no part of it. I'm so sick of facing this Guardians team.
Hey, you're the one that says they're going to the dentist, no big deal.
Listen, I'd rather go to Brightside than go to Cleveland. How about that?
I'll say this, and we can get more clarity on this tomorrow based on today's results on potential opponents, if they win especially. But I want Cleveland. I want Scooble going game one in Cleveland because I think if you win it, the switch flips. I do.
I thought we said that last week, and I thought we said that this week, and sure, I suppose it could happen next week. I'm Guardianed out, to be clear. I know that's the most likely scenario. I would prefer to not face the Guardians.
Who have we beaten in the regular season? The Yankees.
The Astros.
We
the Red
haven't
Sox.
beaten.
Yeah, but this streak started with a loss of the Yankees.
Okay, but was it with the 23-2 or 23-3 point differential going into the third game?
And Trump showed up.
No, stop.
Oh, here we go.
Hey, I want to highlight the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing our listeners this month. Looking for a stylish SUV? You can lease a new Buick Encore GX or a stunning new Buick Envista for just $199 a month. Both are exceptional by design. Find your perfect Buick. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. Tax, title, license, dealer fees, and optional equipment are not included. Dealer sets final price. Must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles at participating dealers only. Residency restrictions apply. Visit GMCofferinfo.com. That's GMCofferinfo.com for more details.
5-1 final. Tigers have lost 8 in a row. Game out of the division. Game up for a playoff spot. We asked you guys, do you want them to make it? There's a lot of frustration, a lot of people angry. And, John, you know what I think it comes down to? People are more angry at Scott Harris than they are a Tiger fan. Like, their fandom has been taken over by their hatred of Scott Harris and the need to see him punished for his deadline. And trust me, I didn't like his deadline. I rant and rave and yell and scream about it almost every day. At the same time, I'm a Tiger fan first. I'd rather them get in.
And I don't even know what those consequences would be because I don't think he's going to be fired over this.
No. You could argue he should, but let's talk about reality. He won't be.
Right. And so how is a president of baseball operations operating as GM as well? What does accountability look like? Like, is there a mandate given by ownership that says you have to do X, Y, and Z? And then how does he go about that?
Like, part of me almost wonders if he weasels into we'll see, we weren't that good, so it's a good thing we kept our farm system.
Well, your job is to make the playoffs. See, that's why he makes the playoffs. He gets wiggle room. I don't think there's a chance in heck he would be fired.
I don't think so either.
I don't. So texters are bringing that in, and some callers have. It's not realistic.
But they're hoping to shame him into changing his ways.
I'll tell you what. Humiliation makes people start acting differently. And this would be humiliating. Yeah. And we saw that play out with the Detroit Lions. Right?
I think
it did to a degree with Mike Ilitch back in the day. And it took a few years for it to get going. But when he got challenged publicly because of the whole Randy Smith era and all that stuff, he changed.
I guess I wish I knew that would happen. Because what I think is going to happen if they miss the playoffs is we're going to get to let out a lot of hate for 48 hours, and then they're going to go back to doing what they were doing anyway. So I'd rather them make the playoffs in that world than not. You know?
He's still not going to make some irrational free agent spend. Because you don't want to do a Javi again. Something like that. I do think you'll see them change their philosophy some if they don't make it.
So some ticket texts I want to get to before the phones. This one says everyone wants Yzerman to just get in, but now all of a sudden nobody wants the Tigers to just get in.
Right.
Comparing them to the Lions. Could you imagine the Lions being in this spot and us rooting against them to make the playoffs the last week of the season? Come on, guys. It's one thing if you can't make the playoffs, and I in the past have argued, hey, lose for draft position.
Yeah.
But that's once the playoffs are mathematically off the table. We're not there yet, and I'm not worried about some baseball draft.
And I'm still...
I know you don't even want to win in that spot.
Yeah.
How funny. The discussion about not making the playoffs is should the Lions go 0-16 or win one game? It's not, because the playoffs are still in play right now. 0-16 versus 1-15, the playoffs were never on the table.
Right, but so if you miss the playoffs, and until the Browns did it again, everything was compared to the 0-16 season for the Lions. In fact, some still are. And now, if you don't make the playoffs, until somebody else has a more epic fail at the end of a season, everything in every sport is going to be compared to, oh, this is an epic fail, but was it as bad as the 25 Tigers?
And you've made that point. People want to see the Tigers humiliated by missing the playoffs.
Do you want it to be repeated and thrown in your face for decades to come?
Yeah. Let's get to Alex in Lake Orion. Alex, good morning.
Fellas, thanks for taking my call. They absolutely have to get in. Sports are a complete oddity, and you never know what's going to happen when you get in. How many of us Lions fans were begging for the Lions to draw the Washington Commanders last year? We thought they were going to boat race them, and you never know what's going to happen. So, there's some pride in this clubhouse, even if it's not showing right now. They've been getting their butts kicked by Cleveland, but you never know what's going to happen if you play a team 3 times in the span of a week and a half. It's starting to look that way. Also, I want to point out, the Detroit Tigers have only made the playoffs 13% of the time in their team's history since 1901. So none of us fans should be so bougie enough to say, no, forget it, we're not going to make it. You got to get in whenever you can. You got to enjoy it whenever you can. And I got one more date for you, Cookies. September 10th, 2016, CMU, Oklahoma State. Sometimes you just need one last gasp of breath to do something magical.
Oh, such a beautiful day.
Hey, your best friend?
I think we just became best friends.
I was going to say, I'm loving that little throwback.
So you guys were talking about biggest collapses ever. It ties the Red Sox in 78. They did play game 163.
Okay.
So they didn't
a little different.
Blow it completely in the regular season. I wonder if that makes the Tigers worse. If the Tigers don't lose on a tiebreaker,
This is my point,
they
though.
get a full collapse.
So, and what are we? I'm not going to do the math on the air. We're 57 years later. Is that right?
Wait, since 78?
Since 68.
Oh, 68.
68, yeah. And this is like, so, I mean, for the next 50 years, if they make this collapse, are we going to now be comparing every collapse at the end of every season to, well, it's not as bad as the 25 Tigers? Like that is what is at risk. If you want to sit there and say, nah, we want to lose out, we don't want to make the playoffs, you will be the punchline. You will be the comparison, the low bar comparison for years, decades to come.
You know what the key is? Some people think Scott Harris will be the one to wear it, and sure, he will. But that lives on whether he's here or not.
The city wears it.
We all wear it. This is absolutely ludicrous and pathetic that we're here. And he is right. He said bougie. We're not bougie enough. Yeah, we're not too good to make the playoffs.
Right.
Let's get to Joe in Canton. Joe, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Joe.
I'm surprised no one else brought this up, but I keep going back to what Scott Harris said after he did very little at the trade deadline. Do you remember what he said?
Tell us.
He said, "We'll see if I was right." How outrageous was that? It was like he was conducting some kind of experiment to try to show that he's smarter than everyone else, and he was using the hearts of Tiger fans as his guinea pigs.
Joe,
so I want them to fail to make the playoffs because I want them to feel your wrath at the end of the season press conference, and I don't want to ever hear anything like that from him again.
Cookies, you going to go?
Go to the press conference?
Yeah.
Are they going to do it in public, or is it going to be like one of those Zoom deals? I don't know.
Just the beat writers.
Does that include Rieger?
No.
To his point about the press conference Scott Harris already did at the trade deadline, I was listening back to some of it yesterday because we were going to go back and use some clips. I think if we aired it in its entirety, people would be very angry to hear him talk the way he did at the deadline. I think people have forgotten just all of the things he said. He said the moves we're not making are betting on guys we do have. Oops. Talked about, our bullpen is so much better. Oops. We mash. We don't need to add a bat. Oops. And he said all of these things. If we played his press conference again, first of all, it's too long. But if we played it in its entirety, I think people would be like furious right now. If you go back and hear any of it, it just burns people up. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers lose more ground in the Central. 8th straight loss now, 5-1 last night in Cleveland. The Tigers are now 1 game back of the Guardians with Cleveland in possession of the tiebreaker, so this essentially 2 games in the division. The Tigers scored first again last night on a Parker Meadows sac fly in the top of the 3rd, but the starter Jack Flaherty gave up a 2-run home run in the bottom of the inning, then another run in the 5th to make it 3-1 Guardians. Then in the 7th, Cleveland blew it open. Dan Dickerson on the call there, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Tigers remain in the last wildcard spot, 1 game up on the Astros, who lost to the A's last night. The Tigers look to avoid a sweep in Cleveland tonight. Here first pitch at 6:40. The pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Red Wings have their second preseason game tonight, hosting the Buffalo Sabres at Little Caesars Arena. The Wings are 1-0 in the preseason after a win over the Blackhawks on Tuesday. You can hear puck drop at 7 o'clock over on WWJ. Ypsi native and former number 1 recruit Amani Bates signing a 1-year contract with the Philadelphia 76ers. The 21-year-old Bates, who went to Ypsi Lincoln High School in Eastern Michigan, will have a chance to make the Sixers roster in camp. Bates spent his first 2 seasons with the Cleveland Cavaliers, playing 25 games and averaging 3 points a game, and call this an archaeological dig at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Crews there were tearing up the track in Turn 2, fixing some bumps when they found historic bricks original to the track and installed in 1909. The bricks have been covered up since being paved over in 1937. Now, it turns out that most of the 3.2 million bricks used to build the track in 1909 still remain under today's track surface at the famed Brickyard. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
After a steamy summer, be ready for the first blast of winter cold. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical will do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly and, more importantly, safely. Right now, it's only $79. That's $30 off the regular price, so give them a call because the spots are going to fill up quickly, and we know fall, winter, right around the corner. Don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, and generators as well, all at discounted prices, so give them a call now. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Get back to the Tigers, but first, Heather with the news.
So there's a Michigan restaurant that has made a list of the most essential and influential restaurants across the country. So on Tuesday, Eater released a list of these restaurants, like I said, across the country, deemed most essential and influential over the past 20 years, and only one Michigan restaurant is on it. So the list includes 38 places, from fine dining restaurants to like barbecue joints and pizzerias, and a Detroit pie shop. Sister Pie in Detroit's West Village neighborhood is on this list. It's known for its stunning pies and also a place to get cookies, various baked goods. The list says, you know, they all have one thing in common, and I'm saying this, but I don't know where the sentence is that I'm trying to find. But
who doesn't love pie?
Anyway, oh yeah, okay. An indisputable impact on restaurant culture is what they all have in common. So if you haven't been there, which I haven't, I know they like closed down for took a little hiatus.
Yeah, I'm on their website right now. It says they're going to be back October 5th.
So they were closed. They were selling goods at like Eastern Market though. You can still get these pies, and then they're planning to reopen. So if you haven't been there, probably worth checking them out.
Sounds like it.
A General Motors engineering building will be closed for the rest of the week after 2 employees tested positive for Legionnaire's disease. So the Cole Engineering building in Warren tested positive for the presence of the bacteria, which is associated with the disease, through a third-party lab and select samples. Basically, GM said in a statement that they're working to obviously rid the building of illness. Did not say when that building will reopen, but obviously closed through at least this week. They do say symptoms can take 2 to 14 days after exposure to appear. So there is still
And what are
a
symptoms?
risk. It's all a respiratory.
Yeah, I was going to say, dumb question. What is Legionnaire's disease?
It's a serious upper respiratory infection caused by this specific bacteria. That's all I got for you.
Okay.
All right, then.
Coughing.
Go to WebMD.
Hacking.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Shortness of breath,
things like
probably
that.
stuff like that.
A Detroit youth cheerleading team season has been
Organization,
canceled after it really never even got to start. This newly merged Tigers Spartans United cheer team was canceled abruptly due to questions about where money that was paid by parents for things like uniforms and equipment actually has gone, because the girls never received any of it. So now the whole season has been canceled. These girls can't cheer. The football is still being played, obviously. Detroit PAL is investigating the situation. It sounds like it's something to do when 2 of these teams merge together to create a new team. Where this money is gone, I mean, it sounds like they're working to maybe give refunds, but it's still a shame for the kids because they're out of the actual activity. They can't participate in their sport.
Well, I wonder if this happens more often than gets reported, like money in these youth sports that goes missing. Where is it being put towards?
Yeah.
This is obviously a very
Who's
public
depositing
example.
It? Where, but also like, what account is it going into? And
Right.
who's in charge
We've
of
never
said
experienced
accounts?
it with the organizations that our kids have been a part of, and haven't really heard that much of it. So I don't know if it's something that happens frequently. It's just too bad it's happening for them.
For sure. Hey, Barkside Dog Park is opening its second location in Southfield this weekend. So after months of transforming a building on 11 Mile near Greenfield, Barkside is officially opening with this big celebration on Saturday. So the new location includes 5,000 square feet of indoor space, 8,000 square feet of outdoor space for the dogs to run off leash. And then when you're inside, you can enjoy the Wi-Fi, televisions, and there's a bar, so you can enjoy drinks. To celebrate the first week of business, dogs will be allowed to visit the facility for free, and guests who already have a monthly or annual membership can enjoy a $1 glass of champagne in celebration. So you can go and check out all their prices and what's included. Obviously, your dogs have to be up to date on their vaccines. They need to be at least 6 months old, spayed or neutered. But you can get day passes, monthly passes, annual passes. Pretty cool, I think.
That's Heather with the news. All right, guys, we'll open up the phone lines again. Get back into the Tigers. Lost again last night. Tigers lost again. 8 in a row.
Yep.
And just so we're all clear on where they stand, they are a game out in the division, a game up for the last playoff spot. There are 4 games to go. They'll play Cleveland later. If you've already resigned the division and your only hope is the wild card, Houston's the team you need to pay most attention to. They lost last night. They were shut out. They've lost 5 in a row. They can't get out of their own way. You got the Tigers and the Astros looking at one another. Does anybody want to find a way to grab the last playoff spot?
Well, right now it appears the answer is no.
No.
Somebody will get in, and if they lose out, if both teams lose out, then the Tigers are the lucky winners of a playoff spot.
So, people, think about what he just said. There's a world where the Tigers could lose out and make the playoffs if Houston can't get their act together, which is a humiliating place to be in, where you can't win and you're relying on someone else being bad, but it would put them in the playoffs, and then you'd have this awkwardness of like, are we popping champagne when we make the playoffs if we lose 12 in a row? Are we popping champagne, period, after blowing the division lead?
Behind closed doors, they can do whatever they want. Just don't let cameras in there.
Yeah, it'd be kind of a rough look.
It would be, yes, it would be a very rough look. And it'd be a very weird celebration. Obviously, you're celebrating getting into the postseason, which you'd think you would do, but on the heels of losing a 14-game lead in the division to a team that's not in contention, but the team that is in contention, you had a 15.5-game lead over.
Yeah, and it's this idea of, okay, you're in, are you celebrating being in? That's kind of a question we've posed to people today, and the response has been great, and it's, I would say, pretty tense on both sides. There's a lot of traction on the question, do you want the Tigers to make the playoffs? People are hurt, and they want to see the team taught a lesson, and they don't want this team to make the playoffs, and they're lashing out. And then the other side of the coin is, well, yeah, but I could be mad at my team. I'm still a fan of my team. I'd rather them be in than out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, look, they've struggled to make the playoffs in their history. It's rare that this team is in the postseason. And you never know. Playoff baseball is weird. No one's predicting a World Series run, but you'd rather be in than out, right? That's the side I'm on. That's the side that John's on.
Yes.
But it's I'm telling you, we've gotten a lot of people who say these guys have.
I can't understand that mentality. And I do understand the frustration. I understand the anger. I understand the humiliation. But I would much rather be in the postseason than packing up the U-Haul and going away for the offseason and getting ready for vacation. Like, if you have a chance to play a game, you have a chance to win that game. Now, whether it's likely or not, whoever you play in the postseason, if it's in Cleveland, if it's in New York, I don't really want to go to Toronto, but if you're playing the game, you have a chance.
Yeah, like, okay, you, our team, always go out and win. To me, there are instances where I'll root against my team. We're mathematically eliminated from the playoffs. Okay, well, the only edge is improving your draft position if you're, a football team or a basketball team, something where the draft can be significant for the very next season. I can't make the playoffs, fine, I'll root against my team. I'd also root against my team if I felt like I could see real change. Like, I was so mad at the Matt Patricia Detroit Lions. Get his ass out of here. I want him fired. Rooting against him. Scott Harris and A.J. Hinch and Jeff Greenberg are all going to be here in leadership positions next year for the Detroit Tigers. So you're not rooting for them to lose so that you see people fired. You're rooting for them to lose so that Scott Harris has to face questions and vitriol on the radio.
Yeah.
Which, hey, I get it. I'm mad at him too. But does that supersede your fandom for your team, wanting them to continue their season? Right? Season doesn't have to end this week.
No.
I'd rather it not.
In my opinion, I mean, the reason you play 162 is there's going to be ebbs and flows of the season. We don't want to end on a flow, I guess you'd say.
Is ebb the good and flow the bad?
Ebb and flow, yeah. But there's ups and downs, and you would much rather end on an up versus a down. But they built up a cachet of wins through 100 games, through 110 games. I don't even know. But they did well at the beginning of the season. They were winning series. They were winning games. They were sweeping series. And now all of that cachet that they built up is gone. But it's all part of the season. And all you have to do when the season starts, the goal is to have one more win than anybody else in your division so you can win your division.
As ugly as it may be.
Now, you'd love it to be a 10-game lead. You'd love it to be 15.5 games.
Because then you'd like your chances when you get in the playoffs.
Right. And if you can't win the division, then you want it to be a one-game lead over whoever is next to get into that wild card spot.
This text says, so if the Tigers make the playoffs and lose right away, raise a banner for a participation trophy? No one's going to celebrate the season if they get bounced in the first round of the playoffs.
No, and we still want them to win in the postseason.
Yeah.
And it may be unlikely. It feels like they're never going to win another game.
And John, spoiler alert, whether they get in the playoffs, miss the playoffs, win a series, win 2 series, we're still going to look at this offseason and call for dramatic additions. Yep. Regardless. So the idea that them missing is somehow going to shift the offseason, they're going to need the help regardless. Text says, I hope they miss because I want Harris and the Illiches to have to wear this as a scarlet letter for the rest of their careers to live in baseball infamy. Yeah, well, so do Tiger fans, the city of Detroit, and a lot of good people who just want their team to win. Ticket Texter says, I want the Tigers to lose so you'll talk football. I'm sick of the Tigers. This is football season.
Well, we'll get back to football tomorrow.
I hope they miss the playoffs. Pathetic team. Tigers will get smoked by Cleveland this weekend. Or not. The Lions will get smoked by Cleveland this weekend because Cleveland owns Detroit right now. It's Murphy's Law. Mike in Schwartz Creek.
Whoa. I disagree with that. I mean, the Tigers have not done us any favors, but we still own the state of Ohio.
People are worked up. 248-539-9797. Tiger fans, do you want to make the playoffs? Do you want to miss the playoffs? How you feeling? It's 97-1.
Hey, Lions fans, Heather here to tell you Verizon is helping you get your gear game ready. Now, through September 30th, visit a participating Detroit Verizon store and you can score big. Choose an accessory for your phone, tablet, or gaming device worth up to $70 on us with a new phone purchase on select My Plan activations. Think of it, a new phone case, an extra long charging cable, or a portable battery pack to keep you powered up all game day long. Make your move now and switch to the #1 network in Detroit. Visit your local Verizon store today. Only on Verizon, the official 5G network of the Detroit Lions. Accessory offer while supplies last to first customers during promo period. 1 gift per purchase per account. Apple accessories ineligible. See store for additional terms and details. Based on Root Metrics Detroit Root Score Report 1H 2025, tested with best commercially available smartphones on 3 national mobile networks across all available network types. Your experiences may vary. Root Metrics rankings are not an endorsement of Verizon.
Tiger manager A.J. Hinch, it is the reality.
Mm-hmm.
In the playoffs by 1.5 games, they have the tiebreaker with Houston. Astros will play today 3:30.
Yes.
And the Tigers play at night, so that half game will move.
They'll know more before they take the first pitch.
And we want to know what you guys rooting for right now. There's a lot of anger, a lot of frustration, a lot of venting, lashing out, and saying, you know what, this team deserves to miss the playoffs, and I hope they miss the playoffs and rub their nose in it and teach them a lesson. And then you got a lot of pushback from people going, hey, at the end of the day, I hate the way they're playing. I'm not happy about it. I don't believe they're going on a run, but Tigers missed the playoffs a lot in my life. I'd like to at least see them get in and not waste the entire season. That's the camp I'm in. That's the camp John's in.
Yeah.
I think it's the camp most people are in, but we don't want to dismiss your passion if you're just so angry that you want to see them lose. I think it's a little misplaced. The idea that you're going to shame Scott Harris into being a changed man, that you're going to get your pound of flesh, that you're going to get your 48-hour window to watch this team squirm publicly. And then what? Then the playoffs go on and we're not part of it.
Right.
Then the offseason happens.
The party happens and you're not invited.
You're not invited. And then what the offseason, we're going to say they need to add a bat, which will say whether they make the playoffs or not. So I'd rather be in than not. Again, it's very rare that this team makes it. You can use any judgment you want. 9 times since 69. I think it's 8 times in the last 50 years. It's not every day that our team makes the playoffs. It's not the destination, but it is the starting point. We're going to tell our Red Wing team, start making the playoffs. With the Lions, it's, hey, get in and make some noise. Get in is always the answer. If you've been eliminated already and you want to fight for draft position or people to be fired, fine, but that's not on the table here. Let's get to the phones. And by the way, if you're looking for Dear John, normally that's the deal here. Odyssey Rewind, it'll get podcasted.
Mm-hmm. We just had so many callers, so many texters about this topic. And obviously, I mean, the Tigers are at that point. It is make it or break it.
Dear John, by the way, brought to you by Founders.
Yes.
So let's get to Tyler. You're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Morning. How's it going?
Good. What's up?
Hey, no, I was just watching the game last night. I mean, obviously, I've been watching every game every night, much as I don't want to anymore. But you just it's just like you shake your head. You can't believe this is happening. And then you kind of look at the players' reaction to everything that's been going on over the last month or so of just the total collapse. And it just seems like there's no heart. They just don't care, like, what's going on. I mean, where is Javi Baez? Is he, like, hurt or something? Or did the team just give up on him? Because if you're going into a game that you need to win, you're going to put Trey Sweeney out there. Granted, they don't have any better solutions than those two, but it's just like Trey Sweeney is awful. I mean, the whole team is just playing awful right now, but it's just like they pan back after the final pitch of the game into the dugout, and you got the guys just doing, like, their handshakes and all that kind of stuff and doing their normal routine. It's just like, does anybody, like, not care on this team at all, like, what's going on? Like, this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing to the team. This is embarrassing to the fans. This is embarrassing to the city.
Yep.
It's just all around just a whole – they just don't care. It just doesn't seem like they have any heart at all.
Let's unpack the phone call, all right? Let's start with the Javi stuff. He was scratched the other day.
Yeah.
But has not been playing well to begin with. He's batting 111 for the month of September. So I don't think they're itching to get his bat in the lineup.
No. The problem is anybody that's replacing him isn't really doing any better. They're no more of a threat.
On his question of quit.
I don't think they've quit. I just think that they've completely lost all confidence, and they don't have anybody right now that is putting their foot down and saying, hey guys, follow me. We're going to do this. And whether it's, you thought, was it last Saturday, Torque hit the home run?
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, okay, here we go.
That's it.
And then it's just.
Well, yeah. Or how about when Green hit the home run the other day with Skubal on the mound and gave him a 2-run. Again, it's only 2 runs, but Guardians play a lot of low-scoring games. How about a little breathing room for Skubal? The problem is they just haven't had enough of those catalysts.
Right.
And something you got to shake out of this. How many days have we talked about if they could just win one, settle everybody down, the math looks a little better? The problem is it's gotten away from them now. Now Cleveland's up, plus the tiebreaker.
Right.
Let's get to Mike in Windsor. Mike, you're on 97.1.
Morning, guys. Great show. Love it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
they got to win. They got to win. Pulling from them, they're athletes. They want to win. They're not trying not to win. But if they go and celebrate getting the playoffs, I'll lose a lot of respect for them. There should be no champagne beer popping. They win. They did their job. You're in. Don't be so excited. Get the job done all the way through. Because this last few months have been horrible to watch, right? So I'm pulling for them. But if they go party, if they pull it off, I'll lose a lot of respect. There's no reason to be excited. Yeah.
It would actually be kind of awesome if they made a big deal about not celebrating. Kind of came out and said, guys, we know we played lousy down the stretch. We're very fortunate to get in. We got a lot of work ahead of us.
It'll be interesting how they handle it if that's the case.
Yeah,
We'd all love for
that
that to be an issue.
You'd welcome that type of talk radio instead of this?
Yes.
Me too. Let's get to Pete in Sterling Heights. Pete, what's up?
I'm amazed at the amount of fans that want this team to lose and not make the playoffs. Bottom line is you can't win the World Series if you don't make the playoffs.
I've heard
and
that.
Right now, we are in the playoffs. If the season ended today, we're in the playoffs. This team has been streaky all season, wins, losses, whatever. Maybe the streak starts now. Maybe they get in the postseason and they start winning games. I'm baffled by the fan base.
I mean, there is a path where they find a little bit of juice in that wild card series, and then all of a sudden it sparks something. And you just never know. But you'll never find out if you're not there.
Correct. 100%.
Pete,
I'm
thanks.
with you, Pete. Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thanks for calling in.
So this is 1-11, right?
Yes.
Wasn't it 1-11 in July?
I don't know.
I think it was. Or 12 out of 13, one or the other that they lost.
Yeah, it was something like that.
They had
yeah.
only won one game in a significant stretch. So why would they have snapped out of it then? Am I believing half of what I'm saying? No. But seriously, this is the nature of this sport. And it's I'm making a comment to John off air, and he doesn't know the Avengers movies. But you know when Doctor Strange said there's one way?
Yes.
The one way is you get in and you have Scooble in game 1 next Tuesday. And you take your chances.
Yeah, the only frustrating part, and I get it, I prefer that to the alternative. I just watched Scooble start against the Guardians, and it didn't matter. And then he also started against the Guardians, and it didn't matter. And he's likely going to be starting against the Guardians if they make the playoffs.
The Avengers had stones here and there and everywhere, but eventually they lost all 6 of them. And that was the path.
I hate it when you lose your stones. Yeah, you lose your stones, and that's part of the mojo.
I thought Greg had something. He didn't. I don't know if Greg didn't like my Avengers analogy or not. That's what we're going to. Doctor Strange is one way.
Yeah.
I've seen all the scenarios of how this could play out. And that's kind of been the way this season is ending in terms of just if you're a baseball fan. A lot of this stuff has been up in the air going to the last week of the season, right? It didn't have anybody clinching the American League until last Sunday.
Yeah.
And we're slowly seeing teams clinch. The Yankees are in, the Mariners are in, but there's still a bunch of teams that
And that's
aren't.
what makes it feel even worse because you should have been the first one to clinch your division. Yet you went on this epic fail, and you're watching, and it's not necessarily clinching divisions, it's just clinching playoff spots.
So
Yankees, Toronto.
How many spots are available and how many teams are still alive?
I think it's 7 teams for 6 spots.
Yeah, because Toronto and New York are in, but the division is tied right now.
So the teams that are hovering in this space are the Red Sox, the Guardians, the Tigers, and the Astros.
Right.
And they all can't make it, obviously. One of that group will be left out.
Yeah, but we're really getting answers today because, if the Red Sox win, I don't think the Astros can beat them out. So they're starting now. It's just between the Astros and Tigers for that last spot. But there's a world where the Red Sox don't make it still.
The Tigers have the head-to-head with Boston, and certainly would if they beat Boston a couple more times.
Like 3.
Yeah, that would help.
I mean, just think about the anticipation Saturday. If you go into Saturday and it's in limbo if you're starting Scooble Sunday. I mean, that's 24, 25 guys playing for their pitcher, right? And playing to have success in the playoffs.
Yes.
It's like these guys are going to be significantly mentally challenged the next couple of days. And it starts with tonight. If the Astros lose, they play at 3:30 today. Tigers start at 6:40. If the Astros lose, the Tigers hit the field knowing they can get the magic number to 1.
Right now, their magic number for the playoffs is 3.
I know you, John, as a competitor. I don't know how that doesn't juice you up.
Oh, it's no matter what happens with the Astros today, I could find a scenario. If they lose and it makes it a little bit easier, then let's foot on neck and let's put them away.
That's why the phrase LFG exists. It's for that moment.
But to John's point, if the flip side happens, Houston wins effectively the same number of wins and losses. You have the tiebreaker. It's do or die.
It's must win. Now let's LFG.
No, just me personally. I would have the two scenarios I'd approach. I would feel a renewed freedom if I saw the Astros lose.
Sure, it takes a little pressure off.
And you face a little more pressure and you start pinching as the game goes on.
Yeah,
you know,
the pucker factor goes up.
And this team has not dealt well with the pucker factor.
No, they haven't.
Pinching, pucker, and stones.
They're a constipated baseball team. It's 97-1.
Hey, every NFL Thursday, it's your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each and every week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you're going to win your bet plus a share of the bonus. It's the Seahawks at the Cardinals this weekend, so pick and choose who you want. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Must apply. Profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. How many career home runs?
2. John, who are they against? Both are against the Tigers.
Yeah.
Dan Dickerson on the call. He'll be on the call later tonight. We don't know who's pitching yet tonight for the Tigers, do we?
No, we don't.
Chaos. Whoever starts the game will pitch the second or third, I'm sure.
And I don't know why this didn't hit me before, but in hearing that, like, okay, why was it working last year? And I'm not saying Parker Meadows should have made the catch, but Tom had pointed out a number of different times, those were plays that happened last year, and that's part of why the Tigers went on that epic run. And this year, those plays just aren't happening.
Well, somebody pointed out earlier that Parker Meadows, when he's with the team, the record's bad. And when he's not, the record's good. But he's actually been playing pretty good this time around. It's like there's just weird anomalies. By the way, we just found out Bartolo Colon's going to start for the Tigers.
Sure. Jamie Moyer will relieve him. I don't know. I mean, AJ didn't give an answer last night, and we'll find out later.
I'm just going to share a gut feeling I have, okay?
Yeah?
I think they're at the end of this, and I think what's needed to happen and the message has been sent to Scott Harris, and they're barely going to get in. They're going to save this thing barely, and then whatever happens, happens.
I mean, again, we gave people their playoff percentage, like to make the playoffs. And again, these numbers have dwindled. It's 80% right now with 4 games to go that this is a playoff team.
So do they take it right to the wire? Does Houston lose today and the Tigers? And so we're relying on wins at Fenway?
Scuba won't pitch Sunday. He'll pitch Tuesday.
You're making that call.
And it's barely happening. Magic number's 3. Astros are playing terrible.
Just so people know, magic number is any combination of Tiger wins or Astro losses.
Right. So if they lose and we win, that's 2. So the magic number becomes 1 by tomorrow.
Yeah. So there's a world they could clinch a playoff spot as quickly as tomorrow.
But I don't think they'll win the division because they're getting what they deserve.
So Cleveland can't clinch today, right? If Cleveland wins, they're up 2 with 3 to go, and the tie. It's as close to clinching as possible if Cleveland wins tonight without doing it.
Right. So Cleveland could clinch tomorrow, and the Tigers could clinch the wild card tomorrow.
And then it would squeeze out Houston in that scenario.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing about the Astros, look, it's baseball. Anything can happen, but the A's have an offense.
They do.
And it's weird that
the Tigers
ballpark,
learned that.
And specifically that ballpark. They're playing out there in a AAA ballpark, so if they get a hold of 1 or 2, that's what they've done. They've just been a weird little spoiler out in Sacramento this year.
And they don't have Alvarez. The Astros.
Ticket Tech says, what if the Tigers, actually this is Twitch, would you accept the Tiger collapse if it meant they'd play the Yankees in the wild card and then eliminate them?
So if you're asking me who I'd rather play in the postseason, Yankees over Cleveland, yes.
Agreed.
And I'm not going to sit here and be as stubborn and saying, well, no, I want to eventually beat Cleveland and knock them out like they did to us last year. No. When you have played the Yankees this year, whether it's here or there, you've won series. Have you won any series against Cleveland? No.
Well,
eventually.
Yeah, well, we got to go back earlier.
Yeah,
in the year,
way back when they were actually
different
playing
time,
good. Yeah.
I know. The Yankees on paper aren't ideal either, though, with Fried and Rodon, 2 power lefties. It puts Karp on the bench. It puts Riley in a tough spot. It puts Parker Meadows in a tough spot. Having said all that, the Cleveland Guardians are the devil. I don't want no part. Uncle, I'm done with them.
Yeah. Walleye.
They're zombies. I buried them. They're alive. They're zombies. I want no part of the undead. Get them as far away from us as possible.
Yeah. So, I mean, given all the options, I would want to face the Yankees first, Cleveland second, and probably Toronto third.
Yeah. Is there a world where they could play Boston?
Probably not. We're going way down the rabbit hole.
We don't need to do this.
Yeah.
Just win today, please. Let's
just get in and let them fall where they may.
Bill in Milford, good morning.
Good morning, Costa and Jansen. I love your show. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you.
So I want to make a statement, and it's everybody and their brother knew that we needed some arms, and it falls squarely on Harris. I think everybody knows it. We're marching clowns to the mound, right? And I know that's harsh. I'm sorry about that, but that's what it feels like. It's very frustrating. And I think my point is this: I think the players get disaffected. Their mindset gets disaffected by the fact that they can take the lead in a game, and then of course our bullpen doesn't come through. So I think I'd be surprised when we do get to the playoffs, if we make any noise at all.
I'm with you.
It's very frustrating.
I feel like I agree with every single word you said there, right? We know who to blame. We know it's frustrating. We don't think they're going to make much of a run. At the same time, still sitting right there for them. By the way, I have today's starting pitcher.
Oh, you do?
Got some breaking news.
Breaking news.
The Tigers will send Troy Melton to the mound to start against the Cleveland Guardians.
Okay.
Your thoughts?
I like that.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Yeah.
We've been waiting to see a little more of Melton.
Yeah.
Do or die spot, young arm.
And
he'll go as long as they need him to, I guess,
yeah,
right?
Go as long as you need him to, but hopefully you can count on 4 innings. And if you get through the top of that lineup twice, why not 5?
Who's it against a while back where AJ said, we only planning on pitching him 1 or 2, and he ended up going 5 innings.
Right.
So, yeah. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, you get that Melton tonight. And how about a little bit of run support? Would that be nice, John?
It would be nice.
How about
early
first, second
on,
inning, you're looking at a 4 spot?
Be in attack mode.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's the mindset that they go into tonight's game with. And they'll be aggressive at the plate. Aggressive in the strike zone. We're all drawing up the perfect scenarios, right?
One of these days it's got to happen,
This is
right?
what we really want.
I thought you worded it really well when you said the Tigers are a constipated team. They need to jar something loose. Seriously, just go ahead and take the prep for the colonoscopy and let it all out and let's go. Get back to playing baseball because this is ridiculous.
A little 2-track on the way to the stadium. Just shake it loose.
Yeah, do what you got to do, man. This is – we talked yesterday about I said go in one of those rooms, where they have all the stuff that you can break, all the glassware, and you just go with baseball bats and annihilate it. Doug said, and I thought this was a great idea, he said he did this with the Little Leaguers one year when the kids were struggling to hit. He brought out a bushel of apples and started pitching them apples and let the kids smash the hell out of apples in batting practice. I'm like, that's an awesome idea. If I were a kid, that'd be the greatest thing ever. You want to see the results of actually being able to make the contact and then explode something? Hell yeah. I totally think it's a great idea, and the Tigers should do it. But I don't know. Doug, did you send those apples to Cleveland or no?
I didn't. I got to tell you my favorite thing on Gator's show sheet today. I don't know if I cut and pasted it, but he wrote, Tigers call him Justin Henry Malloy and send down Chase Young. Whatever.
That's where I'm at, man.
Now, you guys did hear who's starting today, right? They've announced that in the last 10 minutes. Troy Melton.
Troy Melton.
Okay.
And the ticket text that just was sent in, where were you when Troy Melton saved the season?
Tom's back there, and Tom said something I said for the last month every day. Tom said, "They're going to win tonight." And I'm like, "Oh, yeah, I said that every day." Sure, they're going to win tonight. Whatever. This is so depressing. All I can do is laugh anymore. The game last night, you know how we do? What did they make you flip to?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You won't believe what they made me flip to.
The Golden Bachelor? I hope.
Yes!
Yeah,
Because it's a local person. They highlighted Detroit. There's connection to it.
And the podcast was referenced.
Yes, the drama that John created was highlighted throughout the entire
Focal
show.
point of the show.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see how it's really drawing Gator in.
I think we can talk off the air.
Yes.
So now when we do that segment, Hot or Not, we can bring Doug in. You're well.
Do you have a favorite?
I'm sorry. I was gonna say something really mean.
No, I don't.
You don't have a favorite?
No.
Oh.
Heather, who's the favorite?
I like the girl that rode it on a dirt
The dirt bike,
What was
yeah.
her name? Cheryl?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I was still watching the Tigers when the show started, and then I'm like, "Oh, Quan's up. The bases are loaded."
And you were making fun of me for going to the Red Wing game.
I know, dude. I know. Look what we've been reduced to.
Wow.
Carson Anderson in whatever reduced form is left next, 97.1.
So we joke about this on the show all the time. I should say off the air, kind of like, I don't want to do the show today. There are some days you just don't want to talk about it, but you can't ignore it. We can't ignore it. This team is killing us. I mean, we didn't dance around it. We addressed it a little bit yesterday, Doug, but this is, I don't like doing these shows and talking about a team that is inflicting so much emotional pain on me right now. This is really, it's beyond frustrating. I don't know what the right word is. I mean, it's maddening. I'm getting pissed.
I know. Hostility's coming.
Yeah, I mean, hostility's really coming in. And
they play games now, and I'm like, they've got no chance. When I watch them play, I don't think they have a chance to win. And I don't know how this happened. They literally went from the best record in baseball to the worst team in baseball. They're the worst team in baseball right now. And again, I'm going to wait. I've said this and I've been consistent with it. I'm going to wait till the season's over before I start getting into really who's to blame and who should there be ramifications. Because this feels like I always talk about the difference between losses here and there and ones that are really like this feels like a referendum on a lot of what's going on. And there's one thing to say, and you made a point yesterday that I think is true of most people, not everybody, but I think it's true of most people. And you kind of acknowledged it later in the show, but the idea that people who were disappointed in what they did at the trade deadline were disappointed because they didn't think they did enough to win the World Series. But almost all of those people wouldn't have said they didn't do enough to make the playoffs. Now, there is a salvageable scenario in this whole thing where, like this time next week, we could be good. And that is they make the playoffs and eliminate Cleveland. Just like that. But I can't even see them. Honestly, the idea that they don't win another game this year is one I'm accepting. I've accepted that they won't win it. They are broken. They are broken. And I don't know. You could look at different points of time where it happened, where they were broken. But this is a broken professional sports team that is you said, what's the word? I can't get beyond deep-seated levels of frustration. And look, I'm sure they're frustrated too. I'm sure they feel.
Of course they are.
And you know what pisses me off?
Their livelihood.
I've got one Cleveland Guardians friend. One. Put $1 in the jar. I didn't say boo to him all year. I didn't talk about the Tigers with him.
15.5 games.
I certainly didn't rip on the Guardians. All of a sudden, he comes in talking smack. And I'm like, hold on. What did I do? I didn't give you crap.
Right.
Yeah, SOB. And here's how I think that Detroit can make me feel better. And as the Lions beat the living snot out of the Browns.
It'll make me feel better, but it'll be so temporary.
I know.
And obviously winning tonight would help, but it's not. I mean, nothing like fixing your season. We need a trip to Boston. I mean, Fenway's a house of horrors at times for teams, but maybe that's just the recipe they need just to, I don't know, get away from Cleveland, stop playing the Indians, the Guardians. But this is, it's just maddening. And yeah, I'm getting pissed now. I'm angry with the team and what's happened, because the team that we're watching play currently is so far removed from the team we saw.
Not even close.
Like 2 months ago.
Not even close.
I mean, who are these guys? Who the hell are these guys expanding the strike zone as much as they did? Who are these guys that have struck out 27 times in 2 games? Who the hell are you? Sorry, 28 times. A pitcher can't make it through the 5th inning. Afterwards, you're talking to Flaherty and like, oh, you had good stuff, right? Yeah, I thought I had good stuff. He didn't make it out of the 5th inning. Now, was that a quick hook? Maybe. But it's hard to give praise when you're giving up 3 runs in less than 5 innings and you have no shot as a team. Now, it also sucks that you're watching the home run that was hit from Valera on I mean, the swing was weird. I'm like, how does that swing power a ball over the fence? And then you find out, well, he hit it to the part of the ballpark that would be a home run in 1 out of 30 ballparks. The easiest part to hit it out in Cleveland, he found that spot.
But you know what? What's crazy
To be
about
an out
baseball
in every other ballpark.
What's crazy about baseball is bad teams mess around and win a couple, 2-3 games a week.
Yeah.
I don't feel like the Tigers are going to win again.
Well, because they've lost 8 in a row. And they've lost, 11 out of 12 or 12 out of 13? It's a horrific stretch. It is an epic collapse. And, yeah, okay, I mean, in our minds, I think most Tiger fans are like, they're not making a playoffs. And forget the division. Division's gone, right?
Yeah, they're not.
I mean, what's Cleveland's magic number? Is it 3? They win tonight. It's 1. And the Tigers have 3 games after that at Boston. Good luck with that. It's about, can you even make the playoffs? They actually have a lead, a 1-game lead over Houston, who somehow is finding ways to lose. They lost a second game last night. We'll take it. And yes, the best revenge would be you make it into the playoffs because you're playing well in Boston, right? You go out and somehow you summon the courage and figure out how to play baseball again. You sweep the Red Sox, and then you start a series against the Gribe, and then you beat Cleveland in the first round of the playoffs.
Like I said, a week from now, they can salvage.
See it happening.
They can salvage something that I think is almost virtually impossible.
Right.
And they do own the tiebreaker with Houston, so it's essentially a 2-game lead with 4 to go, and that is, I don't know that that's enough,
right? Because they're not playing well. I mean, their best pitcher has been beaten the last couple of starts, despite pitching pretty well. The offense is completely gone. They're absolutely non-existent. I mean, they had 5 hits 2 nights ago. They had 6 hits last night. No extra base hits last night. Anytime you thought they had something going, it was gone in a blink of an eye. I mean, they manufactured the 1 run they got. I'm like, are they going to get there? Are we going to see a productive out at least? And then fortunately we did. Parker Meadows lined a drive to right field, and Dingler was on third with less than 2 outs. Thankfully, they scored, and they actually, my God, they took a lead in the game, and that was quickly gone in the bottom half of the inning.
When they take leads, I'm like, they're not going to keep this lead.
No, and they misoperate. I mean, they had no opportunities last
when
night.
there's bases loaded, when the Tigers have bases loaded and nobody out, I'm like, I hope they can get a run.
Right.
One.
And they almost, my God, they almost got out of a jam last night.
Oh, yeah,
but
the bases loaded, nobody out. What was it? Shallow fly ball, strikeout, and then 2 strikes, they give up a hit. And Vest was in a tough spot, but yeah,
really tough spot. But it was that close. But it doesn't matter because the team still wasn't scoring for you, and they had the 1-run lead anyway. They would have just run it into the 9th inning with a 1-0 or the 2-1 lead and won the game.
I just hope Mel finds love. We'll get to your phone calls next. We got the Wide Night Omaha Blitz thingy at 10:30. Michigan Auto Law. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Speaking of accidents, a big pile-up accidents that is the end of this Tiger season. Many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization, it really matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. Once they take your case, they'll communicate with you. They are the best at customer service and satisfaction. It's Steve and his crew. It's the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. I'm getting. It's funny. You see feedback coming in from like out of nowhere. Guardian Chodes. We weren't talking about you all year long. We weren't making fun of you. They're acting like seriously. The feedback I'm getting from these Cleveland people is like we were talking trash about them all season long. We weren't. We weren't. But whatever. Let's go to Kim and Linden. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Kim.
Gentlemen, good day. As always, it's a pleasure to speak with you.
Thank you for calling.
Baseball primarily is what gets me through the winter. And I've been a Tiger fan.
When it's not being played?
Just the thought that it's coming.
Okay.
Is what helps me get through the winter. I mean, we're down in Lakeland every year for 2 weeks, and I'm in the stadium in the first week of the season always. And I live and breathe baseball. It's my game since I was 5. And I have people in Kansas City, in Minneapolis, and in Cleveland. And I talked smack to all of them. And 5-6 weeks ago, I was not saying they stunk. I was just talking about how good we were. And to go from King of the Hill to dumpster fire is really hard to swallow.
Yep.
And I don't know I don't know if it's going to do something to my fandom or not. The thought of not being a devout, I will be a Tiger fan.
I was wondering about this. If this collapse ends the way we all think it's going to end, I feel like so much goodwill that was built up. Like I'm thinking about spring training next year. Are people going to be excited? I mean, I guess unless they do something huge in the off season, because there's still a really young core, which in theory should be something that you're excited about. But I get the sense here, Kim, that yeah, it's going to affect people and their fandom. I don't know, man. This is so bad.
I don't want to think about the off season yet. I've already had some thoughts creep in about and then I quickly pushes aside. So there'll be time for the off season to worry about that when the off season actually hits officially. And with this team still with the game lead, and as you pointed out, it's effectively a 2-game lead because they have the tiebreaker over Houston. With that lead, with 4 games to go, I'm very hopeful this team is making the playoffs. So I'm not going to give up on that. And I think that sometimes, the urgency of the playoffs alone can change a team around. We've seen plenty of teams back into the playoffs and then find themselves with a run. I don't know if that's going to happen with these. It doesn't feel like it's ever going to happen because they haven't won in the last 8 games, but things can change quickly. They need to.
248-539-9797. Richard. Hello, Richard.
Hello.
What's up?
Last year everybody thought that the Tigers were done too, but they end up making the World Series. Here's what I think they're going to do about the pitcher.
They didn't make the World Series last year.
Well, they made the playoffs. So that's what I meant. I'm sorry.
Okay.
They're going to start with one of those openers, and then they're going to surprise everybody by bringing in Skubal because he's not going to pitch between innings. He's not going to throw between innings. He's going to pitch in the next game, and that's going to lift all the Tigers, and they're going to win tonight and tie Cleveland.
You think Skubal's pitching tonight?
And they win the Boston series, and they got the division.
You think Skubal's pitching tonight?
Yeah, in inning. He's not going to go the whole game. In inning, maybe 2 innings, depending on how many pitches he throws.
You think just okay? Let me just so we got to understand this. You think that he's going to pitch because he's got his normal bullpen session that he has to pitch tonight anyway? Why not throw him in the game to use that as a bullpen session?
Yeah,
they've never done that. Yeah, but
it doesn't mean that they're not gonna though. I mean, then you use up an inning, maybe 2 innings if he can get out of the first inning without throwing a bunch of pitches.
I don't know what the numbers are on pitchers on 1-day rest. I know that on 3-day rest, it's amazing how bad. Because teams try it all the time in the postseason.
But they try it with expecting them to start and go like 5 or 6. He's just talking about instead of doing his sides, do that actually in a game situation. Hey, you're going to throw 20 pitches and
you burn him for Sunday?
No. What he's saying is this is just a normal part of the routine. Between your starts, you go and throw a bullpen session.
I don't think those bullpen sessions are going 100%.
I agree with you. I'm just explaining what he is saying.
Yeah. Well, I'm explaining to you why I think it's a ridiculous idea.
Okay. Then I will agree with you.
TJ in Detroit. Hi, TJ.
What's going on?
Hey.
All right, look, man, you know how we watch the Lions, right? We know how we watch the Pistons, and we see the way the organizations are going. We see that they're being put in the right positions, getting the right pieces. Well, Finch has done the same thing. But what we didn't do for Finch is Scott Harris dropped the bag, man. It's just that simple. We knew what we were. It's like Dennis Green. They are who we thought they were.
Well, hold on.
know
TJ, you didn't think they were a playoff team at the trade deadline?
Yes.
Come on. I'm sorry.
No, he said yes.
He's saying, he didn't think they were a playoff team at the trade deadline. I don't buy that at all. And you didn't buy it yesterday.
No.
Matt in St. Clair Shores. Hi, Matt.
Hey, boys, listen, I don't think Chris Ilitch is giving enough heat on this, and I think
wait till the season's done.
Scott Harris. Well, the thing is, you can talk about Bregman all you want. We tried to do a Bregman, whatever, but we've got two teams that are relying on young guys, one-year contracts on washed vets, and that's both the Red Wings and the Tigers. It's the same game plan. That's why I think that this is coming down from the top.
Matt, a couple things here. One is Chris Ilitch is getting heat. I've said, and I'll continue to say it, I'm going to wait till the season's done before I start slinging arrows. But Ilitch is in the crosshairs, why would he approve a deal for Bregman?
But it didn't land. Like there's no urgency for Chris Ilitch because he's selling his $5 pizzas. Like we knew in June that if we don't score 4 runs a game, we're not going to win. We had an 80% chance to win a game when we score 4 runs. We only have a 12% chance to win when we score less than 4 runs. That's been a trend since June or since all season, and we didn't do anything to shore up a bat. Who cares if we have pitchers if we're only scoring 1 or 2 runs?
I don't know.
Really win every game 1-0?
They were in the top. They were the top 8 in the league in OPS. The team was hitting just fine going into the trade deadline. And the other premise I will completely disagree with. The plan isn't to in the offseason was let's go with some veteran players that are past their prime. That's the plan. The plan is to go with and protect your younger players. And it's the same thing with the Red Wings. You can disagree with it, but the plan is that they like their younger players and they want these guys to grow together. And then they went out and they got guys like Gleyber Torres, bringing Jack Flaherty back. Those aren't bad free agent signings. They did all their free agent signings, and then when all was said and done, then they tried to get Bregman. It wasn't like they tried to get Bregman first. It failed, and then they go out and just, okay, we'll fill up the roster with a couple of free agents. They actually did it the right way, and they got burned by Bregman's agent. That's what happened.
Speaking of broken, you have Torque missing a ground ball, and instead of even attempting to chase it down, he stands there and doesn't even look around to look at it. And then you have Dingler not even using 2 hands to catch a foul ball and dropping it. It's clown ball. It's from Mike in Detroit. Gator, the word you're looking for is torture. That's from an unnamed texter. It kind of is. This is kind of sports torture.
It's torture to me because it's personal, because I love this team. I love baseball. I love the Detroit Tigers. So to me, it is kind of, it's they're inflicting pain on me, and it's not necessary.
Talk some NFL next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, sports fans, I'd love to talk for a minute about the best restaurant in the state to catch a game. It's Twin Peaks. Restaurant experiences really have taken a nosedive. Service is really missing the mark. Not at Twin Peaks, man. They've upped their game. Starts with the culture. It starts with the cooks coming in at 7 a.m. every day to begin preparing those dynamite dishes you crave. Then, of course, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls, from food to beverage recommendations, just cheering you up when you had a bad day. No one does it better. What brings it all together? That is sports. They boast wall-to-wall TVs, some as big as 98 inches, that brings all the action that you crave. Tigers are in a fight for their life right now. You got college and pro ball starting tonight, and football. But don't be afraid to stop in if you're not all about the sports, because the food is outstanding. The Chipotle chicken is my personal favorite, but they've got New York strip steaks. They've got the house smoked chicken wings, thighs, ribs. So the cinnamon toast crunch cheesecake is ridiculous. And don't get me started on the bar. I love an ice cold beer. They freeze their mugs for 6 hours. They got chilled lines, 29 degrees. You get the beer crystals, the craft cocktails, wide variety of tequilas and bourbons. Hey, if you're spending $20 on fast food or dining out with a server that just doesn't care, stop by your nearest lodge and see the difference today. It is Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. This effing team. 248-539-9797. I don't know if I can stand it. We might be done with Tiger talk.
Oh, no. Oh, boy.
Kang, as a producer, are you going to make us keep talking Tigers?
Man, I don't want to talk Tigers anymore. No, we will continue. We will bring up Tigers still, so don't go away. We're going to bring it up. I mean, also what we do, guys, is we don't just talk about the Tigers. We let people vent.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
If you want to call in and vent or text and vent, do so.
I may sit the segment out. I might just punch up phone caller after phone caller and take my headset out. When you're done talking, Kang, you point at me and I'll punch up the next guy because this is just, it's so depressing. But let's shift gears. We do it every Thursday, the Blitz thingy. So, Gator, I went first yesterday.
Give me the damn ball.
All right,
Here we go. I'm going to try to throw apples for you guys to just smash, okay?
Sounds good.
All right, question number 1. The Giants have officially named Jackson Dart the starter for the rest of the year, benching Russell Wilson. Was this the right decision?
Yeah, it was the right decision. I mean, they see how he is in practice. They liked what they saw from him in the preseason. There were some thought that why isn't he starting right away in the preseason? So it gets to that point. You know, Russ still has ability, obviously. I mean, he threw for well over 400 yards a couple weeks ago. I think what this does is you're playing the quarterback now that's the future of your franchise. This is why you drafted him. You're not looking too good as a team right now, so this gives you an idea of how good is he. So if you end up with one of the top picks next year, you can know for sure that you don't need to go back to the quarterback well. The other thing is, with quarterbacks getting hurt, now might be the right time to strike to go ahead and trade Russ while he's an asset and still has value to a team that needs a quarterback.
I think it's a mistake committing to him for, quote, the rest of the year. I can see why they're making the change, but when you commit to him for the rest of the year, if he is a disaster, which is certainly possible, and the veterans on the team are trying to win, and you got a guy out there that looks like he's throwing wrong-handed, you may have a problem. And so I think committing to him the rest of the year, if they really mean it, is a mistake. But I also look at who's making this decision. The people that are making this decision are the same people that let a guy go who's currently top 3 in yards and top 5 in QB rating. Is it possible, because they let Daniel Jones go, is it possible that they just don't know what they're doing with quarterbacks?
So I think it's the right decision next week, not this week. I would have waited till the Saints game. I mean, I know they're at home this week, but they're playing the Chargers, and the Chargers got good defense, and I wouldn't put my rookie quarterback out there against that defense. I'd wait till a very poor team like the Saints, even though it's on the road. That's when I would have started Dart. But, yeah, I think it's the right decision in the long run after that. But Russell Wilson, man, that's another question I'm not going to ask you guys now, but what has happened to that guy, man, since he's not the same Seattle quarterback at all? All right, question number 2. Former Browns tackle Joe Thomas called Myles Garrett the most impactful non-QB in the history of the NFL. I'm not going to ask you about the history, but who do you think the single most impactful non-quarterback player in the NFL right now is?
All right, so, I believe offense wins championships now. And so I'm like, who's the most unstoppable weapon in the league right now? And you can call me a homer if you want. I give 0 Fs what you call me. I'm going to make a case for Amon-Ra St. Brown. No one has more touchdown catches than Amon-Ra. And only one player has more catches for first downs than Amon-Ra. Of the top 35 wide receivers in the NFL, the guys who get all the targets, he has the highest catch per target of any of them. When Goff throws to Amon-Ra, they are completions. He's the unstoppable guy right now. You too?
It's Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Wow!
He does everything, and he does everything exceptionally well. He catches every single pass that's thrown to him. He runs after the catch. He runs through tackles. He runs as a running back. He blocks. He loves to block. He pitches the football to a guy who's going to score the touchdown. He's a leader vocally and by example. He's an automatic first down whenever you damn well need it. It's Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Wow. I love the answers, guys. I do. And I do agree with you, Doug. I think offense does win championships, but I couldn't find that one guy I would take over everybody else on defense, and maybe it is ASB, but I end up choosing someone from the defensive side, and I think it is Myles Garrett. This guy's unreal. I saw him break a triple team with one move. Like, his athleticism for his size, I've never seen anything like it. Now, I don't know about the history of the NFL, but right now I think Myles Garrett is the most impactful non-quarterback in the league, and I see why they paid him so much money.
Did you think there was a chance that you and I had the same player?
Nope. All right, the 1-2 Ravens play the 1-2 Chiefs this Sunday. Is the loser done?
Yes, but only if it's Kansas City.
Oh!
The Chargers in that division look awfully good, and it's a tougher division from the top end to knock off. I think the Ravens, they're a really good team. That they're not playing well right now as a whole. Obviously, the offense is still really good, but defensively they got some real issues. But the division is weaker, so I think it's half true. I think if Baltimore wins the game over I should say if Kansas City ends up losing, Kansas City's, they might be donezo. Yeah.
So I agree with you, and I'll give you some other reasons why. This is a game. This is a Kansas City home game. Kansas City's definitely in a tougher division, as you mentioned, with the Chargers and Denver.
Yeah,
they got
Denver's
a tougher schedule.
too.
I think Baltimore's biggest threat in their own division just lost Joe Burrow for the season. Baltimore's already 1-0 in their division. Kansas City's already 0-1 in their division. So, yeah, I think Kansas City is in a world of hurt, which goes back to one of Kang's bold-ass predictions that Kansas City would miss the playoffs. Well done.
Yeah, I agree with you guys. I think if the Ravens lose, they can somehow still find a way back in the playoffs. I think if the Chiefs lose, they are donezo, and I can't believe that prediction might actually come true because defending your representative of the AFC, Patrick Mahomes, right? But the thing is, they don't look that great. They didn't look that great against the Giants. Against Russell Wilson was awful that game, and that's the only reason why I think the Chiefs won. Kelsey's playing like he's already been married for a decade. I mean, he looks even slower. Forget disengaged, right? I don't think they make the
bod
playoffs.
out there.
Exactly, and no dad strength. All right, Tom Brady wrote this week that it's paranoid and distrustful to believe that there's a conflict in his roles as an owner and a TV analyst. He has a moral and ethical duty to the sport, is what he said. Do you believe him, and do you think the NFL will eventually do something about this?
Well, I hate to say this, but I really don't care what Tom has to say. Wow. And yes, I think the NFL has a moral and ethical duty to the sport. I mean, it doesn't matter as much to us because we don't see the team he owns, the Raiders, almost ever. But if this were an in-division opponent, I'd be yelling this from mountaintops every single show. I can't believe they're letting him do this.
The answer is no, I don't believe him. And there is a conflict. He doesn't get the benefit of the doubt as somebody who has broken the rules himself, somebody who played for an organization that blatantly disregarded the rules of football. Pick a job already. The one as an announcer pays you $37.5 million a year. Let me say that again. $37.5 million a year to be the lead announcer for Fox Sports. What? Either pick that or stay in the owner's circle, and when you decide to sell off your stake as an owner, then you'll make your $200 million or whatever it is, or $1 billion, whatever the number would be. But make a decision and stop putting it off and blaming everybody else for the fact that no matter if it was you or anybody else, it's a damn conflict.
So I believe he wants to be ethical, but we all know how competitive Tom Brady is. He's the ultimate competitor. He would do anything to win. He's that type of guy, right? So even if he legally or organically obtained information, how could he not help his own team or at least hint at something? With that being said, I do think it's a bit overblown, the information he does receive. I mean, it's not like they're going to give up everything in these meetings, player meetings or coaches meetings, but perception is reality to a lot of people. And for that fact, I think the NFL does need to change the rule because people aren't going to believe that he doesn't have some kind of unfair advantage. All right, 5 backup QBs already played and had to start in week 3. Outside the Falcons and Kirk Cousins, who do you think's got the best backup in the NFL?
I think Minnesota does with Carson Wentz, and it's not necessarily on Carson, though. I think it certainly helps because he's a decent enough quarterback, but it's that offense. They are set up for success no matter who the quarterback is. And Carson Wentz, being the veteran that he is, he's had some really good years in the league. The year they won the Super Bowl, and he went in the regular season, he was outstanding, and then got hurt and didn't play in the Super Bowl, but he was still an outstanding quarterback. Now, he's lost a little bit since then, but varying degrees of success with types of offenses you run. Minnesota is set up for success with all those receivers you have to throw to. It's a decent offensive line. They know what they're doing. They got a great head coach. I think it's Minnesota with Carson Wentz.
I like veterans for a backup quarterback spot. A guy that's been there and done that over and over again. And I agree. I think the veterans that are in the best situations are the ones to look at because I think they can actually make some hay in those positions. Wentz is a good selection, but I'm going to go with Mitch Trubisky in Buffalo. And I know people scoff at Mitch Trubisky and kind of make fun of him.
Killed the Lions.
He has a winning record as a starter, and he spent the bulk of his career with the Bears. Think about that for a second. And he's the backup. I think Buffalo's got the best backup situation.
All right, I'm taking Marcus Mariota. I've always liked him. He is experienced. He's over 30 years old. He's been a starter in this league, and he's mobile. And I don't think that really matters for your week 1 starter, but I think as a backup, it does matter because it's a real asset when things go haywire and he can improv. I think a backup quarterback needs to be able to improv when they come into a middle of a game and not knowing they were supposed to start because there was no game plan for them to start. And I think that when you have a mobile quarterback for the defense as well, they were preparing maybe for a guy who wasn't as mobile. So I think Marcus Mariota brings all that valuable information. I think, and also he's been a really good backup as far as just mentoring the rookie. So I think he's a team player, which helps as a backup quarterback.
And he's in Washington.
Yes.
Just so people know.
Washington Commanders.
There you go.
All right, last one, guys. Micah Parsons comes back to Dallas this weekend. Who needs this win more to justify that trade?
Jerry does. Jerry made the unpopular move, and the Dallas defense looks terrible. Their pass defense in particular is getting shredded, and a pass rusher would help. And look, Dallas's offense is top 4 in the NFL. Their defense is bottom 3, and it's early in stats. I mean, I don't know how much they actually matter, but it looks like Dallas has a real problem stopping the pass. And he made a trade for a run stuffer in the middle, and maybe this trade is just about as much about the future, but I think it'll go a long way to justify Jerry's move.
I actually think it's the Packers because Dallas won't win or lose the trade until after they draft the players that they got in return. Green Bay is going for it right now. They're coming off an embarrassing loss to the Browns, and it's a season where you see, okay, Rashawn Gary, I think, leads the NFL in sacks right now with 4.5, playing opposite of Micah Parsons. Rashawn Gary is due for a big-ass contract. Are they going to be able to pay both Rashawn Gary and Micah Parsons? The window of opportunity is maybe not so large in Green Bay. Well, they're clearly going for it. That's why I think it's way more important for the Packers to show it on Sunday.
I've got the Cowboys to justify this trade. I think just to prove to everyone they are better without Micah Parsons, and they get draft picks, and they get cap space. If the Packers lose, their ultimate goal is the Super Bowl or bust. So that still remains even with the loss. So I think they can afford the loss and move on. I think Cowboys, just for the sake of the fans and the media out there, that, hey, we beat them without Micah. We know what we're doing over here. So I got the Cowboys.
And that concludes the Wide Night Omaha 4 Down Around the League Blitz thingy. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, you've heard about the air quality alerts out there, right? Are you concerned about the air you breathe? You should be, and that's why you need to contact CGC Home Services. CGC offers Aeris Active Pure technology, reducing 99% of airborne bacteria, viruses, and mold. Why choose CGC Home Services? Rapid response, zero hassle, upfront pricing, no hidden fees, plus the latest advanced equipment and precision techniques. Call CGC Home Services at 855-339-4242 today. That's 855-339-4242 today. Or visit them at cgchomeservices.com. I'm just going to say I blame the Tigers.
Is that what you're going to do? I will say this.
I blame the Tigers for you even being in the position to begin with.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. And I realized that over the last half hour, I've been really loud and angry. And it is the Tigers is doing to me. Like, I don't need to be that vocal
your
about.
Your disposition's changed.
I don't need to be that vocal about the football questions. That loud. I was loud, and I apologize. I don't know why I know why. We know 100% why.
Okay, let's explain to people what you did today. You left the house and?
I left the house, and I think when the time I got into the station, I'm like, did I leave my phone at home? I think I left the phone at home. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. No, because when I got into the car, I automatically thought to myself, hey, should I put the phone in the charger in the car? No, I charged it last night. I should be good. So I thought I definitely had it. And then I thought maybe it just slipped out of my pocket or I set it in the passenger seat because I brought some other stuff with me, like another, whatever. I'm doing something after the show. So I thought maybe it was in with that stuff. And I checked before the show started and I couldn't find it. And I asked you, hey, can you do me a solid?
During the commercial break, yeah.
In 30 seconds, because that's how much time it's going to take me to walk out of the studio, outside and into my car. Can you call my cell phone? And you said, yep. And I walked out, opened up the car door, didn't hear anything. I'm searching through again. I'm like, damn it. And I came back in and Cheryl at the front desk, is everything okay? I'm like, nah, I left my phone at home. It's not a big deal. Okay. Come in, and then I come into the studio, and I say, and you say to me,
well, hold on. I said, did you find it? And you said, no, I didn't. And I sat there for a second. Now, during the commercial break, I talked to Kang about something we were doing for the show. I went to talk to Kenny about something we're doing for the show. I actually had to get some things together, came back and sat down, and I completely forgot to call the phone. He sits down and
You say to me, so did you find it? No, I didn't find it. And before I can say, well, thanks for the effort, you go, gotta be honest with you. I got distracted, forgot to call.
We're all kinds of discombobulated.
Yeah.
And I blame the Tigers.
Effing Tigers. This team is ruining me. I haven't slept well in over a week. And I do blame the Tigers. 100% blame the Tigers for not being able to sleep the last couple nights. 100%. I haven't had much caffeine. The caffeine I have is usually in the morning, not at night, and it's through a Celsius or a Coke Zero. I went to the Red Wings game the other night. Did not have any caffeine. Just all right. Left after 2 periods. Come home, as I'm driving home, caught the end of the Tigers game, and yeah, I'm all worked up, lying in bed. It's like 11:45 at night, and I can't sleep. It's midnight. 1 o'clock, 1:30, finally fall asleep. It's been horrible.
You said I don't know how to describe it because it's torture you said frustration doesn't do it. No, somebody said torture, and I'm like, in a sports sense, it is. I have no faith, none, and it's depressing. Everything about the context tells you this should be exciting. Where they are, they have managed to be in the middle of this context. And it's not exciting at all. It's painful. It is painful. And Gator, you and I are at a total loss to see a way they can pull themselves out of this. A total loss.
Yep.
I said it when they had a 3.5 game lead. They had become a team that had a 3.5 game lead and felt like they didn't control their own destiny, which of course is virtually impossible. But that's what it felt like. And now they obviously they don't control their own destiny when it comes to the division. They do for the playoffs. I mean, they have essentially a 2-game lead over Houston with 4 to go. That's borderline insurmountable in the real context of teams that are competing for the playoffs. I think it's possible they don't win a game the rest of the year.
It is possible. And it seems unfathomable a few weeks ago.
If you had to guess, what's the most likely scenario? 0-4, 1-3, 2-2, 3-1, or 4-0? The most likely scenario, I mean, it might be like 20%, but I think the most likely scenario, I guess technically it'd have to be more than 20% if there's 5 options, but I think the most likely scenario is 0-4.
I think it's
I believe that.
I think it's 1-3. And 1-3 might be the most torturous way to do it because that means that Sunday's game may mean everything in terms of getting into the playoffs. This team is killing me. It's absolutely killing me.
I just looked down at Twitch and Hellboy Elfchild said, "Yeah, can we just do more football questions?"
You know what I feel like doing?
Can we do more football questions just the rest of the show?
More football questions. Even more football questions.
Like we do the we must have the big old tub of pretzels question. We do that every 2 weeks or whatever.
Yeah.
And I love it. It's my favorite segment. And this summer when I saw the Tigers when they had rain delays on TV and they went into rain delay questions,
Yeah.
I found it to be wildly entertaining.
Yep.
I feel like we should adopt it. It's like readopting our own, which is our big old tub of pretzels questions. We open it up like to Twitter, the people that put it out there on Twitter or on Twitch to put questions to us because I don't want to talk about the Tigers.
You want to do Ask Me Anything.
Ask anything. Yeah.
We'll talk about
we'll
it.
sift through it.
Yeah.
There's some stuff we're not going to answer, but some stuff we can. Could be crazy, could be reasonably personal, whatever. I just feel like now I want to lean into it.
I want to do 10 texts. Would you rather us talk about the Tigers and just choose some random, or the San Jose Sharks? Like, what would you rather hear right now? I don't. How are you coping is a great question, because my coping mechanism is like, it's like watching a car accident where I just kind of I peer over a little bit, but keep my eyes on the road and peer over because I'm flipping around. Last night, there was Michigan-Nebraska volleyball on Big Ten.
Come on, man. You know I'm taking a sip.
There was engineering catastrophes, which seemed appropriate. It was like on Discovery or whatever channel carries that. Island Life. Dude, that was a cool A-frame. The Golden Bachelor. I'm flipping around looking at what else is on because I went to Netflix for a second and watched a little bit of that SEC documentary that I haven't finished. And then I go back to the Tigers. It's just, that's my coping mechanism is try not to watch, but watch.
Yeah, I kind of had it on most of the time. If I flipped around, it was to see what episode of 2.5 Men is on.
Mm-hmm.
It was season 1. They had the 2-part episode with Jenna Elfman.
The Office had the episode with STDs when Michael had herpes, and Friends was a Thanksgiving episode. Like I watched everything, but everything last night. I was thinking of starting. When I went to Netflix, Kang, I'm like, what's better than the Tigers? What's the number 1 rated show? Oh, it's K-pop Ninja Stars or whatever the hell that show is.
You should watch that. That's much more entertaining than
is
Tigers.
That and it's like a kid's show, right?
It's way catchier songs too than what the Tigers are playing out there right now.
Do you have a coping mechanism right now for this disaster? Travis in Detroit, you're on 97 with a ticket. Hi, Travis.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, man, I just want to say, can we just officially call this the Blame It on the Tigers segment?
Sure.
This part right here. I blame the Tigers for ruining a magical baseball season that I had. I went to New Yankee Stadium, Fenway Park, Citizens Bank Park, Citi Field, went to Dodger Stadium. When we went to those games and those ballparks, the Tigers were legitimately holding down first place. Not only that, but when they lost last night, me and my partner, we were going to go to Cleveland. That was the deciding factor for us to go down to Progressive today. So we're not doing that. And we missed the doggone deadline to not pay a portion of next year's season tickets for the Tigers. So I just blame them for ruining what we thought was going to be so magical. I know it's not over, but I just chimed in when I heard you guys blame it on the Tigers, man.
I hear you, man.
This is crushing.
It's absolutely
I am
crushing.
so hurt, man.
Travis, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, brother. I mean, we're all in this. I forgot my phone this morning, and I blame the Tigers. You know, anything that's going wrong, I blame the Tigers. Like, how was your day today off to a horrible start because of the Tigers? Like, what did you forget to do? You forgot to put in the deposit for the season tickets. last night said, you know what,
Absolutely.
forget it, not going to the game. We're going to go to Cleveland. Now we're not going to Cleveland. What happened?
Exactly. And let me tell you, after last night's game, I turned on the Tulsa King. I'm a Stallone
There you
fan.
go.
So
There
if
you
you
go.
guys haven't chimed into that, that is a great series, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I've seen the
Tulsa
first
King,
3
check it
episodes.
out.
I really enjoyed it, and I'm gonna get back to it because I too
Travis?
enjoy Stallone.
My flight out to Nebraska, from Michigan, Nebraska last Friday, I watched episode 1, season 1 of Tulsa King. I'm like, there's promise with this show. But I don't want to watch it because of the Tigers. I like nothing. I'm not enthusiastic about much at all. I really need to reprioritize things in my life. 248-539-9797. How are you coping? 97.1, The Ticket.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Troy Melton gets the start tonight for the Tigers, who sit one game behind the Guardians in the Central, looking to avoid a sweep in Cleveland and end their 8-game losing streak. The Guardians also have the tiebreaker, making the Tigers mathematically 2 games back. Manager A.J. Hinch says the Tigers are taking things one day at a time to position themselves best for the playoffs. The Tigers are in the final wildcard spot, 1 game ahead of the Astros, who lost to the A's last night. First pitch from Cleveland, 6:40 tonight, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The pairings for the Ryder Cup will be announced at 4 o'clock this afternoon before the start of opening matches tomorrow morning at Bethpage. Final practice rounds also happening today, and the Red Wings have their second preseason game against the Buffalo Sabres at Little Caesars Arena tonight. You can hear Puck Drop at 7 o'clock over on WWJ. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Gator, I'm going to shake things up here a little bit.
All right.
Yeah. Before we get back to how are you coping with this epic train wreck of a finish for the Detroit Tigers, we're going to empty the bucket real quick. Okay, so here's 2 things from Michigan, Nebraska I didn't get to use on the air. One is going into the Michigan game, Nebraska offensively had no 3-and-outs their entire season. No 3-and-outs the whole season. Michigan first forced 4 of them. They had a 3-and-out that ended in an interception, which I don't think really counts as a 3-and-out, but they had no 3-and-outs for 3 games, which is pretty incredible.
Look at that.
And then this one I think you'll like. Memorial Stadium in Nebraska was the last stadium in the Big Ten to approve beer sales. This is year 1 of beer sales at Memorial Stadium in Nebraska.
So every stadium in the Big Ten now allows for beer sales.
Yep. Nebraska was the last to the table.
Did you notice an unruly crowd?
I didn't. Not anymore.
Anything different from other crowds you've seen there? Other than them calling you a jackass?
Yeah, one guy called me a donkey before the game because he thought I was Connor Stallions.
It's so great.
I got yelled
You
at
gotta
twice.
stop wearing those sunglasses, man.
So it's funny, like I got a bald head, right?
Stop cheating,
I was wearing sunglasses, and I'm just walking a game, listening. I had my headset on, Varsity Network app, listening to Wisconsin, Maryland. Hey, look, it's Connor Stallions, and I'm like, okay, I'll just keep walking, ignore it. I know how to handle these situations. Then 5 minutes later, hey Connor, you jackass. And I'm like, anyway, so there it is. That's the bucket. That's it. I don't got a lot.
That was it?
Yeah.
Well, you emptied the bucket that much?
Well, no. I mean, I could give you more. I don't think you'd find much of it very interesting.
You thought I'd find that interesting?
I thought you'd like the beer sales story.
Not impressed, Doug. He was not impressed. Go back to the Connor
You know
Stallion
what?
story.
You know what? You know what it is?
more people yelling at you.
Yeah.
I blame the Tigers.
Yeah, I don't. Here comes back to blaming the Tigers.
Bucket sucks because the
Bucket
Tigers.
sucks because of the Tigers.
The Tigers screw you up today. 248 539 9797.
Doug, you should have yelled at those people calling you a jackass saying, I'm 6'3", Connor's like 5'11".
Yeah.
Right?
You know what? The moral of the story is walk to the stadium with Jansen.
Yeah.
I've done it. I usually
walk
walk to the stadium with Jansen, but Jack Miller wasn't here this week, so Jansen had to host the entire pregame show with.
Jack's a big guy too? Former lineman, right?
Yeah, he's not as big as he used to be.
But he's still got to be
You know how
above
linemen-
6 feet. Yeah, they either go on in 2 ways.
Yeah, they either be 450 pounds or they slim down, and you can't believe they played in the trenches in major college football.
But
Jack's in that category.
But how tall is he?
Jack's probably 6'1", 6'2". I'm
That's
taller.
it?
Yeah, I'm taller than Jack.
Okay.
I think.
There's a little flex.
Yeah.
Not so humble, Brad.
You played line? Really? You sure about that? Okay. No, it's good. Cool. Whatever, bro.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I know. I know.
Anyway, walking with Jansen. Jansen protects more than blindside. Like nobody says anything to John.
Like my old guy played football with in 8th grade, and old buddy Mark Melia. I don't know, buddy, but Mark and I were friends and played football at Michigan. He's a brilliant doctor now, and he completely lost all the weight. He's like a tall, skinny guy now. Yeah. That's how it goes, though. It goes one of two ways. And we've seen plenty of guys that, hey, may have played at 280 pounds that are now add another 100 to that list. And, it goes the other way, too.
Well, anyway, sorry to let you down. I'll try and get better next week.
The people are here for us. We're blaming the Tigers. We're going to blame the Tigers for anything bad that's happened. What bad has happened to you in the last 48 hours that you want to blame the Tigers on?
And how are you coping?
Yeah. And what do you do to cope with it? I mean, for me, I forgot my phone this morning. I completely blame the Tigers for that.
I forgot to call your phone this morning.
You blame the Tigers for that.
Remember I wasn't here at the beginning of the show? Printer didn't work.
Yeah, that was right.
Tigers.
Daryl
in Belleville, you're on 97 won a ticket. What's up, Daryl? Daryl. Oh, Daryl.
Damn Tigers.
I'm so patient. Guy up. I'll miss his opportunity. Tigers. John out of Sally on 97 won a ticket. Hi, John.
How you doing? So I don't post much on Facebook, but I just looked back listening to you guys. I posted on June 26th. My life is better when the Tigers are good. And you know what? I can't even make a post right now. I'm doing the same. I usually run the computer through the TV to watch it because the LG TV don't. But now it's just on the computer on the side, and then I shut it when we get down one run.
Mm-hmm.
If you see a guy walking down the sidewalk kicking an empty can, it's probably me.
Tigers.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
I get it, John. I get it. Kang put it perfectly the other day when it comes to them trying to find a win. They've lost their keys. They're looking in places that make no sense. They're looking in places they've already looked for their keys 5 times. They keep going back. They can't find their keys.
Yeah.
Mike in Dearborn, you're next on 97 won a ticket. Hi, Mike. Mike.
Tigers.
Tigers.
Right.
I saw this great meme that had they weren't the real Tigers hitting coaches, but they had the picture of the guys and they were Tigers hitting coaches, and they said, "We don't know what to do anymore. We've tried everything." Like you're right. Looking for the keys, you're looking places that don't exist. That will never be.
My keys would never be in the freezer in the garage, but I'm looking for them in the freezer in the garage. Are my keys in the attic?
I can't speak enough how much I love your idea of batting practice with apples.
Really?
Watching these guys, seriously, watching the guys just smash apples instead of baseballs, it's therapeutic.
It's a little league trick, man. These are pros.
I think it would work. I don't care. Kids at heart, right?
Yeah, I guess. Jason in Shelby Township. Hi, Jason.
Okay, so what would be the bigger collapse? If you went back 3 years and said, okay, the Lions, painted a hypothetical picture and said the Lions will be up 17 points, whatever it was, in San Francisco at halftime.
Mm-hmm.
And the following year, they would go 15-2, have home field advantage throughout the playoffs. What would be the odds of them not making the Super Bowl? Then looking at the Tigers going back when they were up 14.5 games and them not making the playoffs, which one do you think would have the higher
Tigers
odds?
Tigers is the bigger collapse because it's throughout the season. I mean, we can go through countless games,
single games.
We've seen teams blow leads, and I can't believe they blew the lead. It's a game. It happens throughout the season. They have a 15.5 game lead like they did not that long ago, back in July, after they swept Cleveland. It was 15.5 games to now where they're back a game. That is epically worse than any single game collapse that we've seen. Or you want to talk about 15-2 season and they don't. Yeah, okay, injuries, dude. It's easy to excuse away what happened last year in the playoffs because that was not the playoff roster that they had going into the season. But what the Tigers have done, it's worse.
Okay. Second part, kind of, I don't know if you guys touched on this before, but I know Verlander looks like would have been a great add-on at this point.
Yeah,
but
hindsight.
here's my take. Real quick on Verlander, real quick. I would have said to myself, based on this basically being his home where it all started, that he would have went that extra mile, dug down in the playoffs, and gave that little extra. You would assume the kind of money these guys make that they would always be given 100%. But I would have said to myself, he's going to pick it up another notch, and that I would have taken that into consideration, and that's why I probably would have taken on Verlander.
Would you? I mean, 5.48 ERA last year with Houston in 17 starts. This year, he started the season. He was brutal going into the All-Star break. Since the All-Star break, he's been amazing. So there was the track record wasn't
incredible
there.
hindsight. He was not pitching well when he was available. It'd be great to get who he was in the second half, and that's quite frankly part of this is their job. The Tigers went out and got some bullpen arms that weren't great, but they saw something, and it hasn't worked. So yeah, it's part of their job, and I get it. But when you say I would have done it, were you really clamoring for Verlander, who wasn't pitching well at the trade deadline?
I don't remember taking any calls. No. I think there were a couple, but.
Well, that's like people
it's
saying.
Like taking a flyer and offering nothing in return.
But that's the old, I think they should sign Ndamukong Suh.
Well, it is to an extent. Now, the difference is with the Verlander thing, and again, it's revisionist history because it's hindsight. But, Charlie Morton, Chris Paddock, those were the starting pitchers they picked up.
Yeah, which weren't great either.
No, and they weren't pitching great going into. I mean, I think Morton had started to turn things around a little bit, but both of those guys on the season had not done very well. It was very comparable to Verlander, I guess. And, of course, Verlander ends up having a great second at the post-All-Star break season, and those guys did not.
Whatever.
But, right? Whatever.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. I need to stand corrected. I need to make a correction. Just got a text here from Jack Miller.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
6'3", and I expect you to set the record straight right now. I probably
maybe,
wouldn't.
maybe your playing day 6'3". I mean, if Doug's towering over you,
Towering?
I mean, that's what you see. You say he's like 6'1",
Yeah,
and
you
are.
look- you
You're
say
a
you look
legit
down on
6'3".
him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is King. This is like Brock Lesnar and Shane Carwin when they fought in the UFC, and they listed both fighters at like 6'4", and Brock Lesnar is literally 3 inches taller than Shane Carwin. It's same thing, right? Okay, Jack. I don't know. I never met Jack. I don't think I met Jack.
Sounds like you'd be looking down on him if you did.
I mean, or at least looking eye to eye.
I have a
The
feeling.
way Doug's describing us.
Good luck when you do meet Jack.
I still am at my playing.
Jack,
weight.
Jack, I hope you enjoyed your vacation. All right, Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. So we made the argument. Actually, hold on. I want to get to this call first. Greg is in Dearborn, and he's on 97 won the ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey, boys. So it's crazy that, we all feel this way, but it's like you look at Fangraphs right now, and I know their spreadsheet doesn't watch Kerry Carpenter go up there and just have abysmal at-bats, but, 80% chance of making the playoffs still.
I mean, it's the context. We go to the context of where they are. 4-game lead or 2-game lead with 4 games to go. It's because of the tiebreaker they hold over Houston. This feels like they're in a good spot, but the way they're playing, I think the most likely scenario is 0-4.
Yeah, so I wanted to blame on my Tigers. My 30-year-old lawnmower, I'm having trouble getting it to start right now. # Thursday Mo. So
yeah,
at Tigers.
Dude,
Thanks a lot, Tigers.
Yeah, exactly.
It started last week, right, Greg?
Oh yeah, purred.
Purred like a
Yeah,
kitten.
no.
Yeah. Now it sucks like a tiger.
Tigers.
God, what a shame.
Thanks, Greg. Mark, you're next. Hi, Mark.
Hey, what's going on? So I would think about this. I got someone else to blame. We have 2 teams in the city that have had epic collapses in the past year. They both have one thing in common. They both are giving scraps to deal with because of the owner. And I think you don't go into this season if you want to win by getting outbid for Bregman, for signing a pitcher out of retirement, trading for a 41-year-old pitcher. All that is because, they don't want to go and get players to move this team along. And here we are. Same thing with the Red Wings. So I blame Ilitch. Most problems we have right now always comes down to a rich guy. So that's where I'm at. I'm going to blame everything on Ilitch.
Well, look, like I said, I'll wait till the season's over before I start doling out pies of blame and how big your slice is. I'll just say this about the Bregman deal. The Bregman not choosing Detroit very well may be costing him right now. Because
I don't think there's any
this
question.
is an 850 OPS guy who would have manned down third base, and they can't score runs. There's no timely hitting, and Bregman's been there, done that, and has a relationship with AJ. And it felt like, certainly Bregman would help a ton in the current moment in time. I think in 4 years, we're going to be really glad he didn't take that contract. Right now, it hurts. You said getting outbid. If he wanted more money or more term, where he is in his career, I think that would be a contract that would feel like the bias contract at the end. Now, would it help him here and now? Yeah, it would have. And so maybe you put into it would have been worth it category. Now that they don't have him, the only positive out of it is I do not think you want Alex Bregman in year 4, 5, and 6 at that money for that contract.
And Alex
personally,
Bregman's only played 112 games this year. He spent time in the IL, and this is, that's an issue. But he was.
I don't even think he's having a great September, is he? Do you have his numbers in front of you?
I had them. He's a 3.5 WAR guy. Oh. So for those who like the WAR stat, it's very good for only 112 games played. That being said, in September he is hitting 222 with a 649 OPS. So right on line with what the Tigers are doing. But prior to that, obviously, he's been a much better player. Although August was slightly above average, 735 OPS. He was hot in the first half of the season, clearly a difference maker. And I still think if the Tigers had him for this year, I think they'd probably win the division at this point. Would have already done it, clinched it, but they don't.
No,
they don't. They made their offer to him. It was a very more than fair offer, and it was done after they had already signed all their other free agents. To me, it's not. I mean, we can address this after the season when it finally is over, but it's not an Illich issue with not wanting to spend. It's the guy that you entrusted to spend the money, and he spent it on Alex Cobb, and he traded for Paddock and Morton, and that's where the issue is. And I'm not killing Scott Harris for it because I like what the other things Scott Harris has done, and he's sticking to his guns and not wanting to give up his top prospects because he thinks those guys are going to be the foundation of this team that's going to be contending for a World Series for years and years.
I have an issue with Illich, but I'm going to wait till the season's done.
Fair enough.
248-539-9797. Daryl in Belleville. Hi, Daryl.
No, the issue is
Hey, Daryl, you got to keep your radio down.
okay.
Go ahead.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Okay, and you also got to take us off speaker, Daryl. We can barely hear you, buddy.
Oh, my bad.
It's all right.
Okay, you got me now.
Yeah, that's better. Go ahead.
All right, well, hey, nice show, guys. I listen to you off and on and more on and off lately, you know. Thank you. And I got, just buckle up on this real quick. So the other guy, previous guy, talked about a lawnmower. I lost my lawnmower yesterday.
Oh, no.
I lost a 44-year-old friendship.
I'm sorry.
The last couple of days.
Oh, no.
And I got a defunct lawyer, old sucker lawyer that stole money from me.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. I gave him some money. He's a no-show. No call, no answer, no call back, you know. And I blame all that on the Tigers.
Yeah. I don't blame him. Yeah, of course you do. That's who you blame.
You know, I left my glasses somewhere. I was trying to find my glasses, right?
Yeah.
And I'm thinking about them maybe catching up to Cleveland yesterday.
Okay.
And so I'm looking for my glasses, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm all over. I'm all frustrated, and they're on my forehead. So I blame the
Right
Tigers.
there. Blame the Tigers. You know what?
Daryl, you're a mess.
Yeah, you are a mess. Maybe that's where the keys are for the Tigers. On
their forehead?
On the forehead, right?
Yeah.
Daryl, good luck.
Yeah.
I hope things turn
Thank you,
around.
buddy.
Yeah, I hope your lawyer gets back in touch with you.
All right.
How about this? Whoever Daryl's attorney is, get back in touch with him. Do your job. Come on.
Yeah, don't stiff Daryl.
Don't stiff Daryl. He doesn't deserve that.
No.
He just lost his lawnmower after 40 years.
Daryl's good people.
He's great people.
Okay.
A little absent-minded, but don't worry about that. The Tigers' fault.
Friendship up in flames after 40
Right.
years. Whatever.
You know what Daryl's attorney is saying right now?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I forgot to call him Tigers.
Mm-hmm.
He's blaming
That's
the
right.
Tigers.
He's not doing his job as a lawyer.
Everyone's
Tigers.
blaming the Tigers. What are you blaming the Tigers for?
Okay, we made a case earlier that about the Lions. You and I were in lockstep about this being the best non-quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah.
I kind of want to talk about this a little bit. See if anybody's with us, or is this straight up good old-fashioned sports talk radio homerism?
Is this Honolulu Blue Kool-Aid?
Yeah, let's go.
That good.
All right, we like we said, I don't care what we don't. Doesn't bother me. I'm not afraid to say it.
No, and
I'm not afraid to take heat for saying it.
And it wasn't Jack Campbell.
It wasn't Jack Campbell. Although, as you put
Toughest
it,
guy in the National Football
tell
League.
people what you said during the commercial break.
I said, if you had told me that there was a Detroit Lion player that was going to play a football game with a hole in his face and it wasn't his mouth, who would it be? Jack Campbell.
That's right. Jack, MF, and Campbell. Anyway, we'll get to some Lion stuff next. 97.1 The Ticket. So, Kang, do we have the exchange? We have the exchange, right, between Gator and Goff? All right. I want to play this. Goff's always paying attention, and Goff's funny. And the Gator brought this up after the Monday night game. Amon-Ra was so money on Monday night. And so we had Goff on Tuesday. And he slept in, came on at 12:30, and this was the exchange. So Kang had this football question, the Y9 blitz thingy. Myles Garrett. Who is it that said Myles Garrett's the best non-quarterback in the NFL history?
Joe Thomas, former tackle for the Browns.
What do you make of our answer that it's Amon-Ra?
I think it's a great answer.
Do you?
I do. And I agree with you with the offense wins championships nowadays, in 2025 in the last few years, Doug. So I was trying to think of an offensive player too, but I was thinking maybe Saquon Barkley, they just won a Super Bowl with him. He was such a game changer for them. Maybe it's Jonathan Taylor right now because what he's doing with the Colts and making Daniel Jones look good.
I think last year you could have said Saquon Barkley, and I wouldn't have given much of an argument last year.
I think Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson are two good ones, but I think right now you guys might be onto something with Amon-Ra St. Brown because it's the attitude. It's not just the on the field. It's off the field. It's everything. And on the field, it's not just catching the ball. It's blocking. It's, he's lined up in the backfield getting handoffs. Then he's pitching it to, Gibbs. He is an ultimate difference maker, and he's not a quarterback.
I wondered in that the play's called St. Gibbs, and I wonder on the St. Gibbs play how much latitude Amon-Ra had in a normal option offense, right? The quarterback can keep it and go upfield. He took that football and pitched it instantaneously.
Yeah.
And he was right.
Okay, yeah.
But of course that takes some decision making. He didn't once he got the ball, it looked like he didn't even consider running. Oh, I'll just pitch it right away. Which you'd think, maybe some experience, he might take another step or two before he pitched it. He made the exact right call, the exact right play. And I don't know how much that's a part of that play's success, too, is Amon-Ra making that call, or it was the plan to pitch it the whole time. Look, my case is, in a league that showcases offenses, he has tied for the most touchdown receptions in the NFL.
He's got 4.
He's got the second most catches for first downs in the NFL.
16.
Of the top 35 wide receivers in the league, he has the highest catch per target. Do you have his numbers in front of you?
Yes.
How many catches? Is it 20?
He has 20 out of 25 targets.
Okay.
So it's 80% of the balls thrown to him he has caught.
Yes, which is the best percentage of the top 35 wide receivers in the NFL.
Incidentally, the 16 first downs out of 20 receptions is also 80%, if I'm not mistaken.
So 80% of his, 16 out of 20 receptions?
Yeah.
It's actually 16, 32. Yeah, it's a little more than that, isn't it?
I think it's 8. I'm saying 16 first downs on 20 receptions. 16 out of his 20 receptions. That's 80%.
So yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. I was confused.
So he's got 80% of the passes thrown to him he's caught.
Yep.
And of the passes he's caught, 80% of those are for first down.
Dude, the dude is...
He's the dude.
He's the dude. And right now, if this keeps up for the whole season, then I think it's sort of more of an acknowledgement. But I got to tell you, I think a strong case can be made that he's the most impactful non-quarterback in the NFL right now. And what's weird about that is right now, if you think there were a draft, every player in the league, all the non-quarterbacks are available. Amon-Ra wouldn't go number 1 because I think the reason this works is it's the quarterback receiver combination. These two have a chemistry that I don't know can be matched by other quarterbacks with Amon-Ra.
I mean, Burrow's out. So what Burrow and Jamar Chase had goes back to their days at LSU, even though they only played 1 year together at LSU. But it goes back that far, and they've played together in the NFL since. And it's very good. Justin Jefferson has had to work with now a third quarterback in 3 years. Actually, a fourth quarterback in 4 years, I guess, when you go back to Cousins as well.
in trying to find that chemistry. He's a fantastic. Both of those guys are amazing receivers. Amon-Ra to me is the best because he does. It's not just making catches. Those guys are downhill threats. They're going to do the downfield threats. They get the long passes thrown to him all the time. Amon-Ra does all the dirty stuff. He's going to catch the ball for an 8-yard gain and turn it into a 15-yard gain. Get you move the sticks, pump the team up. He's not going to drop a pass.
No.
And the other thing that, as we're talking about these stats, how amazing the 80% of the targets and 80% of those are first downs. Jared Goff has completed 78% of his passes on the season. So it's not just Amon-Ra who's catching everything that's thrown to him. Jahmyr Gibbs has caught 18 of 19 passes thrown to him. Given those are short passes, whatever. J-Mo's 8 of 12. That's 75% of the passes thrown to him. Laporte is 13 out of 17. Montgomery is 6 out of 6. I mean, 78% of the passes Jared Goff throws are completed, so it's part of the offense. But Amon-Ra does it in volume. And it's just so wildly impressive that he can be the guy, if you need to get 15 or 17 yards, he's going to get open for it. Or if you need a guy to help block at the line of scrimmage, in particular the goal line, to ensure that one of your running backs can get in there, he gets that job done. If you want someone to block downfield for J-Mo to free him up, so once he catches the ball, he can turn a 10-yard gain into a 70-yard touchdown, it's Amon-Ra. He's great.
This question really got me thinking because I had to start with a premise, which some people think is flawed, but I think it's true in 2025 in the NFL that offense wins championships. So I'm going to look for guys on the offensive side of the ball. And as far as getting into the end zone, I don't know if anybody's rushed for more than no players rushed for more than 4 touchdowns. So this is the most touchdowns in the NFL as a receiver. He's tied for the most. There's only one running back that has 4. It's James Cook.
And his teammates Montgomery and Gibbs each have 3.
Yeah. There's one running back that's averaging over 100 yards rushing a game. It's Jonathan Taylor. And look, Taylor's really, really good. He's
great.
Yeah, I'm not arguing against it. I think it's a legit argument that Amon-Ra right now is the best, the most dangerous,
most impactful.
Sorry, yes, thank you. Non-quarterback in the NFL.
And to go back to your favorite play, Gator, was the fourth down call where the ball had to be perfectly played or dropped in a bucket, and St. Brown had to be in that spot, and that's the chemistry they have. One of the reasons why that play worked was, where Amon-Ra was coming from? He was at the line of scrimmage about to block.
Yes.
They thought he was blocking because he's such a good blocker in the run game. Marlon Humphrey was ready to shed him the block to stop the running back, right? But instead, St. Brown goes upfield, which made Marlon Humphrey have to grab him, caused the flag. Didn't matter. They still completed the pass. St. Brown can do so many different things on the field that you have to account for everything.
248-539-9797. Tim in Brighton, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Tim.
Hey, guys. Hey, great show today. Hey, I wanted to kind of say real quick on the St. Gibbs the St. Gibbs play, where he does the shovel pass. If you actually kind of go back on their Instagram, they talk about how they've been practicing that play for almost 2 years. Yep. And Gibbs was complaining in a meeting that they never run it. And so Amon-Ra talks is like, watch, because you just said it, we're probably going to run it.
Yep.
And somebody has done a little clip that shows the exact same play that Dan Campbell did when he played. It's actually kind of hilarious. And so anyway, all that, yes, I agree with the decision making, but I also think there's a ton that goes into the coaching meetings and staff, just really prepping these guys up, and the way they respond is incredible.
100% true. Tim, it's 100% true. Like the impression that I took away from Monday night is confirmation that the offense can still look like a well-oiled machine without Ragnow and without Ben Johnson.
Yep. Yeah, and just how everybody just kind of steps up, ready to play, and just the guys are ready to go. So anyway, yeah, thanks for taking my call.
Sure. 248-539-9797. We will take the calls if you think we're being homers and you think there's a more impactful non-quarterback in the NFL.
Oh, yeah, open to the discussion.
Yeah,
sure.
I'm open to the debate. If you value things, it depends how much emphasis you put on things. I think probably in this league, if they opened up all the non-quarterbacks to a draft, edge rushers would probably go first. But,
I'm not convinced Amon-Ra is not the first receiver.
It'd be interesting. I think I'm not convinced he is or isn't, because I think the secret to the sauce is right now, Amon-Ra and Goff are just locked in. They are locked in. They like finish each other's football sentences.
They're the best quarterback receiver tandem in the National Football League.
Is that a question?
That's a statement.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Open lines 248-539-9797. We spent most of the first 90 minutes venting, talking about coping, and you know what I'm talking about.
Blaming the Tigers.
Yeah. And we blame the Tigers for a lot of stuff.
Blame for everything. I blame for
here you go. Casey just sent us this tweet. Stub my toe on my early morning walk to the bathroom. Thanks a lot, Tigers. Yep. Everything that's going wrong circles back to the Tigers. Gator was his friendly disposition. Not so much. You were a little on the edge this morning, Tigers, and that is literally because of the Tigers. 248-539-9797. We shifted gears. We're talking a lot of Lions now. We made the case that Amon-Ra St. Brown is the most impactful non-quarterback in the National Football League right now. We gave you all the reasons why and the data that would support it. Now, if you believe the defense wins championships and all successes and failures are centered around rushing the passer, which a lot of people do, you might not buy into this, but we made our case. Let's get back to your calls. Mike in Toledo. Hi, Mike.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my call. Love the show.
Thank you.
I get the impression, just curious what your take on this is. I get the impression that after the whistle blows and the coaches say practice is over, that Goff and St. Brown and probably others stick around on their own after practice working to improve their craft.
Yeah.
Does that happen at this level?
Certain people, yeah. I mean, I know Amon-Ra's there, and Goff said it to us. He goes, this week when he said, this really is something that we've worked at.
I don't know. I mean, the training camp practices we've been privy to, I wouldn't say that they're staying after working with each other, but certainly St. Brown stays after practice and works with the gun, the what do you call it? The machine that spits out the
jugs
football.
Machine.
Yeah, the jugs machine. He works with that,
right?
And he does it before practice and after practice. He's a perfectionist with that, but I don't think there's any question these guys work out together a ton. And to gain that chemistry and to have that chemistry, they know each other so well, and it helps that Goff is the only quarterback that St. Brown has known in the National Football League.
Right. I just get the impression the guys are such football junkies that they're going to stick around, not just them, but probably others, working on improving their craft. It makes them perform at such precision levels so often.
Yeah, they do work at it. It's not a mistake. It's not an accident, I guess I should say.
I guess the point of the call was more like, are they doing this on their own after the coaches say, hey, we're done? These guys just stick around, and obviously, from what you told me, they do.
Yeah, and they do off-season work, too. I mean, there was which game did they close out 2 years ago? Playoff game against Tampa? Tampa or the Rams? There was a 3rd and 9.
I think it was the Rams.
And it was a choice route where Amon-Ra had to run right to the sticks, hit the DB. Like when he ran in, when he was met with the defensive back, he had to go right or left. And Goff and Amon-Ra have to read the defensive back the same way. And they did. And they moved the chain. They got the first down. The Rams couldn't stop the clock, and the game was over. And that was an example of two guys that were on the same page because he could have cut right, could have cut left. I think he went left. And by the time he cut, the ball was already in the air. So it's, again, a chemistry and working together and knowing what the other one's going to do.
Yeah, Goff is like pinpoint accurate, but ASB is always where he's supposed to be.
Yep.
He's always where Goff expects him to be. Like, he shouldn't really be running fade routes in the end zone. He's not like 6'4", but right. But he can because they know exactly what to do. They're on the same page. I'm going to throw it here. Before you even turn around, you know exactly where it is. Catches it with his hands, keeps it away from the defender. Touchdown.
It's amazing because St. Brown does it either way. It's like, okay, I'm going to beat you to the corner, and Goff's just going to throw it over you, and I'll catch it. Or he's going to throw back shoulder. I'm going to stop and make the play right at the goal line. He did it both, and I think in the same game.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Let's look at some of the feedback. CMC to the 49ers is more important, valuable, and impactful. He's averaging 3.4 yards a carry. He hasn't been in the end zone yet this year.
Who is this?
Christian McCaffrey. He's got 25 catches on 32 targets. He has a touchdown reception. I mean, I think there was probably a time where he was more.
I would agree with that.
I don't know if he's back to what he was.
He's been oft injured, and I think that's what knocks him down a peg. It's like I think last year I would have said Saquon Barkley last year is offensive, or is just the non-quarterback. This year, and maybe it's just, and sure, I'm sure some of this is seen through Honolulu Blue glasses.
We're not denying that.
Not denying it at all, but it's kind of an accumulation of things. Like St. Brown has been this guy for years, and I don't know if it's me just wanting to give him his due, or if it's just a realization. I mean, he is having another great season. 4 touchdowns, 20 receptions on 25 targets. He's got 16 first downs on those 20 receptions. He's the man. He just gets it done in every facet. You know what he is? He's a superstar version of Stephen Kwan.
Yeah, I guess.
He does every little thing that you want to do, which is what Stephen Kwan does. But the main things he's supposed to do, which for Kwan is supposed to like hit and do all that, which Kwan does, he's fine, but it's the little things he does that makes him great. St. Brown does those little things, and he does the big things. He'll have his 100-yard games. He's having better season than Kwan would.
Scott says, if my life depended on a receiver catching a football, I'd choose Amon-Ra St. Brown to catch that ball.
100%.
Paul from St. Clair says, me and my dad called St. Brown Old Faithful. He's a future Hall of Famer. Let's go to Adrian and Warren. You're next. Hello, Adrian.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
We're good.
Man, St. Brown, he's going to get us there. I believe we have the powerhouse stack that we need.
He's so good, and I think his impact is massive on this football team, and it's the Goff Amon-Ra chemistry that really gets this done.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Adrian, thank you. John and Livonia, you're next. Hello, John.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
Hey, so far, I'm loving the Lions season so far, except for one little ache in my back, and it's Terrion Arnold. Man, I want to like the guy so bad, but when I see this dude posting all these TikToks and talking all this on social media, and then he shows up on Sundays playing how he did against Baltimore and all this season, last season, I can't stand this dude. He's starting a podcast with Pat Surtain called Closed on Sundays. Terrion Arnold is 7'11". He is open. If you are on Terrion Arnold, you are open. I just can't. I'm starting to get so sick of this guy right now, but maybe it's just me.
Well, what does he post on social media aside from doing a podcast with somebody that you disagree with or that you don't like?
It's just like I just don't like how confident he is when he can't back up his game. You know, like I don't mind it when you're that confident and you can back it up. But
here's a thought. Here's a thought, and you tell me if this would be better. Don't follow him.
All right, you might have a good point, but I'm just.
Well, I mean, it feels like it's shaping your opinion of him. I don't think if I heard that Terrion Arnold was effing around in practice or wasn't trying,
then this stuff would bother.
Yes, it would bother me more. But guys do things. What's my old saying? We want our professional athletes to wake up in the morning and eat nothing but health food for breakfast, lift weights till noon, take a nap, have the healthiest of lunches,
study the playbook,
go to practice, watch film, study the playbook, and be in bed by 9 p.m. That's what we want.
Yeah. Eric Woodyard, who obviously covers the Lions for ESPN, said today defensive coordinator Kelvin Shepard said he's not down on Terrion Arnold and doesn't think that he's having a bad year. But cornerback Amik Robertson could see a bigger role this week. Quote, it's just growing pains. The kid's very young, and he's still in developmental stages. That's what he said about Terrion Arnold, which echoes what Dan Campbell said yesterday with the morning show, mentioning Amik Robertson, and he's going to get maybe some more looks. I think that there is some concern with Terrion Arnold, and I think they're addressing it, but they're not giving up on the guy, and I don't think anybody should give up on the guy. It's a player that is thrust into a starting situation as a rookie, made some rookie mistakes early, and then got better as the season went on. And I think this year the expectation was he'd pick off this year where he left off last year. And that hasn't really happened. He's looked a little bit more confused out there. We've seen some big plays against him, and the numbers will bear that out too. And that's a little frustrating and concerning because you were hoping it was going to be a much bigger jump from year 1 to year 2 and haven't seen that yet. I still think there's a jump. I think he's going to be a quality player in the NFL. I don't know if he's ever going to be what you want him to be, which is, everybody wants you to be Sauce Gardner or Stingley or whoever the better, corners in the league are. But I just still think he could be very good, and he's just off to a rough start.
97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. It's another chance for the Tigers to turn things around in Cleveland. They send Troy Melton to the mound tonight, looking to avoid a sweep and snap their 8-game losing streak. The Guardians have a 1-game lead in the Central, but they also have the tiebreaker, essentially making them 2 games up on the Tigers. Manager A.J. Hinch says they're taking things day by day as the playoffs near. The Tigers are currently in the last wild card spot. First pitch, 6:40, 6:15 pregame show right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Ypsi native and former number 1 recruit Amani Bates signing a 1-year deal with the Philadelphia 76ers. The 21-year-old Bates, who went to Lincoln High School in Eastern Michigan, will have a chance to make the Sixers roster in camp. Bates spent his first 2 seasons with the Cleveland Cavaliers, playing 25 games, averaging 3 points a contest. And at 7 o'clock over on WWJ, the Red Wings have their second preseason game against the Sabres at Little Caesars Arena. At the Corball Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Sorry, man. Bad bite.
You have a bad bite?
Yeah.
Chicken.
Leftover chicken breast.
Chicken.
And try to get them one more bite. Probably a bit aggressive. All right, look.
Is there mango there? Is it mango chicken? Yeah, it's some aggressive mango years ago.
Yeah, where did that come from?
Was it a spicy aggressive mango, Kang? What was that?
I think it was like a smoothie order, like maybe from TSC or something, Doug. We got
the aggressive mango.
Yeah.
They got a new one now. There's always Mango Magic, and I don't know what the new one is. It's Mango something.
Mango Magic's good.
Is it passive mango?
No, it's not. I gotta see. They got a second, and it's got let me see if I can find it here, because I like it better than I do the Mango Magic.
Well, I'm curious what's in this now.
But we don't have a lot of, and we do have Are You Gonna Eat That coming up this hour.
You hungry, Gator?
I am.
Okay, here we go. Mango Magic is mango, pineapple, and non-fat yogurt.
Great.
Mango Monsoon
Oh.
is mango, pineapple, papaya, guava, passion fruit, and coconut.
Not thrilled about the coconut.
You're not a coconut fan.
I'm not, but at the same time, if it's just a hint of it, it's not like, for me, it's more the texture than anything else. But if it's like coconut milk, kind of like a pina colada. Sometimes a pina colada is the greatest drink in the world.
Yeah, because you're usually on vacation.
Yes. So I feel like when
no one goes home and makes a pina colada.
That's right. Hey, what are you doing? Monday Night Football. Pina colada.
Summertime I do. But yeah, I think I would definitely try this.
It's
like throwing every fruit in the world.
Well, it's like it's all these tropical, like exotic. Give me more papaya, please.
Does Toucan Sam serve it up to you?
Could. It quickly ascended to the top of my TSC order list. Quickly to the top.
It's gonna be tough to top the banana chai bliss or whatever it is that they have. Chai banana bliss.
I think you've morphed a few together there.
Yeah.
But that's banana chia banana max. I think it's called. I don't think it's bliss. I think it's max. But
it's bliss for me.
Whatever. All right, so we've kind of shifted gears here and started talking Lions because the first 90 minutes of the show mostly Tigers, and it's wholly depressing. Kang, I want you to talk about the mistake you made as a parent. Well, it wasn't you, it was your wife.
Oh, that one?
Yeah.
The other day, I had picked up my little girl from preschool.
Who is how old?
She is 4 now.
Okay.
And she acknowledged me as a dad now, finally.
She's finally.
I am the father.
Yep.
At least, finally, she acknowledges it.
Just if you were new to the show, Kang had a bit of a tenuous relationship with his youngest daughter, who basically made it clear that mommy was number one and dad was a distant whatever. I don't know if you were number two or like, you weren't even
just
second.
Distant. Yeah, I would say I love you, and she'd say, look at me dead in the eye and say, I love mommy.
Yeah.
I'd say thank you for
The
that.
better one was you were sitting alone on a love seat, and she was on the couch with their sister and your mom, and she looked at you and said, Daddy, you're sitting alone.
And then laughed.
That is cold.
Yes.
That like is a maniacal, cold.
You're all
Cold-hearted.
by yourself.
Yep.
So yeah, I picked her up from preschool. I'm driving home, and my wife calls me, and she goes on the speakerphone in the car.
Mm-hmm.
She's driving home from work, and we're chatting, whatever. And then I say, hey, how far are you away? And she says, I'm effing far. And I said, hey, Jackie, kid in the car. And I turned back, and I think she just smiled. She didn't say anything, and she does repeat stuff too. When she's at that age.
Yeah.
And she said, my wife's like, oh, sorry, but I thought that was hilarious.
Yep.
But you can't laugh too hard when that stuff happens because then the kids think it's funny.
Did your wife say, oh, I'm so sorry. Listen, sweetie, if you ever effing say that, you're going to be in trouble.
The first time we got hit with this is one of my favorite stories with my daughter.
I love this story.
She had a pen that she couldn't get the top off of. She was like coloring with, markers.
Yeah.
And she just casually was sitting. I'll never forget where she was sitting in the kitchen, at the seated at the bar stools. Hey, Mom, can you help me get the top off this effing thing? Except she dropped the word. She was like 3. And my wife said, Doug, can you come here? I was in the office and I walked out into the living room.
Hey, sweetie, what's up?
And my wife said, can you say that again, Kaylee? and she said, now she was like exasperated.
Yeah.
Like, why do I have
That's
to
the best part of it.
Mom, can you take the top off this effing thing? And you're right. You want to burst out laughing. But to the speakerphone thing, we have a friend that calls a lot, and it'll connect to speaker. He swears so much that when the phone rings, my kids start to beg, don't tell him we're in the car. Don't tell him we're in the car. And because so many times we did the same thing where I'm like, dude, my kids are in the car. Oh, I'm sorry. You need to tell me. But he swears so much that when the kids see his name pop up on the screen, they get excited. Please, Dad, please don't tell him we're in the car.
It wasn't me, huh?
No, it wasn't. Now, my kids are like 23, 19, and 18. So they're used to it.
They're all grown
yeah,
up
they're all
now.
grown
Yeah.
up. So, but yes, that mistake can be made easily. Because it's only a matter of time before you find it. You get a call from a teacher.
Oh, yeah.
That's the next step. And here's the good news. You're off the hook.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
You've
blame
got
it on
you've
her,
got the
yeah.
moment, like put a pin in that moment and circle back. The first time she drops an F-bomb in class in art because she can't get a top off a pen, you'll know who to blame.
Blame mommy.
Mm-hmm.
Kane would never swear in front of the kids.
Never.
Never.
I only swear
At
when
the
mic's
Tigers.
on. Yeah. I just blame on the Tigers if I do.
Yeah, that's right.
It's effing Tigers.
That's what they've driven us to. Anyway, I'm glad you're all good. Meanwhile, Gator's got a dilemma. Headline: Laguna Beach cast to reunite for 20th anniversary special at Roku. Laguna Beach.
I didn't read this story. I saw the headline. I grabbed the link to the story and I sent it to you. I didn't read the details about this. I was a fan of the TV show Laguna Beach on MTV.
He thought he was watching a reality show.
Reality-ish. What I didn't expect it to be was, blatantly lifting the curtain and then letting you know on the last episode that not only was it not reality, this was, at the end, they let you know flat out that this was just a production.
Well, I never watched the show once. Did they were sitting on a set? Is that what it was? On the last
they were
scene
walking
ever?
up, and the set kind of opens up at the end of it, and just Brody, jackass.
Well, but you love Lauren Conrad.
I liked Lauren a lot. Yeah,
there's another one too.
Kristen Cavallari's great.
And
Low is my girl.
I want to see if I can find on YouTube the last.
So this is before we already knew like everything that was basically scripted, right? This is like the kind of like the beginning
Early reality
popular,
TV.
Yeah, popular
When I watch,
reality TV.
Ozzy Osbourne show and you watch the Osbournes or whatever, you knew that some of the stuff was just set up, right? But there's set up scenarios. But the other part was probably a lot of it unscripted. It's just who they are, and it's kind of funny. But you knew that some scenarios were just, hey, let's see what happens if Ozzy's making an omelet at 2:00 in the morning, you know. But this show, Laguna Beach, it didn't have that feel to it. Like they're like, oh, wait a minute, this happened, and maybe we're recreating stuff that happened during the course of the day or something like that. Let's get cameras out there and do it. But no, it was flat out film, probably take 3, take 4. You know, hey, Justin Bobby, stop laughing, stuff like that.
Wow. So you don't know what you're going to do?
I mean, is Lowe involved or not? Have they said who's coming back?
It says currently titled The Roku Presents the Laguna Beach Reunion. The 2-hour special will see Lauren Conrad, Kristen Cavallari, Lowe Bosworth, blah, blah, blah.
She's there.
Yeah,
I'll take part.
That's there. Lowe's in there.
Yep.
I'll watch.
I know you will.
Of course I'm going to watch.
I got to tell you, like, it would take some sort of discipline and ethics to say, I'm not going to watch this.
And I'm not proud.
No,
I'm not proud. Like you talk about the guilty pleasure shows that you watch. This was one.
Dude, I flipped to the Golden Bachelor last night to not watch the Tigers.
I mean, that's embarrassing.
Not proud.
But there's the local Tigers, a Golden Bachelor, played football in Michigan or something like that. I understand it. But I mean, I was watching a show with Kids were in high school at like the ultra rich high school in Laguna Beach with, Brody Jenner.
Yeah.
And then not everybody else, but then a couple other people end up becoming household names. And then you get Spidey with Spencer and Heidi, which was part of the spinoff show, The Hills. I can't believe I'm going to watch this reunion. When's the show? When does it come out?
It's like it's like Roku, so you can stream it whenever you want.
Oh, is it on already?
Let's see. I don't know. Maybe I won't tell you.
Well,
it's next year.
Next year.
Yeah, it's not going to be.
Okay. So I got some time.
They're all good.
All right.
All right, straight ahead. Let's talk Lions and Browns. And at 12:35, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, it's great to see our teams in the D back to their winning ways. It's just like the team over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Now, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, they make sure that the customers win on every deal. And check out these deals they have right now. They're unbeatable. You start with employee pricing for everyone on every EV in stock. You can get a Blazer EV all-wheel drive for just $199 a month and zero down. Or how about an Equinox EV? Also, only $199 a month with zero down. Or a 2026 Chevy Equinox gas, it's only $299 a month. I mean, there's no games. There's no gimmicks. It's just great winning deals for the customers. And if you need more money for your trade-in, great. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered because they treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. And we're talking huge money for your trade, up to $2,000 more. And if you're paying too much for service, only to feel like you're in the cheap seats, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line. Services open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles available. No appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, 696 in Telegraph, or go to sarahchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Wow. Kay Adams.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Hello. Yeah.
Just tweeted out Seahawks running back legend Sean Alexander just broke the news that he and his wife Valerie are welcoming their 14th child.
What? Wow.
14th.
That's busy.
That's a pipeline. That's incredible.
Yep. There's a lot going through my mind. I'm not going to say it.
You said Sean Alexander, the running back?
Yeah.
The former running back for the Seahawks.
Yeah.
That guy was a fantasy stud, and I knew he scored more
He
off the field
scored a lot
than on the field.
Yep.
I mean, I think at one year that guy had, maybe he's trying to, oh my God.
14 kids.
Jokes write themselves. I'm just going to leave it alone.
Yeah.
Being a running back. Yeah. Oh, great. Good for him.
Yep.
Hope everybody's happy,
Good for
healthy,
them.
ready to go.
Good for them. Good Lord.
14.
Yep.
14.
I would add a fourth. Wife was done after 3.
Doug, did they start playing zone how long ago?
You start having assistant coaches on the sideline working with you.
Yeah, I mean, but there's going to become a time where you can go back to man because you got enough, for your kids are grown up to help out.
How spaced out in terms of, not spaced like drugged out, how spaced out, how much space is there between the kids and their ages, you wonder? Because there's 14 of them. Doesn't feel like Sean Alexander's that old. Does it say how old he is?
No, it doesn't seem like he'd be that old.
He's like 48 or something.
Is he that old?
I tell you what, they were not playing any prevent defense at all.
I know.
No cover, nothing. Uncover.
Yeah, you're right. 0 coverage.
No too high safety there.
Alexander married Valerie Alexander. After a 2-year courtship together, they have 12 children. This is on Wikipedia page. The couple had another child, passed away unexpectedly at 2 months. That sucks. Doesn't say their ages, though. Well, no, let me see if I can find that. We'll do this later. All right, so Lions and Browns coming up on Sunday. Will the Lions be able to do what it do against this Browns defense?
48. Can they do what they want against the Browns defense?
Yeah. Do they have a legitimate shot of looking like themselves, a well-oiled machine against this Browns defense? Because you know who didn't? Green Bay at all. They held them to 10 points. We saw what Green Bay, how good is their good offensively? It's damn good. And they scored 10 points against this Browns defense, which, I mean, I guess it is they are who we think they are. They are really, really good. Really, really good up front.
Yes, this is true. But their opponents have scored 23 points a game against them. They're not impenetrable.
Well, that's because Baltimore put up 41, right? Do you have their point totals in the 3 games?
It's 68 points total they've given out. So 58 in the first 2 games, so 41 and 17.
So 17 and 10 in the other 2. Baltimore got after them. There's no doubt.
Yeah, they've given up 8 touchdowns in those 3 games. They have a very good defense. There's no question they have a good defense, and they're led by the best defensive player in football, Myles Garrett.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not going to be easy. And yet I'm looking through these season-long stats for numbers against, teams have a pretty good completion percentage against them. 51 out of 77 passes have been completed, but it's only for 411 yards in 3 games.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff underneath, right?
So it's or teams have just decided to try to run the ball, and score that way. But the Lions have such a balanced offense.
Mm-hmm.
I really like their chances to score well north of 20. I don't know if they can score 30, north of 30, but I feel like they could. I don't know if I'll call for that yet.
I wouldn't count on that.
I'm not going to count on it, but I think maybe what I could count on is, do you think that Cleveland's going to score more than 20?
No. I wouldn't bet on it. Not with that offense. Let Flacco cook? No, I'm not. I feel pretty confident they can hold them under 20.
Yeah.
They should hold them under 20.
But their defense is no joke. They give up 2.3 yards per carry. They give up just 147 yards a game in the air.
Mm-hmm.
So, you're talking about some really Tough totals.
I want to look at over-under totals for each team. Like last week, the Lions were, I think at kickoff, it went to 23.5. The Lions totals for just their offense against Baltimore, which I thought the over was the play there. This is interesting. Yeah. Okay, so the Lions total for this game against Cleveland and Vegas, what do you think it's set at? Just the Lions, points scored.
For Lions points scored,
Yep.
against Cleveland, I'm going to say 26.5.
Okay, Kang, what would you set the Lions offense total for a game against Cleveland?
23.5.
Okay. It's 27.5.
Ooh, that's a big number, man.
It is a big number. It surprised me a little bit. Cleveland, what do you think their over-under is for points scored against Detroit?
16.5.
Okay.
I'll go 17.
It's 16.5. Well done.
I had to pick a different number.
Bookmaker, yeah, you did. Bookmaker Gator over here. Look, I mean, they're really, really good. I think it's a completely different challenge in Baltimore, right? Baltimore, we had a sense the Lions might be able to score some points. And yet their total offensively was less than it is for this game against Cleveland. That's really interesting. I hate to say it, I'd probably take the under. I think the value there is with the under. But again, I'm not, I don't really care about that stuff. It's just the Lions win the game. Every game you play in the NFL, there's a chance you're going to lose it. There are no, you don't schedule the Citadel in the NFL, right?
No.
Everybody's good.
No, I think that the thing that has you like taking a step back and like, wait a minute, do I really think that? Is they just beat Green Bay. And Green Bay is a pretty good football team, a very, very good football team. And Cleveland handled them, and they won it 13-10. So far, all three games that Cleveland has played have been outdoors. They got 2 home games, and then they played at Baltimore. The Lions at home, it feels like it's a different game, a different speed altogether, and I think it's to their advantage for sure. And the fans are going to be nuts too. And I think the fans are going to be even more amped up because the Tigers are doing what they're doing, and then you've got the fact that you're playing Cleveland, who's doing what they're doing to the Tigers. I think it's just going to be a raucous occasion Sunday at Ford Field.
Well, should be an interesting game. Different challenge. You're going to have to beat them in different ways than they beat Baltimore. And that's kind of how you get to be a good team in this league.
Is this another one of those, our O-line is going to be okay games because a statement type of game because the Cleveland defense, they're so good. And they stop the run. Jim Schwartz, he's a really good defensive coordinator no matter what you thought of him as a head coach. You look at the stats, the Browns are up there in all defensive stats, including sacks. I think they're second in the sacks.
They're tied with the Lions. They have 11 sacks in the season as well, but they give up just over 200 yards a game in total offense. 57 rushing and like 147 passing. It's really impressive what they've done. And when you throw in the fact that they did play Baltimore. Now, they gave up a lot of points, but they didn't give up any rushing yards to Baltimore.
What was the score? Do you have that? You don't have that box score in front of you, do you?
Sure. Against which? Baltimore?
Baltimore, yeah. What was the score at the half?
At the half, that game was it was 10-3 Baltimore.
And they won
41-17.
Yeah.
They scored 31 points in the
Things
second
got out of hand later, right?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, definitely is going to be interesting. Another edition, Are You Going to Eat That, coming up today at 12:35 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1. Found an Instagram post here. Put out by the Alexander family. The kids are Heaven, Trinity, Eden, Joseph, Justice, Temple, Honor, Jediah, Torah, the one that passed away sadly, Eternity, Hosanna, Hope, Judea, and now she's pregnant again. Did I read the same name twice? Did they just give up and name a kid the same thing twice?
I don't think so.
Maybe not.
It's very biblical.
Yes.
With the names.
I think they look between the ages of like 20 and 2, which makes me feel like his wife's default setting is pregnant. Right? I mean,
she takes a test every month just to make sure she's not pregnant.
It's crazy.
They finally have too many men on the field.
That's right.
He's gone the last 20 years not knowing what it's like to not have diapers in the house.
Dude.
He's 48.
And you're going to, and she's pregnant again, right? So the kid will be in the house for another 18 years, 58, 66 by the time they're empty nesting. If they're done.
Can't stop, won't stop.
You've got the hashtag.
Right. Incredible. All right, Gator, you ready for another edition? Are you going to eat that?
Yes.
Let's go. All right, Gator, I'm going to start with this. New at Universal Studios, I believe down in Florida, they've introduced the Bacon Donut Fusion. This is a burger that melts cheddar cheese onto a savory beef patty and tops it with jalapeno, lime slaw, candied bacon, and sweet spicy mayo between two sugary donut buns. Is that too much for you, Gator? Or are you going to eat that?
It's all too much. No, I'm not going to eat that. I'm mildly intrigued by having a hamburger with a Krispy Kreme glazed donut bun. I'm mildly intrigued by that. You start adding all these other ingredients, a lime slaw or whatever, and the bacon. I don't need all that. No.
Can you?
Yeah, this is way too much. I agree, Gator. I actually like a lot of the ingredients separately, but just like putting it all together, my goodness, man, that's just too much.
All right, there you go. I'm obviously a no.
This is the lime slaw. Is that why?
Yeah, that's what did it. Lime slaw is like the only thing I'd eat.
I know.
You're like, why did they ruin the lime slaw?
Can I have the bacon donut fusion burger? Hold the burger, hold the bacon, hold the sweet and spicy mayo, hold the donuts. I'll just have the lime slaw.
That'll be $42.
Right. Yes, you may, sir. However you like it.
The Brewers are introducing this for their postseason. It's called the Totally Tipsy Polish. It is a giant 1.5-foot Johnsonville Polish sausage topped with beer onions, brown mustard, pickled peppers, Bavarian sprinkles, and French fries. It's available at the sausage stands in the first and third base wards on field level. Scott, the Totally Tipsy Polish.
What's in that again? It seems like that's a lot going on.
It is a 1.5-foot Johnsonville Polish sausage.
1.5 feet?
Yes. Beer onions, brown mustard, pickled peppers, Bavarian sprinkles, French fries.
Whatever the hell Bavarian sprinkles are. I don't know. All right, here's the thing. It's a lot going on in the fry. I'll put the fries to the side, and the rest of it sounds pretty good. It's just it's a sausage with the brown mustard, the spicy mustard, and you got some peppers on there.
Pickled peppers.
Yeah, I'd give it a shot, but it's a 1.5 feet. It's insane. I mean, you're not eating that by yourself.
You're sharing this.
You're sharing this, and I would give that a shot. That sounds pretty tasty.
Can you?
I agree with moving the fries to the side and eating this by itself, and then I'll have some fries too. But yeah. I think the fries is way over the top. Yeah. Without the fries, I think it's fine.
Okay, I'm a no.
Oh, you're a no.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Polish sausage, right? I'm out. I don't know how I missed this for the
Polish turkey sausage. They make that. They have turkeys in Poland.
I don't know. most like some of the turkey or chicken sausage options aren't bad.
No, they're really
the
not.
Turkey dogs, I think, are terrible.
They're awful.
But I like beer onions. I like brown mustard.
Yeah.
I like pickled peppers.
There you go.
And Run Rock Rhymes. I like Bavarian sprinkles. I like French. I don't know what Bavarian sprinkles are.
I don't either.
I feel like that's some sort of pretzel deal or something. But all right, let's move on. I'm not sure I missed this. For this season, the White Sox offered something called the Korean-style unicorn hot dog. It was a classic Vienna beef hot dog, a yeast-battered coating characteristic of the Korean corn dog, marshmallows, fruity pebbles, and sweetened condensed milk drizzled on top.
You just ruined it. What am I doing?
I didn't ruin it. The White Sox ruined it.
Yeah. Yeah. They're putting. I've got an awesome Korean corn dog is what I have, and then you're going to top it with sweet stuff.
Marshmallows, fruity pebbles, and sweetened condensed milk
I
drizzled on
love
top.
myself some fruity pebbles, and I'm here for a fruity pebble crispy treat with the marshmallows and all that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not here for it when you're combining it together with a corn dog. No, what are we doing?
Okay, well, there you go. Kang, you.
Yeah, the Korean corn dog has turned into this like artisan donut thing now. Where they just put anything on top of it. Yeah, I don't need it to be sweet. I'm a savory kind of guy, more than sweet. So I'm gonna say no to this, Doug.
Yeah, I'm going to say no to everything about this. I don't want, even if they did make some sort of turkey version or chicken version, marshmallows, blah. Fruity Pebbles, what am I for? All right, next up. Gator Michelob Ultra's become the king of the hill amongst brand beers.
Saw that.
Top sales, ousting Modelo Especial as America's best-selling beer.
Which I was stunned that, for the years I've been stunned that Modelo is the number one selling beer. But yeah, it's fine.
Gator, Michelob Ultra. Are you going to drink that?
I do. I do drink Ultra. I still have some Ultra in the fridge. I like light beer. Okay, because I like to me, it's more of a social thing. You can drink several of them, and it's not gonna, you're not gonna get too out of control.
Get hammered,
right? And I actually probably still have maybe eight of those left in my house.
Okay, you can drink them all and not be drunk.
That's not true, but
Can you?
Yeah, I'm down with the Ultra. I got no issues with the Ultra Light. I prefer the light beer as well, Gator.
I think it's probably fourth on my light beer options, but that's fine.
Michelob Light used to be my number one option for light
right?
beer. I loved Michelob Light, and then I just don't see it anymore.
You realize
they
might just, you know what it might be? It might be now called Michelob Ultra.
Well, Ultra's even lighter. They have
it's Ultria.
It's more Ultria. There's
more
less
Ultra.
alcohol and less calories than the old silver foil top bottle. Which,
All right.
Oh, that was great.
Next up, Shipley Donuts has a cold brew donut. It's a buttermilk cake donut flavored with cold brew coffee and glazed, containing 56 milligrams of caffeine. Do you want the cold brew donut? Gabe?
Yeah, I'll try it. I like coffee flavor. I don't like coffee. So, and you're going to put it in a donut, and you're going to get the benefits. Well, if they are, I mean, look, I drink some caffeine almost every day, so have that instead of. Yeah, I'd give it a shot. It sounds good.
Can you?
Yeah, I'm in on this. I love cold brew actually, and it is a benefit, Gator. I'll say it. The benefit of caffeine with this donut.
It sounds intriguing to me. I think I might actually try it. There's no way in hell I'd eat a whole one of those. But
maybe a mini donut?
I'd maybe, but one of the
Munchkins?
donut holes.
Yeah, Munchkins. Timbits?
But yes, I would try that. All right, Jack Daniels and Coca-Cola Vanilla. They are back on shelves with a canned cocktail. Jack Daniels and Coca-Cola first introduced the flavor earlier this year in the Jack and Coke variety pack. It became an instant hit with customers who enjoy the boozy twist on the classic cola. But now, 12-ounce cans, 7% alcohol is being sold on its own. Jack Daniels Coca-Cola Vanilla. Gator, are you going to drink that?
I would try it, but I will say this, that by and large, the canned cocktails, I have not been a fan of canned cocktails. There are some that I think are pretty good. Others, it's not the right mix to me. I like to mix my own drinks, and a Jack and Coke is a classic, and if it's a vanilla Coke, I like that even more. To me, it's more like doing a Captain Morgan's. A spiced rum has the vanilla flavor to it almost. I prefer that than Jack Daniels, but I try it. I would absolutely try it, but I don't have the greatest expectations. I'd rather make it at home.
Can you?
Yeah, I'm in. I enjoy these, but I think with like the sweeter type, like the vanilla Coke type drinks, I think 1 or 2 is probably my max on those. Like I wouldn't take down a 6-pack.
Ken, you found this and sent it to me. Did they have this in diet version or zero?
I thought I saw a 0 version.
Okay,
yes.
yeah, I would definitely try that. All right, good. There we go. That concludes another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? All right, straight ahead. Where does our front office rank? Where does our front office rank? We'll get to that today at 12:48 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. Open lines. Let's get back to your calls. Bill is on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Bill?
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good, buddy.
Good fan, like your program. Listen all the time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
One quick question. Why do you think they've been holding back on playing the Slaw as little as they have so far?
I think they had success without having to, overuse him. I guess that they say they're going to use him more, but they didn't need to against Chicago, and they didn't need to against Baltimore.
They don't want to take targets away from other guys.
Yeah,
I understand that. I just wondering, I've watched the guy. Every catch he's made has been one-handed. I'm kind of anxious to see what he does with both hands.
Well, I mean, the one-handed stuff is great and everything, but you have to run the routes to get open, and you have to know the playbook, and you have to build a chemistry with Goff. And I think you can argue that probably on all of those fronts, they've got 5 pass catchers that would rank ahead of Tesla. Amon-Ra, Gibbs, Laporta, J-Mo, Khalif, probably all rank ahead of him in those
categories. I know they got quite a lot of guys that can catch the ball. I just wondered. Because he looks like he's really going to be a good player down the road.
So I go back to something I like to say all the time about sports. They're in the job. The offense is in the job of scoring points and winning football games. They're not in the their job isn't to develop Isaac Tesla. That isn't a primary goal of the offense. It's good to develop him, and they will, but they're not going to develop at the cost of their best players right now, right?
Gotcha. Well, thanks for the info, guys.
Yeah, appreciate it.
He is. He's had 34 snaps on offense. He had 3 the first week, 17 the second week, and 14 on Monday night.
34 snaps. What? 4
on
targets?
Offense. And yeah, I think it's just 4 targets.
2 one-handed catches.
Yeah, been phenomenal. He's also had 20 snaps on special teams, but. Yeah, I think that the percentage is going to go up as the season goes on, and they trust him more with different routes and different plays and all that. And there will be injuries that will creep up that he's going to have to be leaned on to play some more as well. But keep in mind he is a rookie, and it's not like the offense isn't working.
So yeah, and I'll make this comment I said earlier in the week, and I'll say it again. Here's the thing about Tesla: they don't need him yet. But what are the odds that J-Mo, Khalif, and Amon-Ra will all play 17 regular season games?
It's not high.
No. And when somebody does get banged up, we hope they're only out for a short period of time. And if they are out for a short period of time, great. But Tesla's the next man up. So just keep repping in practice. Keep doing your thing. No reason to get frustrated. No reason to fans. I know fans love him. Don't worry about it. He'll get his opportunity. We actually hope he doesn't. Because if he doesn't get an opportunity, I don't think it's not because he's talented. I think it's because everybody stayed healthy. But having a guy like that on standby, when more is asked of him, I'm intrigued to see what he's capable of.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how his snaps increase, and also defensively how Amik Robertson's snaps increase. To this point on the season, he's played about half the snaps on defense. You imagine passing down, you bring in your nickel back, and there he goes. But based on what Dan Campbell and Kelvin Shepard have said this week, sure sounds like Amik Robertson's going to get a larger mix, and maybe Terry and Arnold just scaled back a little bit.
Okay, saw a story today. Head coaches and execs cast their votes. Which NFL teams have the best front offices? Which NFL teams have the best front offices? There were 29 general managers, head coaches, and high-ranking team executives were asked by The Athletic to provide their anonymous votes. You couldn't vote for your own team. Which teams have the best front offices? Who do you think is under consideration here?
Do we want to go back and forth on this, or just want me to offer up several?
Kang, you ready to do this?
I'm ready.
Okay, let's go back and forth.
I'll go with one, and then you can counter.
Sure.
Detroit.
Okay, good call. No objection.
Right.
I'll say the other obvious one, I think, the Eagles.
I think it is obvious. I like it. Good call.
Gators got Detroit. We'll do a draft here. Kang goes the Eagles. So Kang, why don't you go first here in round
snake
2?
it back and forth.
Let's go.
Give me. I mean,
Kenny.
Kenny.
My bad.
Kenny's involved.
Yep. Go ahead, Kenny.
No, please.
Go. I was expecting to hear Kang's voice. I wasn't looking. Go ahead, Kenny.
Give me Buffalo.
Buffalo. All right. Kenny, go again. You were
Snake it back
snaking
and
around.
Give me. I mean, I feel like the Chiefs is not. No, give me Tampa. Give me Tampa.
Tampa. All right.
Interesting.
Kang, you're up.
I'll take the Ravens.
Okay. Baltimore. Gator.
Minnesota.
Gator, you get to go again.
Okay. Indianapolis.
Wow. Kenny?
It's Kang.
I'm sorry. It's Kang. It's Kang. My fault. Kang?
Jeez, Doug. It's your first snake draft?
I got thrown for a loop here.
I'm
It's okay.
kidding.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
kidding.
Play the Tigers.
Yeah. I'm going to go with the Chargers.
Okay. Kenny?
Give me the Niners.
Okay.
And come back one more time.
May as well.
Then what do you say, the Packers again?
Nope.
I don't want to do it, but I'll say the Packers.
Okay. Kang? Best front office in the NFL.
Rams.
Okay.
That was going to be my last one. Okay, you went with the Lambs. I will go with Drive It True, Steelers.
Okay. Out of the top, all I saw for the results were the top 8 here.
Did we get them all?
No.
Ooh.
And let's see. Gator, your team, Detroit, Minnesota, Indianapolis, and Pittsburgh. You got 1.
Wow.
Yep.
So just the Lions.
Yeah, learn some football, dude.
Yeah. What do I know? 38-31, I said.
Do better, Gator. Do better.
Still off, right?
Hold on. I stand corrected. I'm sorry, Gator. You did not get 1.
I got none?
Kang?
I got none?
Kang, Philly.
Wait a minute. Just say yes or no. I got none?
That's what I said.
The Lions are not on the list?
Yeah, I never liked that pick.
This list is bogus as hell. Absolutely bogus.
Kang, you got Philly, Baltimore, and both LA teams, right?
Yep.
I think King did well.
Kang, you got 3.
Yeah. Nice job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And
You called Tesla and you called Tyleek. Good a guy.
Kang, Kenny, Buffalo, Tampa, San Francisco, and Green Bay. Which, by the way, nobody took Kansas City.
Nope.
Buffalo, Tampa, San Francisco, and Green Bay. Kenny got 3.
Better than Gator. That was all I was shooting for. Better than 0.
So we got 6 out of the 8?
6 out of the 8.
And
thanks
Detroit,
for your help, Gator.
Thank you got 6 out of the 8.
Yeah, right.
And Detroit's not one of them.
29 general managers, coaches, and front office executives asked to list the best front offices in the league. The Lions didn't make the top 8.
I mean, what?
Who's back-to-back
Let me just
executive of the year?
Let me ask the guys behind the glass that got 6 of the 8.
Yep.
If you had one of the first 2 picks, would you have picked the Lions?
Yeah.
Kenny, would you pick the Lions one of the first 2 picks?
Yeah, for sure.
I can't believe that. How are they not on the list?
This is why we're bringing it up. What in the
Information
actual
I wish I known ahead of time.
What in the actual F is this?
That's crazy talk. That's crazy talk.
I can't. Sometimes you're like, all right, how do we manufacture disrespect? And I'm not sure like they're going to want to win one for their GM.
No. Well, they love their GM.
They do love their GM. But this feels like insanity to me.
So what's the ranking?
We will get to that next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so look, every once in a while you see somebody go, wait, what? And The Athletic put this list out. The reason we did the top 8 is because they wrote about the top 8 on their list. But then they had the vote tally. And so we did a draft, a snake draft. Everybody got 4 picks. It went Gator, Kang, Kenny, Kang, Gator. 4 rounds. Who has the best front office in the National Football League? 29 execs, coaches, and general managers could vote and express their opinion, and they couldn't vote for themselves or their own organization. So when the voting was done, let me see. They listed 13 teams got votes. Nobody got the team in 13th place. It got 2 fifth-place votes. That is the Denver Broncos. In 14th place, Gator got the Steelers. In 13th place, nobody got the Texans. Sorry, I did this wrong. It's 12, 11, 10, whatever. Next up is the 49ers. Kenny got them. In 9th, Gator got the Lions in 9th. Then the top 8, which they wrote about all the top 8, so there was nothing about the Lions, which I was looking forward to because I wanted to read the anonymous quotes of what other GMs, executives, and coaches had to say about the Lions, but they didn't write about the Lions because they only wrote about the top 8. In 8th, the Seahawks. Nobody got them. In 7th, the Packers. Kenny got them. 6th, the Buccaneers. Kenny got them. 5th, the Chiefs. Nobody said Kansas City. 4th, the Bills. Kenny got them. 3rd, the Rams. Kang had the Rams. 2nd, the Ravens. Kang had the Ravens. And 1st, the Eagles. Kang got the Eagles.
1, 2, 3 for Kang.
Nearly a clean sweep.
Well
Triple
done,
crown.
Sir.
Yeah.
Well done, sir.
Yep. How did the Lions not get in the top 8?
Careful.
9th?
I don't understand it. I mean, I really don't understand it. No team has done more in the draft since they took over than Brad Holmes. I think the Eagles have done a phenomenal job because they've also drafted very well.
Yep.
And I think what the Eagles have done by, hitching their wagon to an unconventional quarterback like Jalen Hurts, and Hurts is turning into a really nice quarterback. On top of that, they lose coordinators like it's their job, and they just replace them. And, okay, they've had to replace them several times, and they actually won a Super Bowl despite having to do that. And they continue to go out and get free agent players to help make that team better. I get why the Eagles are in there.
I do too.
To not have the Lions makes absolutely no sense. I mean, the fact that this organization was dead and buried and has been for the last 60 years, and then they go another route. They've uncovered every stone, tried everything, all different kinds of coaches that haven't worked out and GMs that haven't worked out. Now they go back to the drawing board, and they're going to hire the coach before they hire the GM, and somehow it all works. And from moment one, it's worked. They had a strategy. From moment one, they were back against the wall. The star quarterback wants out of town. Mm-hmm. They swing a trade that not only did they get the draft picks that help define who the franchise is, but they get the throw-in, which was the quarterbacks so they could throw some salary the Lions' way. And Jared Goff has been one of the best quarterbacks in football since the trade. So, and all they've done since then is have great draft after great draft. Yeah, there have been a few draft misses, but by and large, Brad Holmes has hit home runs and grand slams in the draft. The fact that this team finally got back to the playoffs and won playoff games, they won 2 playoff games a couple of years ago in the same playoff season, is amazing. Follow that up with a 15-2 record and back-to-back NFC North Division championships. How is it? I don't understand this.
I don't either.
It's just blatant disrespect for the Lions.
So I'm trying to figure out why.
Who did this?
The Athletic. The Lions got 2 second-place votes, 2 third-place votes, 3 fourth-place votes, and 5 fifth-place votes. Their total number of points actually finished with them tied with the Seahawks, but they wrote about the Seahawks. They did not write about the Lions for some reason. So I guess you did get a team that's tied for 8th. Now that I look at this, I don't know why they gave the Seahawks a tiebreaker. So well done, Gator. But, I mean...
Yeah, great.
Well, okay, what are the possible explanations? Are people sick of the Lions? Are other people around the league, is there some sort of Lions bias?
The Chiefs are there.
Great point.
In fairness, the Chiefs have won Super Bowl after Super Bowl, and it's great, and they got back to it last year, didn't win, but I think we all kind of feel like Chiefs magic is done here.
Packers, Buccaneers, Bills, and Ravens haven't won Super Bowls here of late with these front offices.
No, but the Bills, since they drafted Josh Allen, has been a very good football team. The Ravens, they've been in the playoffs like every year for the last several years. I understand why some of these other teams are there. They belong there.
But if
the Lions
the
belong
Super
ahead
Bowl,
of them.
if the Super Bowl works against Detroit, okay, let me bring this up. Is it because everyone in the league can't believe that Brad didn't add an edge rusher?
No, I don't think that's.
I don't either, but I'm trying to figure out how do the Lions not get.
All right, give me these teams. List the teams 1 to 80.
One is the Eagles, top ranked.
Okay, I just want to go. Let's try the other narrative. They can't do it. Jalen Hurts, he can run.
Yep.
2.
Ravens
have Lamar Jackson. He can run.
Rams.
Matthew Stafford. He can't run, but he won a Super Bowl.
Bills,
Josh Allen. He can run.
Chiefs.
Patrick Mahomes. He can run. He's won Super Bowls.
Buccaneers.
I mean, I guess because they went for it with Tom Brady and won, and then they replace it and they resurrect Baker Mayfield's career. Okay. And Baker can run a little bit.
Here are some quotes about the Buccaneers at 6. They seem to overachieve compared to what the pundits and experts think they should be doing, an executive said. Maybe that's because consistency is boring.
Is it because they're off to a 3-0 start?
I think he's one of the best GMs in the business. It says as the season began, so I'm not even sure this includes what we've seen so far. I think he's one of the best GMs in the business. He's an excellent evaluator, empowers his guys to run a really good department. He lets the scouts do their job and values their input. They've done a really good job for several years of knowing the type of guy they want in their building and sticking to that. It's just very disciplined about who is in the locker room, who is in the building, the type of person they are, and the top of the quality of player.
I'm not going to rip Tampa.
On top of the quality of player, sorry.
I think it's impressive that they've made the switch from Tom Brady and Bruce Arians and, to a different head coach and a different quarterback. And they've been in the playoffs.
I feel like this quote that I just read, it could all be about Detroit. He's one of the best GMs in the business. He's an excellent evaluator. He empowers his guys to run a really good department. He lets the scouts do their jobs and values their input. They've done a really good job for several years of knowing the type of guy that they want in their building and sticking to that, just being very disciplined about who is in that locker room, who is in the building, the type of person they are, on top of the quality of player. Is that Brad Holmes?
Right. You feel like you want to call the Athletic and say, I'm sorry, did you misunderstand us? They were talking about the Lions. Not Tampa. Tampa's fine. Tampa might even deserve to be in the top 8, but not over the Lions.
Look, I think the Athletic does great stuff, and I think this is really interesting. Okay, here's a possibility. Somehow have we way overvalued Brad Holmes and the entire front office?
I think that the number one point is against the Lions is, despite this recent success they've had with Brad Holmes, is that under Brad Holmes, they are still 2-2 in the playoffs. Other teams ahead of them, all these teams ahead of them, how many of them have gotten to the Super Bowl in the last 10 years?
Last 10 years?
Well, how about last? Yeah, I said 10, but I guess that would include Seattle. But go 5. So you've got, or have more playoff wins in the last 5 than the Lions do.
I would have to sit down and really look at it. The last 5 Super Bowls, Philly and Kansas City, the Rams, and Tampa
have all won. Now, the other teams, how many teams have been to this Super Bowl?
That's it.
I guess Buffalo hasn't.
Buffalo hasn't been there. It's Philly beat Kansas City. Kansas City beat San Francisco. They're not ranked ahead of the Lions. Kansas City beat Philly. The Rams beat Cincinnati. Cincinnati's not ahead of the Lions, and Tampa beat Kansas City.
All right. So then look at how many teams in playoff wins. I think Buffalo has more playoff wins. Baltimore has more playoff wins.
I would have to look at every team's playoff history. Does Tampa? If they made it to the Super Bowl, they probably do.
Tampa's got at least one. Well, yeah, they win the Super Bowl, so they definitely have it.
Yep.
So maybe that's just it.
It's just all based on postseason
look at playoff,
success.
Postseason success over the last 5 years. Lions are 2-2. The other teams have more.
Tampa's got 6 postseason wins. What about Green Bay?
Green Bay was ahead of them?
Green Bay was ahead of them.
Not in the last 5 years. They don't have more playoff wins.
I wouldn't think so. Last 5 years, they've got 2. So, I don't know. Ken, what are we missing? How come the Lions didn't get a lot of love here?
Jealousy.
I mean, seriously, you think?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like a Tiger's trying to search for a win right now. I don't know. It does make sense because Brad Holmes has won executive, of the year twice. So you would think just automatically they're in at least, the top 7, right? I don't know.
I go back to the immortal words of Tupac Shakur. All that jealousy and envy coming from my enemies.
Exactly.
I guess Ravens have more playoff wins. Eagles obviously do.
Does this mean Brad Holmes has to come out with a diss track?
He might.
Well, I don't want any violence.
Well, hey, villain. Salty and the villain.
No, just keep cultivating that chip.
I guess.
Okay. Hook 'em.
Seems odd. All right, let's talk a little college football. Michigan State have the week off. Interesting slate. Actually, very interesting slate. We will get to that today at 1:18. Hey, it's Doug Karsh here to tell you that Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is powering up the savings on EVs all month long. Lease a 2025 Silverado EV courtesy vehicle for just $367 per month for 24 months with zero money down. Zero. $367. Go now to 17 and Ave in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount and Costco membership, 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. All right, Gator. Michigan and Michigan State both with the bye week. How do you feel about it, by the way? Bye week this weekend.
I think it's too early.
Okay.
But at the same time, I mean, Michigan State could use it. All the injuries they suffered against USC, they could use a little break and, frankly, have some extra time to practice and get your stuff in gear again defensively. I still can't explain what the hell happened against USC when it comes to the rush defense. Michigan State is really stout at the line, and it was like they were completely out of sync with the defensive line and the linebackers. Like the defensive line doing their job, we're going to go this way, and the linebackers going the other way. And USC was just able to run at will, picking up 8-9 yards a carry without blinking an eye. It was really frustrating to watch that happen. And, not being able to establish a consistent pass rush is difficult too. And when you did have the pass rush, you let the quarterback out of your grasp. It was tough. And maybe it's because USC is that good. I don't know. I'm not convinced. I'm also not convinced that Michigan State's that bad. I think there's somewhere in the mix, in the middle is that mix. I still think Michigan State can win maybe 7 games this year, but that was an ugly loss, and the injuries make it worse.
The way Michigan's buys are spread out, I feel like their season is split into thirds, 3-1 in the first third. Middle segment's going to be interesting. The big game being the one at USC. But, all right, so games this weekend. The big one in the Big Ten is Oregon at James Franklin. And the question is, has James Franklin answered critics with the playoff run last year? Because the big thing with James Franklin is he couldn't win the big games, couldn't beat top 10 teams. And he's still, I think, 1-17 in the Big Ten against top 10 opponents. But does James Franklin, did he shake that a little bit last year by winning the 2 playoff games, SMU at home and beating Boise in the Fiesta Bowl?
I think James Franklin's got to prove it every year. In this week, they've got a real tough game against Oregon. I expect Oregon's going to win it. I think Penn State's just. I thought going into the season, Penn State was going to be good, and I thought because of having an experienced quarterback who Drew Aller, they seem to just rotate in guys in the defensive line, end up being difference makers. They've got the running backs are back this year. It seemed like they were set up for real success, and when you look at it, Drew Aller has not been good. He's not been good at all. I think he's 64th in the country in passer rating. And he hasn't thrown the ball a ton. Maybe they're going to save it up for this week.
The only thing I'm thinking is, and look, right now with Penn State, it's fair to say we have no idea who you are. They've played Nevada, Florida International, and Villanova. And so going into this game, they haven't been tested at all. I mean, I haven't seen every Penn State game. I don't guess that Aller's out of these games relatively early, isn't asked to do a whole lot. So it could all be playing possum here a little bit. You know how you say they didn't show anything in the first week? Penn State might not have shown anything in the first month and can save it all for Oregon. I will not be shocked at all if it turns out Penn State's a fraud. But they might not. I don't know how we can read anything into Nevada, Florida International, and Villanova. Look, the year Michigan won the national championship, they had a schedule like this where people questioning Michigan, it was fair. And then they came through and they won every game. So maybe Penn State is like that, but it's fair to question who they are.
I mean, he was 16 out of 29 against Villanova for 209 yards, had a pick, had a touchdown pass. He's only had 4 touchdown passes in 3 games this year.
Mm-hmm.
He's a guy who could also take off and go. He's only run for 27 yards in the 3 games also. Drew Aller has not been that good. If I told you that by the 3rd game of the season, if you looked at the top 5 quarterbacks in college football in quarterback rating, all are from the Big Ten, and I said Drew Aller is not one of them, would you believe me?
So what's funny is, remember we did best quarterback in the Big Ten? None of us said Aller.
No.
And right now I think we're all vindicated with that so far. Meanwhile, Oregon is an explosive offense. They have 31 plays of at least 20 yards this year.
That's very good.
And their schedule hasn't, the teams they've played all are kind of bottom feeder, but they're bottom feeder Power 5 teams. Oklahoma State, Northwestern, and Oregon State is tougher than Florida International, Villanova, and Nevada.
Without a doubt.
And, I mean, you're looking at
they got to be tested, and here comes a big test. Like if I were picking in this game, I would say Oregon wins. Is Oregon playing at home in this one?
No, it's at Penn State. It's a whiteout, and so it's Dante Moore's first trip into this kind of environment, and look, man, it's an amazing atmosphere. Penn State at night in a whiteout. I've been there on the field, I've been there in the stands, and I've been there in the press box. Penn State at night at a whiteout is one of the great venues in all of sports, in the galaxy.
Well, and Penn State can bring it. Like they always have defensive guys, and Dante Moore has yet to face pressure this year. In 3 games, he has been sacked once into 3 games. He's off to a great start, 11 touchdowns, just 1 interception. He's done a great job this season.
Well, it is definitely the marquee matchup in the Big Ten. Now, other Big Ten matchups. Ohio State is at Washington. Now, when I was out at Washington last year, they had Will Rogers, the transfer from Mississippi State, was their starting quarterback. More people talked to me about Desmond Williams and Will Rogers. They were so excited about Desmond Williams, who was the backup Damon Williams, excuse me. They were so excited about him, and he was like the backup guy that was situational, come in and run a little bit. He threw a couple passes against Michigan. And so far this year, he's been fantastic. But kind of like Penn State, Colorado State's supposed to be maybe a 6-win team. They beat them. They beat UC Davis, FCS opponent. They beat Washington State, who is the class of the Pac-2.
I like that line. It's good.
No, seriously. They're at home. That's a tough place to play. Julian Sayan's got to go into that environment. And just like Dante Moore, first test for him. Julian Sayan, first test for him. I think this game's going to be close.
I don't know. I think Ohio State is. I still think they're one of the top. They're the number 1 team in the country for a reason. They're I don't know if
I'm
they
not sure
are
what that reason is.
Well, but I think that they're without question one of the top 5 teams in the country.
Well, I would agree with that. And they might be the number 1 team. I don't think they've proven it on the field as much as Miami has.
Well, you and I both agree on that. Yeah. But they're a really good football team. I don't know how good Washington is, but to your point about Damon Williams, he's a dual threat quarterback, and he has taken care of the football so far this year. He hasn't turned it over. He's run for 220 yards this year. He's been really accurate as well, 73.5%. Last year was in limited action, but completed 82 passes and 105 attempts, 78% last year with 8 touchdowns and 1 pick. There's the reason that Washington should be excited about him. I just wonder if this is too much too soon when you're going to take on Ohio State, but the environment seems to work for him here. I still think Ohio State will win this game, but maybe it'll be, I don't know what the spread is on it, but maybe it'll be closer than 2 touchdowns.
I think the spread's 9.5.
So
I believe. I think it's going to be a close game, and I think Ohio State's a better football team, and Washington has a lot to prove. I just think on a Saturday in that environment, Washington's going to be amped up. They got the crowd on their side. It is a very loud stadium. Sayan's first real test. I think this is going to be a close game.
And you've got the 3rd and 4th rated quarterbacks in the country going at it.
Okay, so last week there was one football game that can skew everything. And it's Indiana 63 and Illinois 13 or Illinois 10 or whatever the final was. Is that truly indicative of who they are? Is Indiana dominant and Illinois not that good at all? Because they both have fascinating games this week. Indiana goes to Iowa. And Iowa doesn't score a ton of points, but they put up 38 last week on the road. And they have one of the most dangerous weapons in college football, Caden Weegan. If you haven't seen him, name's spelled Wetgen, pronounced Weegan. He is an incredible return man. He's a weapon. They got the transfer quarterback from the FCS level that maybe is a bit of a disappointment so far. But Gronowski, which is by the way one of the most Iowa names ever. And you've got again, Kinnick is a tough place to play. Is Indiana really that great, or did they just have one of those perfect? I mean, their quarterback threw 2 incompletions in that game.
I think Indiana's good. I think they're really good, and I think you start with a quarterback. It's a new quarterback for him this year. The Cal transfer, Fernando Mendoza. He's been just amazing so far this year. 14 touchdowns, no picks. He's the number 2 rated quarterback in the country behind Jordan Mayava from USC. And you look at what they did to Illinois. They absolutely destroyed
them.
Illinois. I think Kurt Cignetti has something going there with IU. Has them playing tough football. They're confident. I don't think Iowa's anything good offensively, despite their outburst last year, 30-something points, which is late last week, which is seemingly more than they scored in half a season in seasons past.
Right.
I think IU is the real deal, and like Mendoza, a lot of people think that he's going to be the number 1 quarterback taken in the draft.
Well, the way things have shaken out this year,
He looks really good.
The guys who were at the top of the list.
And he's got the size. I think he's a 6'5", 220 guy. He's I
his
like
numbers.
IU.
His numbers don't mean anything to me except for the Illinois game because they played an embarrassing schedule. Indiana State.
Yeah, it is an embarrassing schedule.
Old Kennesaw or somebody. Anyway, I think this one's going to be close as well because I think it's
I don't think
hard.
it's going to be close. I think IU is going to blow
Do
them out.
you? Okay, because I think what Indiana did last week was Indiana when they're perfect. And I don't think you're perfect every week. On the road, I think Kinnick's a tough place to play. And then the other side of that is USC, a noon kick at Illinois. Illinois, are they that bad? I looked at Brett Bielema's career. I'm a Bielema fan. I'm like the one guy that likes Brett Bielema.
I like Brett
Do you?
Bielema.
Okay.
Yeah. I think he's very successful, and I think he's a very good coach.
And, at the core, he's still power football. I think they'll win it in the trenches against USC. I just question whether or not their secondary, which is banged up, can stop it. Stop the USC passing game. But the 9 a.m. start, again, I think this game's going to be close. I know I'm a broken record on all these games, but I'm fascinated by the schedule. I don't care what you say, and you know it. I mean, I don't think 11 p.m. to help Michigan State, and I don't think 9 a.m., which, by the way, 9 a.m. means you're leaving the hotel at like 6:30 on your body clock time to go play football.
Yeah, depending on how you get your body clock adjusted, absolutely, and I think that'll be a disadvantage to them. I don't think Illinois is as bad as they were last week. I don't know how good USC is, but they were certainly better than Michigan State, and I think Illinois is better than Michigan State. So, I mean, it should be a close game. I think it will be a tight game.
I'll say this, too. There's one more game that's interesting. I think it's big for these two teams. UCLA at Northwestern. It's big for those teams.
You know what? Here's a fact, 100% fact.
Let's go.
Someone is going to win that game.
It's big for those teams. Let's talk some NFL next. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last TD of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bet. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to take your shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Doug for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Don't forget to do that. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool will be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonuses issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. So, interesting note with the Lions. We're going to have to get an update on the injury report. But yesterday, El Qadim Muhammad was not practicing. I believe they said it was a knee. Kang, is it a knee?
That's what this the report says.
All right, yeah. So, something to monitor throughout this week, because El Qadim Muhammad right now is like fourth in the NFL in quarterback sacks. It's crazy because it's early and it doesn't mean much. Like, we'll see how it goes. And by the way, Gator had to take off. Apologize. Should have said that right away. Gator had a prior commitment he had to take care of. And so just wrapping up the show without him. But The big concern and the yelling and screaming in the offseason was people's angst about an edge rusher opposite of Hutch. So only 2 teams in the NFL through 3 games that have more quarterback sacks than the Lions. The Broncos and Rams each have 12. Lions have 11. El-Qudim Muhammad, the leading most sacks in the NFL, Rashawn Gary has 4.5. That's number 1. Myles Garrett, 4, number 2. Brian Burns tied with him with 4. And Brian Young from the Rams, 4. El-Qudim Muhammad has 3.5. 5th in the NFL.
And I bet you guys not nearly as many snaps as those other guys have.
Probably not. It's kind of a, you know how we've seen Baker Mayfield in the latter portion of his career, Baker 3.0 here, turn into a really good quarterback. We might be seeing it with Daniel Jones. You stick around long enough. Might have happened last year with Sam Darnold. Is the same thing happening with a guy like El-Qudim Muhammad, who's kind of a journeyman edge rusher? And look, they raved about him out there. And, if you could add Max Crosby, sure, that would have been great. Or if you could add, and I guess realistically, they could have added Micah, would have really, really cut into keeping this roster together in the future, but he certainly would help in the short term. Also would have cut into draft capital, and they wanted a player back. And who would you give him that you want to, you could find somebody, I'm sure. But anyway, the point is, if this is an in-house solution, that they didn't need to do that. Because right now, if you ask Lions fans, would you rather trade for another edge rusher? Would you rather trade for another cornerback based upon the calls we get? And I'm not sure they need either. That's the good news, is the trade deadline isn't like tomorrow. I'm not sure they need either, but I'm going to guess fans would say corner. I'm going to guess the fans would say corner. Now, that's not everybody. And, the flexibility that Brad cited that he's glad they have with the extra cap space right now, the unpredictable injury variable is one that you just never know. I mean, losing a Lee McNeil for the first half of the season or whatever it turns out to be, we knew that was coming and it sucks. And they lost Ennis Rakestraw. We don't even really know what we lost there because we barely saw him, right? We're just learning who he could be. And losing Levi Onwuzurike comes as no shock. And losing Marcus Davenport comes as no shock. But at some point, some critical player is going to get hurt for a long period of time. And maybe that's where keeping that flexibility, really, they are rewarded for that. Maybe, just maybe. But, hey, man, they're in a good spot, especially after the opener. They have bounced back with authority. If you had asked, what do they need to do in the next 2 weeks to get you back on board? I think the Lions followed that script to a T. There was a story in The Athletic, not by one of our local guys, that just said the Lions are worth getting back on the bandwagon. That they really have proven in a couple weeks. 5 reasons to hop on the Lions bandwagon was the headline of the story. One was that they are actually being painted as underdogs. 2 is Dan Campbell's 4th down decisions. He knows what he's doing. 3 is, in spite of the problems with the secondary, they're still playing pretty well. 4 is they seem to have staying power because they're so young. And the biggest one is that it's funny. They're legitimately good. Yes, they are legitimately good. So
it's crazy, Doug, because you mentioned the 4th down and he knows what he's doing now. Do you think that's finally the majority or the universal? Like, hey, he's going to gamble, quote unquote. He's going to go for it. He knows what he's doing. You got to trust him because, I mean, for a couple of years, well, people we had plenty of people say this. He doesn't know how to coach. He doesn't know what he's doing out there. It's just too risky. He's costing them games.
So, look, he famously went for it on 4th down in field goal range at San Francisco in the NFC title game. And San Francisco comes back and wins that game. If you're going to accept that you like it, you can't only like it because he got that 1st down.
You can't only like it when it works.
Yes. There's a downside. It's going to be crazy if there's a 4th down decision in an NFC title game again. what he does. I also don't think it should be blanket go for it on every 4th and 2 or every 4th and 1. And I hope he isn't wired that way. He isn't. He's not. He's proven that he's not. But I'm actually looking forward to seeing. No, this is not the time or the place. I will punt here.
I go for it all the time. Okay. I do. I go for it. Let's go. 4th and 28. Let's go.
Yeah. Well, and you'll lose a lot too, right?
No, I seem to remember you called a 4th and 32 that Michigan got against USC last year.
It wasn't 4th and 32, but
it seemed that way.
How are you?
I'm good, man. How are you guys?
Good. Gator had to split, so I'm just landing the plane by myself.
Oh, well, you do a great job.
Thank you. Autopilot, my friend.
It is still, I don't know. Before we get respectful, Doug, I got to give you your flowers. I still love it when I'm watching games and they say, well, here's the voice of Michigan, Doug Karsh. And I say, that's my rule.
You know what was funny?
I feel like Terrell Owens. That's my quarterback.
Today was one of those days where I did some show prep at home, and I was in the bathroom, and I had ESPN on.
Mm-hmm.
Then on Get Up, they played 2 of the highlights with me calling. I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool.
I'm telling you, Doug, seriously, I know you think I'm joking, but I'm like so proud of you.
Well,
every time I hear that, I'm like, I know that.
So CBS did the play of the game with our call of the Jordan Marshall touchdown run.
Yep.
All of a sudden, my phone started blowing up. The game was over. I had no idea why. I'm like, what just happened?
I mean, I'm not going to, yeah, you know.
It was cool.
I can get an autograph for you in the pit out there. Get a selfie.
All right, enough of that. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
I'm trying to talk about happy things, Doug.
Oh, okay. Well, then I know what you're leading with. It's depressing.
It is. What, 8 in a row now?
And it's only going to be 12. I'm as hopeless as I've ever felt.
And you still will backdoor your way into the playoffs because the Astros are horrible.
Well, everything can be good 1 week from today if the Tigers backdoor in and eliminate Cleveland.
Right.
We will
all, you know what it'll be? It'll be like how we all felt after the Green Bay Packers game, and it was gloom and doom. Cutscene a couple weeks later. We're winning the Super Bowl, baby.
That's right. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
All right, let's dial in. So, Rico, we are going to start today, and I'm going to reference the morning show on something. I spoke to Jim Costa, so this isn't like dirty dealing. They apparently are of the opinion that fans, having reached the spite stage for the Detroit Tigers, are losers. I told Jim I disagreed with that. I think people have a right to irrational anger when nonsense like this happens.
Universal, they were like that?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it was a John classic.
I can see that.
I want to open this up and ask this question. I don't know where you guys are at. And I said yesterday, I do understand both sides of this issue. The fan who says, how dare you? We were bad for a decade. How dare you? We have a chance to make the playoffs. Don't you dare thumb your nose at it. I can understand that. I don't agree with it, but I understand it. The other side of the coin is the fan who says, how dare you? You were 15 and a half games up in the worst division in baseball, and you've been such garbage that now winning the division is all but off the table. And luckily, the Houston Astros are busy flushing their own head down a toilet, and that's the only reason you have a, wait for it, 1-game lead for missing the playoffs entirely. So I understand both. I want to see if we can get to a level of consensus. Where are you at with the Tigers? Another loss last night. Dylan Dingler's dropping pop-ups. The Guardians do their thing. That pen comes in the game. You're not getting a hit. I would just like to know, what have you reached spite phase where you're angry at this team? And in the absence of true accountability, and I want to be clear, I am not saying any of what I'm about to say should happen. I'm saying, Rico, in the absence of any of it happening, people need a place to put their anger. You're not firing A.J. Hinch. You're not firing Scott Harris, and you're not selling the team.
Correct.
So again, I try to leave where my heart used to be, and it's just filled by blackness now. I try to leave a spot there for the fans who are irrationally pissed, and I don't think they're losers, and I do think they have a right to be mad. And you know what? I'll take it a step further. I guess I understand it because I get that way with my teams, and I don't, like, I'll tell you the thing that'll upset me the most. This team celebrating with champagne. Like, how dare you? Like, I would rip my TV off my wall.
That's when I would just tell AJ, you know what, ship it all out of here.
Do it when the cameras aren't around.
Not even when get it out.
I got my ski goggles on.
Get it out of the clubhouse now. To me, that would be the biggest rallying cry. If he just walked in there and they had enough, guys, everything, get it out now. We don't deserve this. We got to pack our bags and head off to whatever city we got to play because we blew a lead.
And there's also a big possibility. I mean, this team could lose 11 of their last 12, or hell, maybe all 12 outright and still get in. Mm-hmm. No, I understand if fans aren't exactly priming their pumps. But I want to ask you, I don't think you're a bad person if you're like, no, like any shot I get to make it, I want to get in. And look, they play Cleveland again next week. Won't be shocked if they beat them in the wild card round. Why? Because you can't just keep losing to the same team. Think about it.
Can you?
Question mark? But I want to know where you guys are at. If you are all in on the games and you're crestfallen, I want to hear from you. If you've opted out of the games because you're just so angry or apathetic, I want to hear from you. And what side of this fan debate are you on? The side of you must root for the team, they have a shot to be good and get in the playoffs, you can't thumb your nose at it, or choice B, you were 15 and a half up, I'm angry at the deadline, I'm angry at the way it's played out, and I'm angry if their malpractice gets validated. Yeah. And by making the play, remember, this organization acts like they've won 7 World Series. If they get validated, that will upset some fans. Mm-hmm. So can we do the fan convo today?
Yeah, we can. I mean, because it's funny because I heard a little bit of Cookies on the way to class this morning, and I thought he was on my side where there's times where you can root against your team. There are times where your team just ticks you off so badly that, no, you don't deserve my appreciation. You don't deserve it. You have to earn it. It's not just given to you because you happen to be born in a certain city. And if you go out there and you become an historic, just that you just gag away a lead, historically, I can't be happy about that. And then if you make the playoffs, it's like, okay, you were just faster than the slowest runner. That doesn't mean you're a track star.
Yeah,
It's like,
Houston losing 5 in a row as you've lost 8 in a row. You're very fortunate.
I mean, yes, if you make the playoffs, anything can happen. But now, if you're going with that hope and that type of thinking, I think you already know your team doesn't have a chance. You're not going in there saying, hey, our guy's this, and this guy can do that. And you know what? I know Scuba's going to shut him down, and I know Javi Baez is going to light it up, and I know Zach McKinstry, and I know Riley Green. That's when you're confident.
Yeah.
But when you have to go in saying, well, you know, anything can happen, man. And you know what that sounds like? Like in the NCAA tournament, and you're a 16 seed.
Yeah.
Well, it happened once. Okay, good luck with that.
248-539-9797. I know Kenny is feverishly screening calls. I want to go to David for a second. I mean, David, I watched last night. You watched. I mean, I've had it. I tried to be as patient as possible. There's no way they're going to lose all 3, you know, in this series, in that series. All right, Scooble's on the mound. If they just get this, they'll be okay. I can't sit there and act like I wouldn't be upset watching, you know, ski goggle cinema and then popping bottles. I would just be like, you know what, tone deaf. But I want to know where you're at.
I'm angry.
So it's not sadness.
No, hold on.
It's not apathy.
Hold on. I'm more angry at myself for believing the last week. Believing that there's no way they can lose all 3 to the Braves. They do. There's no way they can continue losing. They do. There's no way they can keep losing to the Guardians. And they do. So in my head, as the season continues, and I know they have Boston, and I'm like, they can't lose the rest of these games. But they probably will. So it is. I'm apathetic at this point regarding the team, to where I'm sitting there yesterday, it's on, and I'm just like, whatever happens. And then you're right, Rico. Dingler drops that ball, and I look at my wife and I say, it's over. Like that's it.
David, you have kids. You got to think of the kids.
David, that play to me was, I was like, that's it.
Yeah.
That's your season right there. Something so simple. All you have to do is squeeze the ball and it's an out, and you know what? Your inning and blah, blah, and you dropped it.
So here's the question. And again, I mean this with a 1,000% sincerity. I totally understand both perspectives. I do. I understand if you loathe a Spite fan, how dare you? I understand a Spite fan. I think it's very complicated. And I think the problem in this town, and again, I am not saying any of this should happen. I don't know what should happen. But when you know nothing's going to happen, that no one will be held accountable, it's what's happened with the Red Wings, where many fans have begun spiting them. Why? Owner won't sell, GM won't be fired, nothing's changing. Fans need a place to put their anger. So I don't want to call those people names. I don't know who's right. You know, like right now, I'm a Giants fan. I spite the hell out of them. You know who I'm rooting for Sunday against the Chargers? The Asteroid. So it's just one of those things with the Tigers. You had a 15 and a half.
You get angry about your own teams?
Never.
I've never seen that
But like when I look at the FanGraphs projections, which are just a conversation piece, the fact that the Tigers have an 18% shot at the division, have a 60% shot at the wild card. This team was a mortal certainty on September 10th.
In the high 90s.
So I get the anger because they know ain't nothing going to change.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you almost want to just say if they backdoor their way into the playoffs, you know what? Give it to the Astros.
No, they don't deserve it either. Actually,
you know what? How about this? There's going to be 3 buys.
I would combine the Tigers and Astros into one, and that will be the team that represents the last wild card spot.
Game 163.
Yep. Fight to the death.
See, it's because, and Mike, you've said it, and I've understood the sentiment. Just get in, and things can happen, right? I get that sentiment.
They can.
But not with this team. I don't feel like that. I don't feel that way.
I understand.
19 strikeouts. They can't score.
David?
I cannot believe that you get in and something will happen.
This is an open format for fans today because I want to figure out the psyche of Tiger fans.
So what do? Just pray to the patron saint of the '06 Cardinals?
Hats for bats. Honestly, they do need Pedro Serrano. I hit straight ball very much. They need something. Get Joe Boo.
We couldn't find a live chicken, so how about KFC?
Get some Strohs. Do whatever you got to do. Somebody like Dot Joe Boo with a coney. I don't do
Rico,
something.
I don't even think that's the same movie. The live. We don't have a live chicken. We got some KFC. All right. What else do we need?
I'll tell you, Superman really helped Vito Corleone. Those are not the same film.
I thought
248.
the Beast is out in the outfield. We got to watch out for that guy.
248-539-90. It's like I said, combine the Astros and Tigers into one team or every great baseball movie.
Okay. There you go.
We'll get to the people. Take them to church. It's going to be a long day today, isn't it?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Let's make it fun.
Hey, I'm Rico. I like my basement.
I do like my basement. But you know what I like even more than my basement?
No, I'm projecting.
I like it when I hear from former students of mine who are now working in the field that they want. Just talked to another former student. She is working in television. And if you want to work in TV, radio, or graphic design, let Specs at LTU get you started. She's a Specs grad. You too can be a Specs grad working in a field that you will enjoy. No more going to work and hating your job. You will absolutely love your job. You just need to sign up and get into the winter classes at Specs at LTU, located right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. I was just there this morning. You can register for the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, or graphics media arts program. You're going to be taught by people like myself who work in the business. Hands-on approach. You're going to learn from day one what it takes. All you need to do is make an appointment today with an admissions counselor to discuss your next steps to your future. All you need to do is go to admissions@ltu.edu, admissions@ltu.edu, or 1-800-CALL-LTU.
America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games, best viewing experience built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels. It's so much fun, you could almost tolerate Giants football. It's right in the heart of Las Vegas. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. We're going to get straight to the callers. Ticket text can wait. Louie's going to bat leadoff. We're trying to look. I want everyone to feel like they've got a voice on this one. I can't figure it out, and I'm not mad at any type of fan. You want them in the playoffs. I get it. You're spiting them. I also get that. It's just this sucks. This is just like, and again, if the Astros won a singular game in the last week, you're not even in the playoffs. So I understand the spite people going, as bad as we are, and the Astros are worse. It's not even like we're earning our way in. I mean, you could end the season on a 12-game losing streak. I won't be surprised at this point if you get in. So no, I'm not going to put on ski goggles and bring some Prosecco in for Kenny. Let's go to Louie, 97.1. What's up, Louie?
What's going on, Mike? What's going on, Rico? How you guys doing?
Hey, man.
Good, Lou. What's the word?
All right. Well, listen, it's just so hard, Mike, because yesterday I promised myself I wasn't going to watch it, right? And then you end up watching this. It's just, it breaks us, man. Like a fan, you want it. But then I'm thinking about this, and I'm like, do I really want to see them backing up into the wild card spot and then seeing them celebrate with their champagne and their goggles and all this, and they're going to be all happy? And then you understand as a player point of view, I mean, I feel for these guys, but it's just like as a fan, it's breaking. I don't even know how to react to all of this, man. I mean, I bet you there's a lot of people like me. We just don't know how to feel about all of it.
And you've just nailed it, Louie. That's why we're doing the topic the way we're doing it. I don't think anyone's a loser in this. I think fans are all over the spectrum, and a lot of people are like you, Louie. You don't know where to put your anger. You don't even know what's up or down.
No, Louie, this is where you need that sports therapist where you can just sit on the couch and just vent and get angry. Yeah, so
it's so confusing, man. I mean, I really appreciate what you guys do. Thank you for putting us throughout all of this, but it's just heartbreaking at the same time, Mike. And I don't know what to do. Honestly, I don't know what to do.
No, and I mean,
Thank you guys.
Yeah, you got it, man. And look, I mean, last 20 games, you're 5-15. You had a winless homestand. If I told you right now they're going to lose the last 4 games of the year, I don't think anybody would put a big protest up there. You go, wait a minute. So you want me to celebrate a team losing 12 in a row to get in? But then on the other side of it, I know we'll get fans calling and going, right, but we didn't have the playoffs for 10 years.
Right.
And those people are right.
Yeah, and what they will say is you get a second season, second chance, weird things can happen. You never really know. You're correct, but still, to go wire to wire and give it all away in the final week. That's where you're just,
I mean, they gave it away basically the final 3 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, but it was a slow erosion, and then finally the floor just fell out, and Cleveland took it and said, you know what, guys, if you don't want the division,
we'll take it. Go to Kevin, 97.1. Hi, Kev. What's going on, pal?
Hey, guys. First of all, how do I feel? I feel tremendously sad. Very, very sad, not only for myself as a fan, but for all the people of Detroit and Michigan, and for the players who are going to wear this thing for years to come. It's interesting that last year they chased down, was it the Twins who were backing up so much?
Yeah, they
to
went
get us into the playoffs?
12-29 their last, 41 games. Yeah.
Exactly. And, as a fan, and I don't know if I'm other people do this, but when they were sailing along, I'm starting to think, well, they're freaking 15 games up. I mean, play 500, and what does another team have to do? Right. And they did their business, which, they messed up the bed. So here's my thoughts now, just expanding a little bit. First of all, I think we know what we have now here is we have a team that played over their heads for a year plus. We've got a weak team at third, short, and center field. At the All-Star break, my thing was like, I don't want to lose Skubal because I think this team we need Skubal. Now it's like, you know what? I think the Skubal trade, we trade him during the off season, I think. So you get somebody who's going to give you another starting pitcher prospect and some other guys, because this team needs a lot of help. So they're snake bit like nobody's business. It's almost like somebody had a voodoo doll and was pushing pins in them, because a couple of things, both Skubal starts. That Skubal start before this, where the bases were loaded and nobody was out, didn't get any runs, or they got one run in. And then the Skubal with the bunts and the throwing between his legs thing, it's like, again, the voodoo doll was being gyrated in ungodly positions. Very, very sad. At this point, I'm totally apathetic. I would not be surprised, Mike, if they didn't win another game and they missed the playoffs, and that's going to be the sum total for this year. And one last thing. Sure. I blame Illich, because you know what? I say, Scott Harris, he should really wear this. A friend corrected me. So you know what? Scott Harris does what Illich lets him do and spend. And you know what? So I'm putting it squarely on Illich, because I don't think, Harris didn't want it. He might have wanted to do more, but they didn't do more.
But the
And
problem with that is the following. Okay, the only evidence we would have where Chris Illich would rubber stamp something would be the Alex Bregman contract, Kevin. They had almost $200 million on the table. And believe me, I don't think he's any great shakes as an owner, but I think we're taking a narrative here and we're misapplying it. True or false? Do you believe Chris Illich is going to deny Scott Harris's ability to what? Trade a prospect? No, I don't believe it for a second. I do think Scott Harris has to wear it. And I'll tell you who else got to wear it a little bit is A.J. Hinch. His addiction to analytics and roster optimization. Yeah, you know what? If you get the credit that you're pinky in the brain when it works, well, then what happens when it doesn't? You know what I'm saying?
No.
So I just think we're misapplying it. Now, if
good use of pinky in the brain. Yeah, when it was pitching chaos,
right,
you were a genius.
But again, I mean, I've watched things in this losing streak like pinch hitting Jake Rogers. That those words should never be structured in a sentence together. Ever. But the other problem is Scott Harris. When you look at Scott Harris's pro scouting, I said this on yesterday's show. I apologize if you guys were listening and this is redundant. Scott Harris is Steve Yzerman. Steve Yzerman is Scott Harris. They can draft, but their pro scouting is terrible. Go look at the list of players Scott Harris has brought to the Detroit Tigers. It's awful. It's awful. So, yeah, he should wear it. And I understand fans who go, well, now I'm angry because he's going to get false validation. I get it, but your team is in the playoffs, so it's like you're rooting against yourself. It's a mind bleep. It's really what it is. Let's go to Christian up in TC 97.1. Christian, what's going on?
How you boys doing?
Good, Christian. What's up?
Dude, I don't understand even like the first two callers you guys have had on. I don't know where the sympathy for the players is coming from for Scott Harris. They should wear it. They should follow them. They did it. I didn't do it. They did. Come on, man. I don't understand how anybody can still even justify turning it on the TV or listening to it on the radio. Sorry, I know that you guys are the
No, you're good. Christian, you're okay, buddy. Yeah. I get it. Trust me.
I don't what this is an entertainment product. That's the bottom line. It's pro sports. If it's not, it's impossible to be entertained.
All right, so hold on. Your phone's breaking up for a second. Just here, I want you to answer one question for me, because Christian, I mean it when I say this. I want to figure out where fans are. Are you at the point where you're hoping they just miss it all together because you're so angry? Or are you still like, no, I got to put it aside. We can still make the playoffs.
No, get them out. No.
He's done.
We're done. We're done. I can't. All this stuff, and you know exactly, you guys have touched on it for the past couple of days. If they sneak in and having to listen to the pompous, arrogant, acting like nothing happened. Well, we made the playoffs 2 years in a row. The hell you did. It's the same thing with the Red Wings. And, you see people asking Steve Yzerman, oh, you guys were so close to the play. It's like, no, they collapsed.
Correct.
In March of 2 consecutive years.
We're living
you
the
don't
Red
get
Wings
credit for this.
We're living the Red Wings season all over again, Christian, because the deadline came and went. The GM did nothing. I do think it affected the team. And here we sit. The only difference is Steve Yzerman doesn't play in the worst division in his sport. The Tigers do.
It's unbelievable. I'm so done, man. I can't wait for the season to be over. If they do make the playoffs, I hope they get bombed 20-0 in every single game. Anyway,
Christian,
I'll let you guys.
I feel like if I lived in Traverse City, I would be you. I feel like I'm talking to myself, except he's in a very luxe locale. Traverse City's very nice. I'm not an up north person. It's a very nice place.
I may go up there one day. Never been.
All David said. Well, you know David's rules.
If it's north of 696, I forget what his rule is.
Yeah, David basically told Rico like he can't.
Be careful. Be fruitful and multiply.
No, that's his approach with his wife. All right, listen, don't show up on game day. Score big. Moran Buick GMC right now, 26 GMC Terrain, $359 a month. You don't just show up, you show up in style. 15-inch infotainment screen, remote start, and more. The 25 Buick Envista, $299 a month. Both deals 36 months with only $999 down. MoranExpress.com. Check stock and also schedule your certified service. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online anytime at MoranExpress.com. Moran Buick GMC, we are professional grade. David, check in on Ticket Text. Here's how we're going to structure it today. Look, it's a wide open fan therapy session, and what side of the aisle you're on is totally up to you. I think your feelings are absolutely valid. I don't agree with the morning show that if you've reached a spite stage, you're a loser. I don't think you are. I think you just don't know where to put your anger, and therefore you're like, well, F this team. But I also don't think you're a pinhead if you go, look, this team has sucked tailpipe for a long time, okay? They've just been inhaling noxious fumes. If I get a chance to make the playoffs, I want my team in the playoffs. I don't think there's a bad guy in this. But we're trying to figure out where you're at because the losing isn't stopping. And the only thing that's got you in the playoffs right now is the Astros simply can't win a game either. Otherwise, I think everyone would be pretty aligned. But it's this hope of going, well, they're terrible too. We may as well take the spot. 4 games left. You got a 1-game lead in the wild card, which is really 2. You have the tiebreaker on Houston. The magic number's 3. What do you want? And if you're a spite fan, I get it, because the image of this group, especially the front office, who did nothing at this deadline and brags about making a Chris Paddock trade, the image of them in ski goggles, oh my God, I would need a vomit bucket. Do it when the cameras aren't around. Go to a big dinner, shut the doors to a private room, and do whatever you like. I tell you, you blow a 15.5-game lead, you don't win the division, and you don't even play well to save the playoffs. You just get in because the other team is laying in bed. Oh, God.
Okay, I just got to think that A.J. Hinch was just, nope, guys.
You're crazy.
We're not doing this.
No, they will.
I got
okay.
Mike, I know. I
just
lose
another
imagine
bet to
him-
me, like the
No,
one that's on
you
the
know
glass
what?
back there?
You know what?
Okay.
91 wins. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you know what's funny? Rico's been mathematically eliminated.
I have. And at that point, that's when I stopped caring.
Okay, then. David, Ticket Text, we'll get to the callers, but we're doing this. We'll mix in football once an hour, maybe a little college in the 4. But, yeah, the Tigers are the headline, and everyone's opinion. It does. You all have valid feelings. I don't know who's right. David, go ahead.
I don't hate the players. I'm mad at the organization for not trying. And I don't want the organization to be rewarded or go into next season thinking we're good.
See, I don't mind if you have a confidence thinking you're good, but if this somehow made them more emboldened to stick to their plan, that would anger me. The only thing that would anger me more is a kazoo.
I have grown past the phase of anger at the team now. I see it as humor. Only way I can watch the games is with the Benny Hill music next to me. Let's see how they lose today.
Yes, that's exactly how I see this team. It's just running around the outfield and chasing after each other, and
bad.
Yeah,
That's bad. It's defensive. It's the at-bats. It's not getting a critical out. It's bad.
They just look lost out there. They look lost out there.
I don't care about this team anymore. They can lose the rest of their games for all I care. Even if they somehow limp into the playoffs, they get blown out.
I hate everything.
What are we doing?
I hate everything. Sorry.
I will tell you this. Before I go back to text, I will tell you this, because yesterday we did the big finish, and there was a message on that board that you all see right there in that studio, and it says, this team needs a pastor. I can't do it, guys.
Don't you dare pray for this.
I can't do it,
Don't
guys.
you dare pray for this team. No.
It's
no.
over.
They are not prayer worthy.
No. David, you can be the pastor. You're the pastor that goes to the hospital, and you know what? It's time. No.
He's
Mike,
the one who builds
Mike,
the general fund and shows up
Stop
at the gas
it.
station in a roll.
Mike, this is the pastor that goes and says, we need to learn to accept this, and we need to let them go, and we need to let grandma move on, and we'll pray for acceptance and for grandma to make it into the after. Lord, open up your gates for grandma.
Well, then come to
'Cause
my
she's
church.
coming.
Ready? Grandma ain't worth it. She didn't live a good life.
Think about
I thought he was the Holy Ghost one. Let that Holy Ghost come up out of you.
No.
Right.
Grandma,
While playing the kazoo.
Think about all the great things that grandma did. The mac.
Rico, it's ashes to ashes and dust to dust. It's over for this team.
Think about the good
Bury
time.
him.
Think about think about when you were the first to 20.
No, because
and
the
the
last-
first to 30, the first to 40.
But the
remember
last
all those
words out of
all-stars you
grandma's
had.
mouth were you were an accident. That's what this team's basically telling us. Like, we don't, you people. I'm like, no. You know what? No, go to sleep. Go to sleep.
I actually know somebody who said that.
Oh, my God.
Oh, that's awful.
When you lose a 15-and-a-half game lead in the division, you're saying something nasty to your fans. I mean, please. Blow it out your ass. Don't you dare pray for these people.
Not doing it.
Not until they win a game.
David, just pray that they are accepted into the kingdom. That's it. They're no longer going to be with us. We're just going to accept them into the afterlife.
You know what the baseball gods would tell this team? There ain't no room at this inn. Go on down the street.
You can let them in.
Go on down the street to the Dontrell Willis Motel. Maybe he'll let you in. The hell out of here. Let's go to Tyler, 97.
But you had a bunch of all-stars.
Right. Tyler, what's going on?
How's it going, man? Hey,
Good,
Mike,
Ty.
Rico.
Hey.
So I'm calling in today because I don't have hope for the Tigers, but I certainly don't have. I haven't given up all hope, but I don't have hope. I just need to see it through. You know what I mean? I need to see either them get eliminated from the playoffs or just not make the playoffs entirely.
So you're not in the spite phase, but you're also not living and dying with it. You're just in a numb state.
Yeah, for the past 2 weeks, it's been a pretty steady, if not exponential, decline of morality. Just turning on the game each night and watching them go out there, and after 4 or 5 innings, you can already tell it's just not going to go their way. So I mean, after I thought we would get at least one from the Guardians or the Braves before we left home, but I mean we left Comerica Park without even getting a home on that home stretch.
So all right, let me put it this way. If I said to you, you got to pick one of these, sad or mad? I know.
I'm going to say sad.
Okay.
I'm going to say sad.
Okay. And Tyler, you're not wrong. There's no wrong answer. We sit here every day and we talk to fans. Like, that's what we do. I can't figure out what the percentages are. Fans are all over the place, and I don't think any fan's wrong for how they feel.
See, I think it'd be a majority, like 80% sad, because
80?
Yeah, I think more fans are sad than mad, because mad means you felt like this team could do. Mad means you felt like this team could do better. I think most people knew that this was smoke and mirrors all season long.
Mad is
you just
nice
wondered
deadline, Scott.
You just wondered if they could make it and somehow fool their way into the playoffs, maybe get a bye. But I think it's more sad than mad.
Okay.
I could be wrong.
I don't think it's 80-20, but
because mad means you had high expectations and they let you down.
When you have
in
the best,
my world,
when you have the best record in baseball and you go to the deadline and they do nothing, they offer you Hormel chili, a.k.a. Charlie Morton and Chris Paddock.
But as we know, sometimes the record isn't indicative of the team.
That's why I won our bet. 2485. Come on, I was classy about this in the lead up to this.
You're not classy.
All right.
Take away the CL.
You know what? You win. That's pretty good. David, a couple ticket texts, then we'll get to brief football today, and then we are rocking out with the callers. It's a fan day today.
I'm trying to be emotionally checked out, but I want to see how this story ends. I feel a little guilty for putting my kids through this.
No.
Wow, you're having them watched every night with you?
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, it's not digging ditches. It's watching baseball.
Is it though? It's the Tigers.
You're acting like he's got his kids tilling the backyard.
It's kind of
Hey,
punishment
son,
right
I want
now.
to teach you about stump removal.
It's a punishment right now. It's a
It's
punishment.
Detroit sports. You haven't seen nothing in a long time in any of the sports. It's not a punishment. Let's be real.
Me, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Wow.
That's Dave out in Denver.
Ultimate parental kiss of death. Oh, I'm not mad. I'm disappointed.
That was Big G for you.
Oh.
Mikey!
Usually it was both.
Mikey, I'm not mad at you.
Yeah, no, trust me. My dad's like attitudinal index, it mirrors Frank Tanana's career. He started out as a fireballer, and by the time my kid sister left home, he was Tanana the late years throwing 85. It's a whole different experience on the parental arc.
A few knuckleballs.
Oh, yeah. Way easier the longer time went on. All right, 5 words nobody wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do you do? Who do you call? How the hell am I paying for this thing? You pick up the phone, you call Victor's. Your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you do. They got thousands of 5-star ratings. That's why they can offer you a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And they focus on the little things: communication, craftsmanship, and cleanup. If that sounds good to you and you like 5 years and no interest financing, Victor's is the call, and it starts with a 21-point roof inspection. 866-VICTORS. That's 866-VICTORS, or online anytime at victors.com. All right, we're going to take a quick timeout, just rebalance psychologically. 7 minutes of football. Music, go. Very, very sultry, David. Rico, go ahead, buddy.
All right, guys. The NFL has just come out with the candidates for the Hall of Fame class of 2026.
Oh, God.
I thought we'd have some fun and decide whether these gentlemen should be in the Hall of Fame.
I'm just going to
or not.
say my least favorite thing in sports is over-the-hill sports writer guy with overly passionate takes about the Hall of Fame. This is not my wheelhouse. I'm going to be cut and dry with this.
No, and I was about to say, either you're a Hall of Famer or you're not.
That's
it's
it.
not.
When the name gets brought up, if it's not absolutely, you're not a Hall of Famer.
Right. Exactly. David, I think you feel the same way.
Yes.
If you have to explain and tell me, well, remember this game and this season, not
No,
Hall of Famer.
not Hall of Famer.
Because if you say a certain name, if you're like, hey, Joe Montana,
Hall of
Famer. Right. If you're like, hey, Geno Smith,
Not a Hall of Famer.
right. That easy. You
Okay.
guys ready?
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm going to start you off with an easy one.
Sure.
And granted, there's only going to be, I think, like 4 to 7 people going into the Hall of Fame. Bill Belichick.
Yes.
No. This Jordan Hudson thing is removed.
Stop it.
I'm
Stop
sorry.
it.
Okay, we're back. Yes, he's Hall of Famer. I've just lost all respect for him.
Marquise Pouncey.
No.
No.
Greg Olson.
No.
No.
Great commentator. Very good football player. But at no point did I ever view him as the best tight end in football. You want to make the Hall of Fame? You got to be the best player at your position for a couple of years of your career. Those are my grades. So no.
Okay. Todd Gurley.
No, absolutely
No.
not. Guy played like 4 minutes. Had a great career, but 4 minutes and a bum knee. No, out.
Geno Atkins.
Absolutely
No.
not. What is this?
These are the people on the list. These are some of the better names.
What about Pepper Johnson? No.
Okay. Alex Smith.
No.
We're getting to the better names.
Huh? No. He wouldn't even be in Utes Hall of Fame. No.
Yes, he would, actually.
LaShawn Shady McCoy.
No.
Yes.
Why yes, David?
Thought he was top 15 in rushing yards, but I
Was
could
he
be
ever the
wrong.
number one back in football?
No, I don't think so.
Then you're not Hall of Fame. I told you, I drive a hard bargain. I'd have like 7 total yellow jackets in there. So, like, I'm the wrong person to talk to. I gatekeep the Hall of Fame.
This is why we're doing this, Mike.
Okay.
Julian Edelman.
No. It's ridiculous.
No.
Philip Rivers.
Yes.
Maybe the penis Hall of Fame.
Yes.
Guy's got like 15 kids. No. Was never the best quarterback. Didn't win Stugats. And he just hung around long enough to put up a bunch of numbers. No. I would say no. I know he'll get in.
I'm saying yes.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Well, hey, takes one to
No,
know
no,
one.
no. It's
You're a fellow swordsman over there.
It's because of the numbers. The numbers
Yeah,
will get
in
him
the
in.
bedroom. The point I'm making is I know he will
Yes,
get in,
correct.
but I was asked the question. I never viewed Phillip Rivers as a Peyton Manning, as a Tom Brady, as a Drew Brees.
Okay.
Good player, red ass, clearly fertile, not a Hall of Famer for me.
Speaking of fertile, Sean Alexander.
No, but congratulations on the sex. I found out today he had 14 kids. My God. Him and Rivers could form a starting 22.
They could.
They actually could, yes.
14 kids for Sean
They
Alexander.
have a couple on the bench as well.
Congratulations on the sex. Not a line I thought I would hear today, but here we are.
Hey, Sean Alexander, you are the father.
Eddie George.
This is difficult. I want to say yes. I really would need to see the data, but there were a couple years in there I felt like he was the best. But if Shady's out, so's he.
Mike Allstott.
No.
He was the best fullback.
Greatest YouTube highlight video ever, but unfortunately averaged like 3.8 a carry. No. But shout out oversized shoulder pads. Not a Hall of Famer.
Okay. Steve McNair.
No, absolutely not. Totally overrated. I'm
Really?
sorry he died, but totally overrated.
Really want him to, but no.
Please, David,
Yeah,
come
no.
on. No.
Donovan McNabb.
Ooh.
Not with the soup commercials.
This is football. It's not soup commercial.
He killed his rep with that. Chunky soup. No,
But
not
see,
in the Hall
you
of
still
Fame.
remember, so therefore it worked.
Yeah, I remember. I also remember beating the Giants like a drum. Was he ever the number 1, 2, 3 quarterback in the league?
No.
I don't think so. I'd say no.
Okay.
Seems like a nice guy. I know they built a hospital in Philly with his name on it, so that's nice.
Eli Manning.
Absolutely not.
Yes.
No, he's a 500 quarterback, threw a ton of interceptions, and got carried by a great defense. No, I absolutely not. I'll put McNabb in over him. I'd put Phillip Rivers in over him.
I said yes just to
Yeah, I know.
yeah.
Yeah, you're being provocative.
He should not be a Hall of Famer. He didn't do enough in his career.
At no point was Eli a top 5 quarterback.
Correct.
Argue it.
Correct. You're right.
Marshawn Lynch.
No.
No.
How about Jamal Lewis?
No.
No, definitely not.
If Marshawn's not in, he's not in.
Guy had like 2 great years.
Chad Johnson.
No.
No.
Reggie Wayne.
See, he's been on this list for a few years now, has not gotten in.
So he's stale bread.
It's tough, man.
He's out too. Throw them all out.
No.
Next.
I was going to say Steve Smith.
No.
What are you, nuts?
Torrey Holt.
No.
No. They'll get in on the...
How are these guys even on the ballot?
These guys have been on here for years and have not gotten in.
TJ's boy, Donald Driver.
He's in a different Hall of
For
Fame.
other reasons, yes, but no.
His bust would look quite different than the rest. Can you imagine if they let Donald Driver in there and it was just a big plaster?
You know what? We're going to move
Shout
on.
out TJ for sharing that intel.
Anquan Bolden.
No, ridiculous.
Frank Gore.
Yes.
No.
He's still top 10 in rushing, so
he's
yes.
Phillip Rivers minus the kids. He just hung around too long. You want him in, you put him in.
He's still top 10.
Was he ever the best running back in the league?
I think he was, yes.
When? What years?
The years.
Yeah, the years.
I don't have him in my head, but he's top 10.
This is not the Hall of very good, though.
He's top 10 in rushing.
That's because he was around forever.
No,
that's because he decided I'm going to play until my brain is complete mush.
He was top 5 at one point, but now Henry is passing him. Peterson passed him. He's still great.
Yeah, 2 Hall of Famers.
Yes.
Darren Woodson.
No.
Okay. The disdain from your voice.
Is there anyone on this list that deserves to be in?
Yeah, we're saving the best.
Can they
for
have a
last.
year where no one gets in?
AJ Hawk. No, I'm kidding. But he actually is on this list.
No.
I just said that for you, Michael. Jason Witten.
Yes. Multiple years being the best tight end in the game. Represents everything the NFL wants to be about. Hall of Fame player. Yeah, I'd say yes to Jason.
Yeah, I think of him and Gates just got in this past year. I think of them the same. They were right there neck and neck with each other while they played. So, yes.
Okay. We have Rodney Harrison.
No.
No.
Okay. We have Takeo Spikes.
No.
This is laughable.
No.
Terrell Suggs.
Yes.
How many career sacks? If he's north of 100, I'll say yes. But you got to be north of 100. Where is he?
Yeah, he has. Wow, come on.
And I don't want to hear his role on that god-awful rock show on HBO. T-Sizzle or whatever. That doesn't count. Next.
Why are they not giving me the number? What are we doing here?
Come on. How many sacks does Suggs have for his career?
Yeah, 139.
He's in.
Yeah.
Next.
Larry Fitzgerald.
In. One of the 5 best receivers I've seen play. Phenomenal.
Yeah, almost single-handedly beat my Steelers.
Class
so
act
yes.
as well. It matters. I don't like putting scumbags in the Hall of Fame.
Now, here's one, Mike. I don't know if you're going to laugh at me or Vince Wilfork.
While I respect the denim overalls postgame look, no. Very good player, but not Hall of Fame.
All right. And finally, Randall Cunningham?
No.
Okay. F him. You know how many times he beat the Giants?
So
I hope he's miserable.
Last one I'll give you guys.
That's not the ruling here. The criteria
It's
is
my rules.
I'm asking the question. David, I'll give you Hines Ward.
No.
Okay. He's on the.
Where's Drew Brees?
And I was going to finish with Drew Brees.
Drew Brees,
No.
yes. Yes.
I'm joking, yes.
How
He's
dare
a Hall
you?
of Famer, yes.
And
You know
he
what
did it
that
while
is,
he was
Mike.
4 feet tall.
So,
How dare you, Kenny?
You know
How
what
dare
that's
you?
all about, Mike.
What's up?
You know what that is, Mike.
Oh, yeah, I know. That's how David was.
are you guys in for kickers? Vinatieri?
Yes.
Okay.
He should. Now, it's a separate wing of the Hall of Fame.
Now.
It's the Asterix Alley, where they're not football players, but they participated in football. So the kicker wing is actually like an outdoor garden paver. You don't get a bust, you don't get a jacket, but we'll put your name on a brick.
Would that also go for special teams as well?
I would never put a special teamers in.
Josh Cribbs?
No.
Brian Mitchell?
No.
Okay.
Brian Mitchell, is he 70? How long did you get
Devin
this?
Hester changed the game. That's why he got in.
Right.
He changed the game.
Got you. Okay. That's your Hall of Fame list.
Jeez.
That Mike approved. 97-1. In sports, lots can change. Rosters are rewritten. Players, teams, well, they come and go. But no matter what changes over the next 5 years, there's one thing you can count on, and that is the price of your internet will remain the same. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee, a single internet price guarantee for 5 years. Look, life is unpredictable, but the price of your internet shouldn't be. With the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you'll get 5 years of their most reliable Wi-Fi with their best-in-class equipment included for a price that remains exactly the same. Look, all in means all in. With your Wi-Fi equipment and unlimited data included, don't be that friend that has the bad setup that's lagging and buffering. Xfinity brings you all the best games all in one place. Plus, with enhanced 4K, it feels like you're right there in the stadium. When the game is on the line, you'll need a reliable connection and a reliable price. Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or just drop into an Xfinity store today.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. The Tigers desperate for a win over the Guardians tonight to avoid a sweep. 6:40 the first pitch as they send Trey Melton to the mound for the start. It'll be just his fourth in the big leagues, where he has a 2.79 ERA overall in 15 outings. He'll face Parker Messick, who's been impressive as well in just his 6 starts in the bigs. That's Guardians TV host Al Pulowski. Here the game right here on the ticket at 6:40. Detroit still leads the Astros by a game in the wild card. Houston has a 3:35 start against the A's. The Lions are back in the practice field. Defensive lineman Al-Quadin Muhammad, who missed practice yesterday, is back today. Taylor Decker remained out with his shoulder injury. The Red Wings also back on the ice at Little Caesars Arena for their second preseason game against the Sabres. Hear that 7 p.m. puck drop over on WWJ News Radio 950. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hour number 2, great to have you guys with us. So it's just super quick, and we're going right to the phones. This is a fan therapy session. Tigers lose again. But then again, so do the Astros. It's like nobody wants to make the playoffs. The question I have for you is, the morning show says, if you're at the Spite store and like, to hell with this team, I hope they don't make it, you're a loser. I don't agree with that. I don't think any fans are losers here. I think if you desperately want them to make it, I understand it. I don't think you're wrong. But I also don't think people who have said, you know what, to hell with this. They didn't address their needs in the offseason. They didn't address the needs at the deadline. And then they clown card their way down the stretch to where, thank God Houston's just as bad as you are the last 10 days, or you'd be totally out of everything. And I think a lot of people view it that, look, they want their anger placed somewhere. There's not going to be any accountability for this. And I don't know if there should be, but I'm just speaking facts. Like, you're not going to have a new owner. You're not going to have a new GM. You're not going to have a new manager. So people are left to who do they direct their anger at? Basically the logo. You know, and again, it's a question of where you're at. Are you sad? Are you mad? Are you apathetic? And I'll try it again tonight. And the Astros have lost 5 in a row while you've lost 8 in a row. You now basically have a 15% shot to win the division. That's gone. The 2 seed's off the table, gone. And the only reason you're a game up in the wild card is, well, flow chart. Yeah. Houston can't get off the mat. So let's go to the people. I think everyone's feelings are pretty damn valid here, and we're trying to figure out what that consensus is, if there is one. Go to Brian, 97.1. Brian, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, B. What's on your mind?
I'm personally on the side of not wanting them to make the playoffs at all. Not because I'm being a petty and spiteful fan, but mainly because a collapse that bad where you were up 15 and a half games and then just don't make the playoffs at all, it might actually force Scott Harris to take some accountability for something. Instead of just giving us the same robotic answers that we always get. I don't think anybody really wants to watch this team get killed in the playoffs. I think the team lacks leadership in the locker room. And personally, I don't think that we'll ever really be contenders if guys like Riley Green is our best hitter in the lineup.
Brian, I think it's interesting because you can't prove there would be a shift in ideology and how they do business. But you're right. Like, you don't want them to feel like they're validated. I think it would be a reality check. That if they miss the playoffs, it would be a re-examination of the offseason, a re-examination of how they handled prospects and slow-rolled, and then a re-examination of the deadline. And I understand where you're at because that's where I'm at, too. The last thing I'd be able to tolerate would be a smarmy postseason presser, and it's like, dude, you blew a 15.5 game lead. You don't get to do that. Miss me with that, please.
Yeah, no, even short receipts, nothing. Just limp into the playoffs.
But between sad and mad, Brian, you're the latter.
I would say I'm more mad. Obviously, it's sad to see the team that we root for have such a great start to the season and just crap down their leg. But I would say mad just because I felt like we had more there and there just wasn't enough urgency into building it to what it could be. I mean, how many times have we seen a losing team, and now we actually had somewhat competitiveness, and then we just didn't upgrade, and it seems like any position possible that we could have.
When you have
and that's
the
what I'm more mad
best
about.
record in the sport at the deadline or close, and you willfully choose to do nothing because, quote, you don't want to be haunted by trading your 9th best prospect, you're going to wear it. You're going to wear it if you don't hang a banner. I mean, imagine you're the best team in basketball or the best team in the NHL or the best team in baseball, and you sit the deadline out and offer people Lethal Weapon 3 Blu-rays. You're going to wear it if it doesn't work.
Yeah, you try to get them excited about 3 years from now because we're going to protect that. Even though no one asked you to get rid of any of those players.
By the way.
But you had redundancy in the minors.
Got to tell you, in the things I didn't have on my bingo board, Caputo came around to one of my opinions. I haven't seen Pat in God, maybe 10 days in here. Remember we did the thing about McGonigal?
Yeah. Oh, when you're saying they should have brought him up like August 31st?
That's where Pat's at. He should be here. Why? Because you're out of options. But it's all this slow roll. Watch. How much? You want to lose another bet? How much you want to bet? He's not on your opening day roster next year. They'll be doing that service time 2-step. Woo! Ooh, the rage. All right, let's go to Robert.
I'm hitting the portal when it comes to bets with you.
Robert, how you doing, buddy?
How's it going, gentlemen?
Okay, Robert, sad or mad, where are you at with all of this Tigers nonsense?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. I think it's definitely sad just knowing that the team performed so well in the first half, and also a little bit mad that everyone that we acquired at the trade deadline didn't really pan out. Although, as you know, the direct caller in front of me, he was saying that, you know, he's hoping that they don't get in. To me, it's hard to call myself a fan if I don't at least hope that they get in, even if it's an embarrassment once they do get in. At least it's like, as a fan, you want to have your team have success.
Yep.
But the main thing that kind of came up for me with the trade deadline is I think this ideology that we're just going to settle as a, you know, middle of the pack in terms of payroll spending. It's like we're never going to spend like the Mets or the Yankees or the Dodgers. So it's like, what moves are we going to make if we're just not ever going to step up and you know, join those teams where it's just, you know, it's no longer a Moneyball approach.
But see, here's your problem.
We're going to put our.
Let me give you an example. I want to give you an example of something, okay? And then if you want to call me a name, you can. Robert, the deadline presents opportunities. For instance, when Duran got traded to the Phillies, that's a player with 3 years of term. He'd be with you this year plus the next 2. He's your rock star closer. He solidifies the back end of the pen. Then I'd have Finnegan. Then I'd have Vest. Then I'd have the rest. That's not an expensive move, Robert. They decided they care more about 2028 than they do this year.
No, you would be able to shorten games the way that the Guardians can.
It's the same thing with David Bednar. It's the same. Look, these guys got dealt, Robert. That's not a money thing. I'm not asking the team to have a $250 million payroll. It's unsustainable, economically unsustainable. Now, they did add payroll. I don't agree with all the ways they did it. Thank you for being a friend. Do. Alex Cobb is hurt again. Look, they did that. I didn't do that. They wasted $15 million there. They brought in Gleyber Torres, who the Yankees couldn't wait to leave. And what did Gleyber do the second half of the year? Hold on. It's the Kenny drop. Where is that stupid thing? There's Gleyber's second half.
You mean All-Star Gleyber Torres?
Buddy, you got seduced. The point I'm making is you can't make this about ownership. The general manager, who acts like he's won 7 World Series, was proud of the Chris Paddock trade. That's what he offered you because he didn't want to be haunted. Look, you better hope the prospects work out. You better pray they work out because the Scooble window's real. This is the other reason I think fans are angry. That window is a real thing. You have your best, most optimal chance to win a World Series while you possess the best pitcher in the American League. True or false?
True.
This is crazy, right? Okay. They don't have him signed, right? Okay.
Correct.
So he could be dealt this winter. I hope fans are ready for that.
I don't think they are, because I think a lot of people are like, no, he's going to be a Tiger for life.
Nah.
He was very, hey,
And
that's above my pay grade. Talk to my agent. That's
it's not
code
even
for-
about. It's not even about if they sign him or not. It's what they do with the money by not signing. If by missing the playoffs you told me, they'd have their exit meetings, they'd look around the room and go, all right, listen, all of us pretending we're Billy Bean has been fun, and we had a little Pixar movie at the end of 24. Guys, we got to go get 2 everyday regulars in this lineup. It's time. Plus McGonigal being up here. Plus Clark being up here. Like, we need to remake our lineup. Mm-hmm. Now, if you told me that was going to happen, I'd tell you, you know what? Hell with it. Go to Cabo.
Yeah.
But I can't tell you that's going to happen, and
I think
therefore I understand fans who want them in.
And if you do that, I don't think Scuba wants to stick around for that.
I don't care about his feelings anymore, okay? Wow. No, I don't. I don't care about feelings. You know what?
Well,
if you want to
only
be
because
here,
Mike, he has a lot of leverage saying
Does
whether
he?
he wants to be here or not.
Hey, he's a 6-inning pitcher who's had 2 catastrophic arm injuries, who's repped by Scott Boras, who wants him in a different market. So you know what? His feelings are not valid in my world.
All right, Mike wins.
248-5399, and especially after he pretended he was a long snapper the other night. I don't know what that was.
Mistakes were made.
Northville Lumber.
Okay.
Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder, do-it-yourselfer, Northville's got what you need. Call them today. Or better yet, stop by, take home some samples. It's Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex superstore, or go to northvillelumber.com. All right, we'll get to the people in a second. David, I want to check in on Ticket Text. We are asking you, where on the fan spectrum are you? Sad to mad? Look, morning show went after some people who are spite fans going, look, I'm done with this team. I don't like the way they play ball. I'm angry at Harris, missed the playoffs. Other people are like, to hell with that. If you can make the playoffs, you make it. Anything can happen. I don't think anyone's wrong. I think people are in a glass case of emotion, like Ron Burgundy, minus the milk. That's Tiger fan right now. And I don't think anyone's wrong. I understand both sides of it. I do. But thank God the Houston Astros want to play baseball less than you do. They've lost 5 in a row. David, the Ticket Text, what do you got, buddy?
We blew a 15-game lead. We blew every advantage that came with it. If my spite makes me a loser, so be it. That is Dan in Detroit. Tigers' apathy has set in for me. Do not care about falling into the playoffs. No point in wasting any more of my time or money. That is Alex listening in Traverse City.
Okay.
Says, I'll play. I think tonight's the first of 4 wins over Cleveland over the next week. That is Tim in Ann Arbor.
Let me tell Tim something. I actually think he could be right. Because this idea that Cleveland will beat you 9 times in 9 games or 8 times in 9 games. It's a 3-game playoff series. Now, a lot of how I feel about that will have to do with, do they still need to pitch Skubal Sunday? Because the Astros are such garbage, they may not have to pitch Skubal Sunday. And if they don't, and Skubal can line up for game 1 of that series, Rico, I could totally see it. It's why I understand if fans want them in.
No.
Not because they're going to win the World Series, but because they could win a game or 2.
Well, it looks like Cleveland has their number, Mike. It's like if I found out that somehow they had to play like the Yankees, I would feel good because they match up. Somehow they beat the Yankees.
He's funny.
No, I'm just saying.
You're funny.
But against Cleveland, it's like.
I'm going to tell you the same thing I told you last year. You don't want those problems. Okay. Why don't you stick to your little poverty division? Let the adults go over here.
Yeah, 25-2.
I want to hear it. Oh, but we beat the Yankees in June. Yeah, do it in a playoff series, will you please?
But Rico, everyone has the Tigers' number. Their number is on the stall in the bathroom.
Whoa.
Everyone's beating them. Everyone.
Whoa.
Come on now. It's not just the Guardians.
Understand, but no. But for people saying Cleveland can't just keep winning, like at some point the pendulum has to swing back, and I say it doesn't.
I think there's an ability for this team, if they get in, to go, all right, we're still alive. All of that pain, all that stress, all that craziness, we're here. Nobody believes in us. They'll slap on a bunch of those Detroit versus everybody shirts, and I could see them beating the Guardians. I could. If they were playing anyone but the Guardians, I'd say they're dead. Seriously. But I feel like the familiarity and the way these Guardian games have gone, Rico, you may end up being clairvoyant. I may end up looking stupid. Won't be the last time. Tim in Ann Arbor, me and Timmy, we're spirit animals. I feel like that's possible. I know. Crazy.
Yeah.
To the people. We go to TJ 97.1. Tej, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, guys?
How are you?
I would like to say I'm good, but I don't know if I can do that right now. But I'm neither mad or sad. I'm freaking pissed. And I'm pissed at Scott Harris. And I want to ask him, I know he probably doesn't have the guts to listen to this radio station right now with what that show that his team's doing right now. But are you haunted yet, Scott? Huh? Are you haunted yet? At least you still got Max Anderson when you go to bed at night. But how about your team that just blew the biggest lead in baseball history? Does that haunt you? Because I know that would haunt me at night, being the worst president of baseball ops ever. But at least we still got Max Anderson. To do what? Nothing. Where's he at? Where's McGonigal? Nowhere. Where's Clark? Nowhere. Maybe if they're so good, they could actually help us from choking away the biggest lead in baseball history. But no, we can't trade anybody. So I want him to miss the playoffs because I want this to stain him forever because this is an absolute embarrassment. I watched the last 2 games, the whole games, and it was embarrassing watching them play. And for Tarek Skubal, if you're so-called the best pitcher in baseball for the last 2 years or whatever, AL, who cares, you can't be long-snapping a baseball through your legs at the biggest moment of your team's season. And if we're going to hand you $400 million, how
How about you show up when we need you? We needed you Game 5 last year. Where were you? Nowhere. We needed your last 3 starts. Where were you? Nowhere. If you're the best pitcher in baseball, let's see it. When Verlander was the best pitcher in baseball, you know what he did? 2012 ALDS against the A's, 16 innings, 1 run, 22 strikeouts. 2013 ALDS against the A's, 15 innings, 0 runs, 21 strikeouts. Where's that? We might need 8 innings shutout baseball from you.
But you can't
You're
get
gonna
it.
$400 million.
TJ, I'm just going to tell
Okay,
you one
that's what I
thing.
got.
No,
I'm
you're
gonna
fine.
say TJ's more mad than sad.
I appreciate the passion from TJ.
yeah,
I don't
ton
agree
of
with everything
passion.
he said, but here's this one thing. Comping out Skubal to Verlander, that's like comping out Cam Ward to Joe Montana.
No, but because
he's not Verlander, he will never be Verlander.
No, Mike, but because Verlander is still relatively new to a lot of Tiger fans, where you're not sitting there talking about Jack Morris, where you're like, you weren't alive. You're like, well, just 10 years ago, you were able to do this. So why can't we do it now? Well,
you can't. The same reason you couldn't run RPOs in the NFL 10 years ago. Things change. Tarek Skubal's not Verlander.
No.
So you just stop right there. Now, the long snapping comment, you're right. If you're an all-star, if you're the best pitcher in the league, you can't make that play. You just can't make that play.
But I think that the Verlander comment is because people want somebody to go out. They want Skubal to just say, hey, AJ, I'm throwing a whole game. Don't even think about coming off the bench. I don't care how many pitches. It's not what's going to happen. But I think that's what fans – they need somebody to step up and just be a leader and say,
can I offer this to
I'm
you?
going to carry this team into the playoffs.
Look, we got to say the quiet part out loud. Why do you think he doesn't throw more than 90 to 100 pitches? Don't you think there's a reason? It's called Tommy John and a flexor surgery. He's had 2 catastrophes.
Right.
I think they manage him.
Mike,
because if he blows out, his career is over.
No, you're absolutely right. I'm saying fans just want somebody to stand up and say, I'm going to do this.
Yeah, well, when you don't have
Follow
stars,
me.
you know what? Good luck with the gym class heroes. What do you think? Jahmai Jones is going to stand up dressed as a gladiator?
Now, that's the quiet part out loud.
Do you know how the rage?
Zach McKinstry as Maximus Aurelius. I mean, come on. The other team's got J-Ram and Quan. Like, that's what's needed. We don't have it. So I'm not mad at you. It's just, I love all these people who call up and they think it's going to be Pedro Serrano and his jockstrap standing up and going, hats for bats. You need good players to do that. Yes, Kenny.
Do you know the rage that I felt when I saw him pinch hit last night? I was like, this is the solution. This is that's the solution to all of our problems is where a Jahmai Jones is going to substitute in bat. No, it's ridiculous.
And again,
that was my peak rage. And then after they lost, my emotions, Mike, was apathy. I was like, get in, don't get in. I don't care.
Yeah.
I am officially done emotionally invested.
I arrived at that point when last week Jake Rogers pinch hit.
100%.
That's where you've lost me.
I was peak rage there. And then when they lost, I was like, you know what? Do whatever you want. I don't care.
David?
Regarding Skubal, I did look it up yesterday, and you're right, Mike. In his career, his highest pitch count was 108. That was in 2022. He had 5 games in that same year, in that same month pretty much, where he threw over 100 pitches. But since then, it has not happened. He's been on 105 one time.
His high this year, I think, is 102, right?
Yes, I believe so.
I don't be mad at him because he's not Verlander. But it's also why you're not going to run to the window now and pay him $400 million.
Right.
So that's why the trade deadline was such a joke, because my best window is with this guy. Sorry.
No. I think the whole Verlander thing is people just want to see somebody step up and be a leader. Because right now, somebody stop the bleeding.
Okay.
And Verlander
Riley would be the guy to do it. The problem is he's hitting 190 in the last month. Kerry Carpenter can't do it. He only plays half the time. Get better ball players.
These are facts.
Instead, Rico, you get this.
That play can't get made. It just can't happen, and it did happen. I know. Just let's leave it. And that's the other thing. No offense to TJ. It's not like Skubal got hit all over the yard. Bunt, swinging bunt, error, foul ball that almost killed a guy. Like, it was a weird inning. It's not like he went out, gave up 7 earned runs like Mike Mussina in Game 7 against the Red Sox for my Yankees, including a home run to that scumbag Johnny Damon. Not that I'm bitter.
Good call.
Then you have a right to slander a pitcher.
I remember that.
Yeah, do you? Yeah. Sure, your flag was at full mast for that. garbage.
Why are you mad at me?
Because I'm in pain and you're enjoying it. Just read something. Talk about your basement, will you please?
That's later on. Right now, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren all September long. Hamilton is participating in the Pickups for Paws campaign, supporting Rebel Dogs Detroit. Every pet that is loved and cared for throughout this city. There are so many that are not that lucky. Stop into Hamilton Chevrolet. Drop off some pet-friendly supplies into the bed of the Silverado in their showroom. Your donation will make a difference, I promise you. Then, while you're there, you can talk to Andrew and his sales staff about getting into a new Chevy, including the September Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 for $299 a month for 24 months. This includes 10,000 miles a year. All you got to do is walk in with $995 down, and you'll drive off in the Rico deal. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Lions defensive coordinator Calvin Shepard said earlier today they'll reduce Terry Arnold's snap count, saying it has nothing to do with his play and rather for giving Amik Robertson a larger role. D lineman Al-Quadin Muhammad returned to practice after he missed yesterday. The Tigers play another night game tonight to finish up their game series against the Guardians. So they may be scoreboard watching as the Astros and A's start right now. Detroit has Troy Melton starting tonight. Hear the game on the ticket at 6:40. Meanwhile, Dylan Larkin, Lucas Raymond, they're suiting up tonight for the Red Wings in preseason number 2 against the Sabres. Hear the game on WWJ at 7. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 971theticket.com.
I know we are locked into the Tigers right now. Can I just 10 seconds? I hate when people bleep on your head and then they tell you it's raining. Oh, Terry Arnold's snap count's going to get cut down, but it has nothing to do with his play.
Yeah.
No, actually, it has everything to do with his play. This ain't a charity.
Yeah, we just want to get somebody else some more time.
You know, we just think Amik's had a great smile at work today. We want to reward him with a gift certificate. This is the NFL. If you are taking one player off the field in favor of another, no, actually, it's everything to do with their play.
Well, at least they didn't say it was a high ankle sprain.
I like the Vikings with McCarthy. No, it's just, and again, it's a great problem to have. Is that if Terrian is struggling and Amik is flourishing, that's fine.